the granddaughter of Bobby from Bobby's surf camp in G-Land.
And he goes Ms. Hearn, Mari Hearn. So, watching the free surfing this morning, Billy, it looked contestable. The Japanese contingent were the first crew out there this morning, so kudos to you lot. It didn't look that inviting, but out they went, and straight away, bang, just started smashing it to pieces all down the end of the reef here today. But from that first eyeballing of what they were doing, I'm like, oh, that's contestable.
Yeah, 3 turns, you could see them whacking them off. And sitting in the athletes area with the grommets early this morning, they were going, oh, it's a little bit bumpy, but, you know, our local board riders, we surf waves that are half this size. Yeah. We've just got to go. So no complaining. Just get out there. The Groms are keen to put on a show.
Well, they've been waiting that long. This is day 5. We've got to remember that. So that taken into account, and the waves, and it's like, Groms, you're on. They're like, woohoo, let us at it. And here we are with the first round of 24 for the young ladies. 4 of those heats will lead into 4 quarterfinals, but we will have quarterfinals on the boys right after our first 4 heats of the ladies. Here goes Lydia.
Yeah, a bit of a set wave mark, a bit of speed through there, and 1 turn. There we go, contestable.
Yep. And it will put us in good stead for the weekend too. You know, we had almost 50 heats, I think, remaining in the event. So Sky Brown there just throwing up a nice big move. Yeah, so it just sort of helps take the pressure off those last 2 days, and you know, the Groms being Groms and hanging out all day yesterday watching, and the junior boys had a good rip at it yesterday afternoon, and time to see the girls.
Bring it on.
25-minute matchups all morning. I think QS are on standby potentially for this afternoon. It just depends how it looks through the tide. Localised sort of storm going on here, so it could clear up pretty quick smart. It might be sunny's on by lunchtime and could be steaming hot. You never know, stuff turns around pretty quick.
You never know. We are on the southern corner of Sumatra. Luke Studer contacted me this morning. He says it's going to clean up by mid-morning.
There you go.
There you go. And he's in Bali.
Clean up in Bali or clean up in South Sumatra?
He's been watching. His daughter's surfing in this division, so taking a lot of interest in the Pro Junior Women's.
I think his daughter coming up in Heat 4 this morning. Yep. Anyway, I'm sure we've got a couple of numbers to drop. Lydia, right there, the priority rotations have been set. I imagine all the Groms are down here watching this very first heat, mate. You would expect that. Just kind of getting a feel for what's going on and listening to some numbers and really trying to work out a lineup spot because it's way different. Forget what you've seen the last few days. It's a reset. Your lineup spot is going to change. Your tactics for what you're looking for is going to have to reassess what a good wave looks like today and throw all that into the mix and just adapt to what's on offer, and it's still there.
Yeah, conditions are different from even when we woke up this morning, Mark. It was really windy. There was banners and the competition site looked like a bit of a war zone, but that wind has eased. Look out there and the trees aren't moving at all.
Yeah.
So we just hope for a little bit of a puffer wind the other way, a bit of offshore, and it'll clean it up nicely.
Yeah. So now priority sits with Paris. I'm sure Mum and Dad are watching eagerly this heat. They've both been down here the last couple of days. And Paris is a little ripper. She had a heat the other day up against, you know, in the Opens, and it was like, wow. It was a tough one for her, but she did show some good skills. I'm sure she learnt from that. Now she's back fighting in her own weight division, being the juniors. So let's see what she's got to do, what got to offer. Lydia Cato, I think, may have a 7 off one single wave. No, she's got a 4 and a 3. 4.57 for Sky is the best wave of the heat. And We had some wise words of wisdom when I opened the front door this morning, Billy. There was an Indonesian sitting on our porch, almost right in front of the front door, smoking and on his phone. And I've walked out and got a bit of a shock, and he just looked at me and goes, "Rain."
Yes, rain.
Rain.
It was raining.
Rain.
That was one of our sound guys, I think, the PA guys.
That was the weather forecaster for the south of Sumatra.
And Hun and Nalendra yet to get going.
So 4, 5, 7, and even a 4 could be worthy numbers at the end of the day in a bit of a jumbled ocean. And I imagine, and look, you know, regardless of what the ocean's like,
and smooth out the faces.
no, you got to get wet every day, mate. I like to have a swim early, so trying to set you up. A couple of coffees, in we come. So we've had a big 4 days to get to this point, mate. 88 heats. Most of those were at 25. 8 of them were at 30.
Yep.
Huge days. Taisarati cracking the whip, but why not? It's a big event. There's a lot of people that contested this. Junior ladies, first time we've seen them. 25-minute matchups for them is a good opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of people have travelled a long way to have a crack at the QE 5000 and the Pro Junior. Of course, the QS 5000 mark gets priority in the conditions. There's a lot of points on offer. You know, the Pro Junior it's kind of like a bonus.
It is, and a lot of the Pro Juniors doubled up into the Opens as well, just to make it a bit more worth doing. There's the point, Ujong Bachor, Billy. Looks a little different to the last couple of mornings, a bit of a roughly surface. But you can see those lines, they still kind of peel down the Ujong Bachor reef.
Yep. It's, it even looks good now. The drone's incredible.
There's how far out the little headland sticks. It's a definite point. So that's where we're at, everybody. This is South Sumatra. If you want to come here, you've got to get your act to Lampung Airport. So you can do that a number of ways. We did it via Denpasar, Jakarta. You've then got a bit of a ride up in a mobile over the ridge. 6, 7 or 8 hour drive, depending on your driver. I think it can be done in under 6. Most of the time, if it depends on the traffic, can blow out to over 8. But
yeah,
it's quite a scenic trip in. Get comfortable is my words if you're going to do that.
Bring a pillow.
Yeah, bring a pillow.
Geez, we've got a good shot of the channel there where you paddle out, don't we? The
That's where I was having a swim this morning.
The green-coloured water out into the lineup.
Rip,
yep.
Really. Floundering on the shore break. So there's some of the surf camps along the point. There's quite a few options if you do decide to come here. Everything from budget to pretty Hollywood. So it's something for everyone's affordability. Waves up and down the coast, good times. As you can see how much jungle there still is. It's pretty old school Indo down here. It's got a real nice feel about it. It's not the concrete jungle you see in some other areas. It's still pretty cool. When you look back in, all you see really is coconut trees and the odd sort of house and bungalow.
Yep. Yeah, and a couple of nice little villages.
Speaking of villages, thanks to the crew at Tanjung, Setia. They're the crew that are hosting us down here. That's the name of the local village. Ujong Bachor is the piece of reef, the wave we are looking at. Pesisir, Barat, thank you very much to the local regent, the government, big sponsor of the event. In fact, the biggest and pretty much one of the only sponsors of the event. Province of Lampung, South Sumatra, Indonesia. And we're right here on site at the homestay called Karang Nimbor. There's the boys going out for a morning fish, as per usual. There's got to be about 100 of those boats down there on the little shoreline we went through the other day, Billy.
Yeah, and they're all pulling in a good catch. Mahi around here. A lot of tuna. Yep. So fish and rice, staple. It's the staple diet.
No. Last night was rice and fish.
Yes, that change
the
up.
night before was fish and rice. So leads me to think tonight might be fish and rice.
Fish and rice, yeah. A few veggies.
There we go. That's your kind of little paddle out spot. We're tucked away directly under those trees, just to behind that little concrete wall. Ryan Williams doing the goods with the drone footage again. Not a lot of waves ridden so far. The 457 could have been a wise move for Sky Brown at the end of it. So I imagine there's not that bigger requirements for everybody to upgrade two-wave totals. Scampering around now, looking for something to add a second number is Sky Brown on the inside, but out wide, Billy.
Yeah, Paris. First wave, a real quick one. Not many points on offer there. But still 12 and 20 remaining, Mark. Plenty of time.
Half time.
Get a couple of waves. There were a few sets came through this morning and looked really decent waves. 3 or 4 turns.
Well, the Japanese crew that went out early are probably responsible for the event being called on at 8 o'clock because they were having a good crack at it.
Yeah.
And they made it look pretty respectable. I think they were sitting a little wider, the Japanese crew that were out there this morning. But an ever-changing ocean, mate. The wind's dropping off. The ocean's had a fair bit of wind on it overnight, so a little bit of scramble to deal with, a bit confused.
Their monitors have come to a bit of a standstill.
A couple of issues with the internet this morning as well, but
We're back.
yep, it's taken a little while to get the event up and running this morning, but we're on and we have a fair program. It's mainly featuring juniors at this stage. These 4 heats around 24 for the junior girls. Junior boys quarterfinals are penciled in. Quarterfinals for the young ladies are penciled in. So that'll be 12 heats to confirm.
Yep.
Were they doing semis as well, Billy? You made the call this morning, didn't you? Did you?
Yes, there were semi-finals.
Semi-finals penciled in as well. So
Yep.
all right, so 16 heats on the schedule. And potentially the QS this afternoon, they're on standby, yeah?
The men
Yeah.
QS is on standby.
Because we're still, at the round of 32 for them, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah.
So a lot of action coming up. I hope this conditions improve. A little bit of a lump now, Mark. These onshore conditions and short, sharp waves, you've really got to get to your feet and get a manoeuvre away.
Well, you've got to be thinking beach break conditions. So,
Yep.
when you're surfing on a shore, a reefy, and it's kind of not really lining up, you just got to maybe paddle for quite a few waves and have a good look at a lot of waves, because something that doesn't look that good could be the wave that turns into something good. And generally that's one of the reasons the old wave maximum went out the window. And just let you guys sort it out yourself, and if you've got to ride more than 10 to find 2 good ones, that's the way it goes. Let's have a look who's in the very next heat. Okay, Anri Matsuno from Japan will take on Hansuri Jabrik, Kaya Hoya, and Una Young Lee. So it's been quite a while between ridden waves. I'm sure the girls are getting a little anxious. Four, 5, 7, the best wave from that lady on picture in green. Lydia's done a pretty good job to at least get 2 scores to have a pretty convincing first placing. So maybe while there's a little, hang on, there could be some waves coming. Let's stay with the live action. Let's see what this is.
Yeah, super hard to read the ocean in these conditions. Don't know what's a swell and what's a bit of chop. Sometimes the little chops can turn into a good little wave. So stay active, stay busy and stay dynamic would be the brief from the coaches, I imagine.
And yesterday afternoon, to round things off, Billy, those junior boys, some really good performances None better than Yahagi Manojo
Wow.
in Heat 4. Remember that? He busted into the 9s. He got an 8.17 as well. Huge two-wave total. It was almost 17.5 points. So there was some really strong surfing from those little pups yesterday. Tenchi Iwami was another one that stood out.
Yeah, super impressive backhand style.
Yep.
That's really stuck in my mind.
Ooh.
Here's Sky Brown now, mate.
No, that's Paris.
Sorry, this is Paris.
Yep.
Second wave.
Yeah, pretty good.
And looks like a couple of turns away, so only that 0.57 for her first attempt. So who knows where that's going to take us. We missed a couple of turns maybe at the beginning of that wave.
Danny Widianto was another one that won handsomely yesterday. Weston Hurst, another name I should mention. Put together a 7.50. Japanese surfer Shoshi Kato. A lot of the Japanese featuring highly yesterday. Ricky Sato, another one that won his heat. Made Ariana had a real touch of the Megatrons about him yesterday. Dead set ripping. So that's a good comparison right there. If you get compared to Mega Artana, you're kind of doing something right. Because real sharp, fast surfing out of Made Ariana, one to watch. And Bronson Mady dug himself out of a hole late in the heat.
Yeah, how was
for
that?
a very convincing win at the end of it.
Here goes green now, Mark. Sky Brown on her second wave. Manages to get a little bit of a gouge and is going to drop down the second bonus section. She does. Finish this off. It's going to be a very handy wave. She can't, so one turn only for our surfer in green.
Kind of got
Didn't need much.
Little rinse there as well. Here goes Lydia. So let me have a look at this. Oh, good section.
Yeah.
In these conditions, a little bit of size to the wave, a bit of bowl, a little bit of cleanness, a little inside track.
Wow. Go, Lydia.
Yeah, I'm liking this. I think this is the best wave of the heat. And a little bonus section. And still going down past the caddies. Still going, Billy, all the way down to Lani's.
Yeah, rattling off those turns. That's enough for us at 5 minutes and 30 remaining. That's a super handy wave to have.
Yeah.
Already a 4 and a 3. You think that 3 is long gone?
Well, that'll, for me, I think, wave off. I can't remember what Sky's 4.57 was, but it did have a nice bowly first section. She did a really strong turn.
Yep.
Quite a lot of good surfing from there on. So purely from weight and numbers of manoeuvres as well, on kind of a wave-starved heat, I think the judges have got to throw something reasonably substantial at this.
Excuse me.
5 minutes crept up on us pretty quick, smart. Sky with a number to drop. Good one for red. Those two will be confirming the top placings with these numbers. 2.93 locking in for Paris's effort.
Amani now with priority. Murray Hearn. I haven't seen her before in action. You seen her around the traps, mate?
No, that's a name I can't remember ever calling out. So probably having one of her first contest experiences at this level, maybe. Same with Paris. At this level, it's a big step up from boardriders. When you step into a professional contest, everything changes. The judging is more brutal. The rules are there and will always be utilised. Sky Brown, a 3.73. Sure, Lydia's will take her back into the lead. There's the point, the old loyal point down there.
Yeah, just feeling a little bit of breeze running through the commentary booth now, Mark.
Yes.
And peeking out to the
Trees
ocean. It seems to have changed conditions a little bit. So you're going to have to be on guard for this whole round.
There's the judging tower with the big blue banner at the front, everybody. Actually, that's the athlete area. The judging tower is right next to that, poking up into the trees.
There's Lani's.
There's Lani's. Side of the AFL last night.
Yeah.
Game of footy. Great Tucker. Dino and Titi. Thank you very much. Judges must still be having a think about Lydia's.
Yeah, it's probably the first decent score to drop today, Mark, so they want to get that right, and they'll probably set all the good rides or close to excellent rides off that one
At least in this round.
big scorer.
Yeah.
Yep, and they'll set that off for the for this division for sure. So they'll take their time, get it right, and that'll be our scale setter.
There's the backdrop heading around towards Mandiri in the foreground over there. Krui Town up over that ridge. Good thing about this place, mate, there's lots of jungle and not many structures out there on that ridge. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
617 for Lydia, way over the heat. By just over 1.5 points over Sky Brown's best wave. Fair enough, it was a good ride. There was lots of it. Fair few good scoring sections for Lydia, so without getting too carried away, the 617 leaves plenty of room to go up. And it's now just given a little bit of separation between all that first exchange and what the judges are calling the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, Lydia, a bit of a smiling assassin, nice and quiet, very polite young lady,
Yeah, she's
and just keeps racking up the wins.
Yeah, she's very respectful, isn't she? And humble, and a little quiet achiever there, chipping away and learning the ropes. She comes in with a heat win here, she'll be that stoked. 1 minute away from interviewing Lydia. Bit of rain out there on the northern end of the coast.
Yeah, that's where it seems to gather every afternoon. Those mountains disappear, and then a good 15-20 minutes later,
Hooge.
we're getting wet.
Rain.
Rain.
All right, 30 seconds. Paris needs something awesome to happen now to get out of trouble. Same with Imani. Sky and Lydia showing a little bit more experience. Uh, 10 seconds it's looking like, barring someone jumping on the back end of this swell line. That's looking like it's going to be the result, Billy. So,
Well done, Lydia.
yep, really well done. So, I might. That second heat has started.
Yep, we're running through it. These conditions are challenging, but that is all part of being a pro surfer. You got to get through these tricky rounds and then into the goodness for the finals. Right, welcome back into the booth. Jalagati, how are you?
Hello, I'm really good. I'm excited to watch this heat.
All right, did you see Lydia in the last one?
I did. I saw she got the 617. That was a really well surfed wave by Lydia. She went all the way. Some nice turns.
She's crafty, isn't she?
Yeah.
Crafty competitor.
Yeah, she's part of the Legian board riders, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
See her in Padma a lot, sometimes in Canggu. Always super happy, smiley girl.
Checking plugs, checking leads.
Yeah, that was from the last heat. Sky Brown in second.
That's right.
Any highlights of that last heat that I missed out on?
Lydia. She was the highlight for me. Caught a decent wave to begin with in the first, say, 5 minutes, and then was really patient and scouring the lineup and got pretty much the only wave that allowed a good score. We see that 617 going to the good range. Yeah, so she hunted that down and had to deliver, and she did. Always impresses me every time I see a surfer heat, Lydia Kato.
Yeah, I feel like when the conditions are like this, anything can happen in the heat because it's difficult for everyone. Waves are coming right, left, center, and an opportunity can pop up at any moment, but also you can be paddling around for 25 minutes and not find anything. So it's all about being in that rhythm, being active, catching lots of waves, and giving yourself lots of opportunity out there.
Our apologies for the wind noise coming across my microphone. It's pretty blustery here in the commentary booth. We are on the edge of Sumatra though, G.
Yep. We are. These conditions tend to come and go, but there you see all the flags waving pretty heavily.
And a pretty simple message. Enjoy Krui. We have been and we are. Alright, you can see the gang there working furiously to get you these images and the audio all around the world. Wherever you are, if you've tuned in, welcome. This is day 5 of the Krui Pro 2023. And you're looking at Suri Jabrik in the blue. Second priority. Excuse me. And
we have in the red Andri Matsuno. In white we have Kaya Hewer. And in green, Una Young Lee. Kaya Hewer, one of the Kandui Groms. Super lovely girl. I spent some time with her and her friend Aura, also known as Alan, in Kandui earlier this year. They're a pack of Groms that travel together. We have Dylan Wilcoxon and Jaden as well. And their friend Ifran.
Ifran did well yesterday, didn't he?
Yep, he did well. He was surfing out here. It was great to watch them competing. I've seen them in their, at home and surfing, free surfing all the time. So it was good to see them put the jersey on and see how they react under pressure.
Yeah, did really well.
Here we have, that's where we were seeing those beautiful peeling lefts all the past few days.
Now it's a little bit of a mess, isn't it?
Yeah.
So part of it though, you've got to get through these tricky rounds. Conditions are forecast to improve for the finals. Having said that, there are some semi-finals that are scheduled today. Conditions pending, of course, all the time.
Yeah, we will be taking the juniors all the way to the semi-finals today. They have 25-minute heats. Lots of time to find some scores out there. A little bit of a windy morning, quite chilly.
Yeah, so you got the long sleeves on.
Yes, I got my Archipelago TV long sleeve shirt.
I might have to go hunt down my flannel. There's Mark's head. Actually, I think it might have been Andrew's head right in front of the camera.
Yeah, there's it's pretty windy today. We have the first scores coming through. White got a 267. Suri has a total of 2.26. Una Young Lee a 173 and Anri Matsuno a 157.
Yeah, we kind of don't know what they did to get those scores. Seems that we're having a little bit of camera trouble, a little bit of a challenge bringing you the images this morning. We see Ropic up there in the camera tower on the point. We don't seem to be getting any footage from his camera. Like I said, we are on the edge of the jungle and it's been atrocious weather overnight, so I'm sure everyone's running around like crazy. We'll get these images to you as soon as we can.
Still beautiful even with the rain and wind. The white sand beaches here of Krui. We are in Ujung Bochur.
Yeah, Kaya out in the lead, 2.67. Pretty sure that's one wave.
Yep.
Priority does sit with Young Lee. Yeah, thanks very much, Chris Brins, just giving us a bit of info. The cameras are pretty much all unserviceable at the moment.
Yep.
So the production team running around furiously, are trying to get things set for you. So stick with us. We'll bring you the scores, and we'll bring you the action as soon as it comes.
Yeah. This is the Krui Pro. We are in Tanjung, Setia, also known as a Loyal Point. Kaya 267, our surfer in red. Anri Matsuno with a 230, and our surfer in green, Una Yang Lee with a total of 173.
Good thing about having the grommets out there, G, is that they surf in these conditions all the time. As you get older, you get a little bit more fussy about the conditions and when you're going to go out, but kids don't care. Onshore, offshore, small, big, it doesn't matter. This is K. Pretty good looking little set wave. Gets to wiggle down into that next section maybe. Nope, a bit of a belly flopper on top of the white water. So Kaya Hewitt.
That was looking like it was going to be a really good wave. Unfortunately, did her first turn and got a little bit stuck behind. But she is in second place, which is an advancing position with 13 minutes 40 seconds to go. In the next heat, we will be seeing Rina Matsunaga in the red, Nala Rabik in blue, Arcelia Tuta Prajawasita in white, and Aura Zeflin in green.
Well done. Very well done. All right, 1.23 for the last of white. That is enough to take it to the top of the leaders board. There's the extended scores. Thanks very much, lads. So 267 and 123 has seen white up to the top. Surya 193, her best. Matsuno, just a couple of minor scores, and same with Young Lee. So, as we say, fairly often, anyone's heat still.
Yeah, the scores are very, very close. Only 1 or 2 point differences between all the girls. This is the round of 24. As we see Una Young Lee on her backhand, a nice first turn. And straight out the back.
Una Young Lee flying under the American flag. Of course, we had Sky Brown flying under the British flag. She is half Japanese Sky. I imagine the same with Amari. The Pro Junior division, all the Asian region, which I like. The exposure for these young kids at a QS 5000 is priceless. They get to see how the big players do it, and also have a little dabble up there as well. We've seen a lot of these pro juniors into the open division. Exposure and sometimes a bit of a reality check.
Yep. Seeing what's coming up after, we will have the junior boys quarterfinals.
Yeah, great, bring it on. They're always a funny thing.
If conditions letting, we will take April Junior all the way to semifinals today and get that round done. There we have the girls. You can really see the texture in the ocean today. The other days it was much calmer, much cleaner, more all over the place.
A lot easier to read too when it's offshore and clean.
Yeah.
You just have to decide which wave is the best or the best direction. Right now you're deciding, is that chop a wave or is it just a piece of chop? I've got to make it down into that scoring section where it's drawing off the reef. Do I paddle for it? Does priority still come into play? There's a lot of things to think about with these challenging conditions.
Yes. It is.
So into day 5, we've probably got about 48 heats left for the entire contest. We've been averaging 22 a day, which is a mighty effort. So probably looking at a couple of full days and a little bit of change to get this contest in the books. Super important to get something done today. So if you're sitting at home going, why they're running in this?
Yeah.
This is the QS. It's called the grind for a reason, and we have to get going. We don't have a waiting period. Matsuno now.
Matsuno unfortunately gets her rail stuck on her way to that turn, and kind of bogs her rail and doesn't complete it as nicely. But that second turn was really good. Looks like she's gonna take this wave all the way down to the caddy section.
Yep, straight down a caddy shack. Pulls off before that little danger. You see the pole of the camera tower. When you see our surfers go past that, that gets into the really shallow part of the section over the channel that you paddle out through. So I don't mind that when they pull out of the wave just as they get towards that camera tower. Right, Yung Lee now, 2.37. She has gone to the top of the leaderboard. First priority sits with white. That is Kaya. Doesn't require much to take that first position. But Suri Jabrik and Matsuno now with the work to do with 8 minutes remaining. They all want to be in those top 2 positions. Suri having a look at this. On the hoof, will she make it down the face? Bit of momentum now to her feet. The young Balinese surfer on a backhand, bunny hopping her way into the section she needed to get to rattle off some scores, but Ocean not playing ball. Get out there again, Suri. Stay busy. Keep looking for waves. Don't be downhearted.
Yeah, she's looking to replace a 170. That's a pretty minor score, so we'll see what the judges think about that one turn. She's on her way back out, and soon to be again in that priority system into that cycle. As you see the next heat paddling out. This is Arcelia Tuta. Ooh, that was a good looking one out the back.
Yeah, it's very difficult, as we've been saying all morning. Very difficult to pick out the scorers.
There we go. Kaya Hewer is currently in second, looking for a 1-4-3 to move to first. Suri Jabrik with a 1-9-3 and a 1-7-0, looking for a 1-9-8 to move into an advancing position. And Anri Matsuno with a 1-5-7 and a .73, looking for a 2-3-4. And we see Suri on a great looking wave, a nice first turn. She's pumping and unfortunately doesn't make it.
I thought she was going to go right for a second there.
Me too. I was like, oh, this is going to be the first ride I see in a really long time.
Well, definitely would have been a point of difference.
But she does not. She still has 5 minutes remaining, so that's plenty of time to get back out there and catch another wave.
Nala Rubik in the background. She will be featured in the next heat. Seen her down the south of Indonesia fairly often. Great little surfer. Alright, we just heard Mate Joy in the background announcing that it's 5 minutes and it's his birthday today. Mate turns 19. 19, that was the hot rumour.
Oh, I thought he was already 20.
Yeah. Hey.
Well, time goes by fast. There's definitely going to be a little bit of a celebration then tonight.
He doesn't mind a little bit of a celebration. He's been super good though this campaign. Going to bed nice and early. The two Matos doing a great job up there on the PA, the beach commentary. Here goes Suri Jabrik again, staying nice and busy. There's a section of hit. She does, floats it down. So a bit of a scorer for blue. 2.18 is what she needs to progress.
Oh, Anri Matsuno gets a 4-2-7. That pushes her straight to first. She is now in the lead with a 5.84 total. Now in second we have Una Young Lee looking for a 3-4-8. Kaya looking for a 1-4-3 to move to an advancing position, and Suri looking for a 2-1-8. They're not big scores, but in conditions like this, it can be quite difficult to find a wave.
Yeah, for sure.
So, it's pretty tough out there. The girls are doing the best they can and trying to keep busy.
There's the girls concentrating, trying to find scorers. You can hear the wind blustering around our microphones here in the commentary booth. It's a difficult morning, but doing it well is Matsuno.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough out there. Definitely big changes in equipment from the other days to today. People are going to be using a little bit more volume, smaller boards, something that can skate around easily and reacts quickly to situations that need. And there we go. Suri's last wave came in at a 3.33. That pushed her straight into second. So now we've had a little bit of a change in situation. Green Youngly looking for a 2.90 now, as well as Kai Hewer looking for a 2.60.
Two minutes remaining. After this, we'll bring in Chris Binns to call the next heat with you. I'll go out there. It looks like I am going to have a chat with Henry. That 4.27, super handy. So anything towards that 5 mark today, Giada, is going to be really valuable.
Yeah. We're going to see
Nothing.
a lot of heat totals, not passing that high range. It's looking really tough out there.
Right, 1:14. Priority does sit with green. Only needs a 2.90 to take that position off blue.
Yeah, we're reaching 1 minute of this heat. Last few seconds. Young Lee and Hewer are gonna be looking around.
Oh, look at this.
This is the current heat leader. That was definitely gonna be the best turn we've seen in this heat.
Yeah, I'm saying all day today. I wonder if anything happened before that, but regardless, really good surfing in these conditions. You get to your feet and you rattle off a turn, because that's what's going to get you the points. There's no use relying on what's going to happen down the line, because you might not even get there with all the chop and bump on the face. First priority now sits with Young Lee. Here she is having a crack at it. You can see her kicking onto that wave. Great angle from the drone. There is the one scoring turn from her too. So good strategy with 5 seconds remaining. We're probably going to go on hold because there's been a couple of waves ridden in the last 20. So who knows where we're going to go from here. Will it be red hanging on to the lead, or will it be green taking it off her? We'll find out when we come back from this ad break. You're watching the Krui Pro 2023 all around the world. Challenging morning, but we're going to come back with more action after this break.
Of the Krui Pro Heat 4 women's side of proceedings in the juniors, round of 24. Jasmine Studer is in red, Rita Suzuki is in blue, Georgie May Hicks is in white, and Tiwa Tawi Lastari is in green. We've got some scores in, however. Rita Suzuki a 7.33 and a 4.33 to be in the lead. Jasmine Studer has a 5.5 and a 3.27 to sit in second. Georgie May Hicks and Dia Dewi Lastari with some work to do. 12 minutes remaining. This is Georgie May Hicks. She's got priority. Looks like conditions have cleaned up a little bit.
That's where I was going to go, exactly when you finished up. But let's watch Georgie here, because markedly different surf to what I was watching just about 30 minutes ago. Hence the scores. Oof. Georgie unable to sort of finish that one off. But with the 7.33, haven't seen one of those today. The 5.5 would have been almost the second best score of the morning. So I was just watching earlier, half an hour ago with Rajo, and the surf was really kind of super tricky and lumpy and lots of white caps on the ocean. Right now, there's no trees moving outside. The breeze has backed off, Chris, hence the 7.33. Didn't see the ride, but I think the opportunities have improved.
Yep, that smell of cigarette smoke is now just lingering. It's not being blown away.
Oh, you know, a bit of incense, mate. The Gudang Garam, the incense stick of choice around here.
It's pungent aroma, isn't it?
There's some slow paddle outs. Look at that. Green. Stuck. Yep, some issues this morning with some dodgy weather. There we go. So apologies to everyone online that may have been watching, going, what's going on, you guys? Maybe my it's at my end. Well, it wasn't. It was at this end. The internet went down for a while. The boys are very good at what they do, so they got it up and running pretty quick, smart. Here we go, Chris.
All right, this is Jasmine Studer sitting in second. She's looking to get rid of a 3.27.
Oh.
Gosh, conditions have really jumped up quite a bit, which tells you how rubbish it was before, but it's on the up and up right now. I think we've seen the worst conditions that we're going to see for the whole of the window, and it's going to keep on getting better all the way through to finals day, and we're probably, what, a Sunday afternoon finish.
Yep, for sure. Just watching that wave of Jazz, really liked it. Lots of, speed and flow between those moves, no downtime. Board's looking like it's working a treat loop. So whatever you got under your daughter's feet there, continue on that theory. That model's a ripper. With the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon spray on the deck. Maybe that's what it is.
Not bad.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, so let's see if that improved Jazz's situation. I think it will. A couple of tidy turns out here. The waves are starting to follow the reef more now. It's not just like a beachy. Here we go. We're back on a point break.
Georgie May finishes it nicely. So a couple of strong turns and she is out of there. She needs a 6.07, but I think we're waiting on 2 scores for Georgie May. So a pair of 3s would probably get her up into second. We've still got a score to come in for Jasmine Studer, though.
Yeah, I think she upgrades her total as well. Yeah, so the lines are starting to hug the reef again now. So the ocean's starting to unscramble. Steadily should keep improving. There's our shoreline. That's where we used to be set up. Actually, we've just gone past our work site. That's the sort of jump-in spot there for most people. Here's on Buckinda. Okay, so 5.27 for Jazz. Well done. That consolidates second position. Makes life pretty tough now for Georgie and Dewi Lastari. Need to bust into the excellent range off one number, or track down a 10.77 two-wave total. Indonesia, how good. Greenery everywhere.
Ombak Indah.
Yep.
Ombak, of course, means wave in Bahasa Indonesia. You see it written at all kinds of surf camps all over the country. So, Mark, we were just trying to debate these kids who've come down from the Mentawais. Would they get to Padang and then drive? Or would they...
Yeah, that's a good question. Depends on their budget. I know Harry came down with a few of them, so might be easier just to do the drive
Than to fly and then still
and
do the
then
nightmare
still do
drive.
a 6-houry. So potentially they have taken the Jalan and not the Pesawat. Here we go. Let's have a look at Suzuki now.
Ooh,
I think she
Jazzy's-
was very wary because I think Red had priority over her, so she didn't want to
Okay.
get too close. So just having a good second look right there and aborting the mission. Jazz Judah now with that priority, a pair of 5s. Looking pretty comfortable out here. 7.33, the highlight of the morning. We're crossing over to the junior boys at the end of this heat, so in 6 minutes or thereabouts. First quarter final for the juniors will be led off by Tenchi Iwami, Varon Tanjung, Danny Widianto and Ipo Suzuki. Good way to kick things off, really. 4 strong surfers. Yep. We're starting to see less and less white caps out the back. More and more lines, all good. Stuff changes pretty quick around here. Those localised storms, when they do blow in, they blow out pretty much just as quick. So we are in the Lampung province again, everybody. South Sumatra. Tanjung Setia, the village. And this wave, Ujong Bocor.
All right, 6 minutes remaining.
In the format, junior men's quarters, we know they're on in 5 minutes. Back to the junior women's quarters at the end of that, so that will be 12 heats. I'm pretty sure Billy said their semis are scheduled on as well on both sides of the junior draw. I would add another 4 heats, that'll give us 16. From there, the men's round of 32 for the QS is on standby. There would be 8 heats in there, in that. So Ty and the head judge, Todd Rosewell, will be looking at this and seeing how things shape up after lunchtime and is it worth calling the men on. If we get these 16 heats done, it puts us in a pretty good position. I think we'll then have about just over 30 heats to finish off the event with 2 days on the waiting period.
We could probably get that done in one day, I reckon.
The way we've been going.
Start at 4, finish at 8.
Yeah, easy. Turn the light around, get the our big spotlight in here, turn that around and off we go. Start in the dark. All right, so Georgie's put together a 5-3, so that's playing catch up pretty well. Now needs only a mid-range 5.
Yeah, Jasmine Studer, she's got that pair of 5s, a 5-5 and a 5-2-7. Rita Suzuki with a 7-3-3 is in the box seat. She'd love to dislodge that 4-3-3 and really put herself out in some clear air in first.
Yep, so no second priority. Georgie's just picked it up. So I think Jazz has got to be a little careful here. Georgie is a good surfer. Jazz is somewhere. Maybe she's ridden a wave and just gone out of picture. But Georgie chasing a 5-4-8 would be anxious moments if Jazz can hear that. So didn't see the 7-3-3 this morning. But the Japanese surfers here, pretty committed act, pretty polished surfing out of Team Japan. They were the first ones out this morning, mate. There's about 4 of them that went straight out. About another 4 or 6 followed them, and they were doing some pretty good surfing. So kudos and the commitment there. Good professional act from the Japanese. Rain, hail or shine, down here and out they went. Meanwhile, red.
This is Jasmine Studer looking to consolidate second or even move up into the lead. Found a runner. First turn wasn't bad, and then unfortunately the runner runs off without her. Here goes our heat leader. This is Rita Suzuki looking to upgrade the 4-3-3. Probably not going to do it on the strength of that wave. 3 minutes remaining. Georgie May Hicks,
Ooh.
surfer on screen in the white, has priority, is chasing a 5-4 or 5-4-8.
Danger moments now for Jazz, who's sitting in second. Takes the low road, so this wave starting to hug the reef. Georgie May Gets a couple of tidy moves away. There's no finish down the end of the reef, but some work done early. Like the way that wave split in two for her mate and gave her that low track.
So the judges have got a question to ponder. 5.48, the requirement for Georgie May Hicks. We've seen a lot of scores in that kind of realm. Georgie's got a 5.3 of her own. Jasmine Studer has a 5.5, so it needs to be in there somewhere. And the judges might just watch a few replays now. Here goes Dia Dewa Lastari, hunting an excellent score to get up to second. 2 minutes remaining.
All right, out wide, Georgie having another look. Things just a little too flat. The judges having a think about her last performance. Was it enough to get through?
That was a bit of a panicky paddle, that one. I don't think she needed to consider that kind of a wave.
Hang on. Is this another panicky paddle? She's kind of freaking out a bit here. She's right down in the channel.
A high 5 or a mid 5.
You need a
probably
decent
going to
wave.
struggle to do that down the bottom of a point break. I can see what she's thinking, but I would imagine she needs to keep pushing, you know, just keep paddling. If something pops up, great, you can spin.
Well, have a look at that.
She'll be thinking about this one.
Have a look at that next heat. They're right in the lineup. Frothing grommets. 90 seconds to go, and they couldn't help themselves and wait in the channel.
Yeah, it's a bit of a visual conundrum there for Georgie as well, because she's trying to figure out who she's up against. And
it's also a bit of a nightmare for the priority judge. When you have 8 colours out there, mate, they're trying to figure out, you know, did that person paddle? Is that our red or the next red? So it is. Normally, the beach announcer would tell those guys to beat it. But these grommets, the juniors, barely do they listen anyway, so they're just doing what they want. They're in the lineup.
You've got to love the enthusiasm. 45 seconds to go.
Here we go. So this is Georgie.
Okay, so she's given herself an opportunity right now. Drone angle won't do us any favours. So gets around the first section. This looks like a bit of a burger, and it
Green's
dissipates.
on out the back as well. Dewi Lastari, that little sinking feeling there, kind of wave let her down. 20 seconds. There's still no wave for Georgie a couple of rides ago. There's she on again. That's probably not going to cut it, but just a little lap to get her into the beach. Staying busy. I had a chat with her before she went out, and that was the theme she tried to stick to, was stay busy. Couple little moves. Quite deep right there, so the wave fattens off. Still not sure whether her score is in, but Suzuki, congratulations, will go straight into first.
I'll go and have
into
a chat
the
with
next
her.
round. Yeah, why don't you? And we'll throw to a break, and we'll be right back shortly with the boys' quarterfinals. Is the juniors 1,000 points attached to both junior women, junior men. Got a sheet here, Billy.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
This is our quarterfinals. In the red, number 1 seed, this is Tenchi Iwami.
Super impressed with this guy yesterday. I keep talking about that knock knee style that he's got, but it allows that backhand bottom turn to go right up vertical and really tight into the pocket. Super impressive surfer.
Pretty big fella too. I did the post-heat interview and he was standing next to me and I'm like, oh, first question, how old are you?
28.
Yeah, got a beard and off to the pub. No, he was a big unit and spoke really well. and knows how to use his frame, and he did have a real strong top-to-bottom approach yesterday, and there it is, exactly what I'm talking about. Posted a 6.5 yesterday to win his first quarterfinal ahead of Ra. We have Varun Tanjung there in the blue. Danny Widianto is in white, and Ipo Suzuki is right here on your screen.
Yeah, that's a strong field, mate, right there.
Lots of Japanese got through yesterday, mate, so you can expect these quarters to mainly be filled with Japanese surfers, realistically. This boys round of the juniors has been restricted to the Asian region. So Japanese, Indonesians, Philippines, if any of them are here, which they're not.
Yeah, a lack of the Filipino team. Maybe they just came straight from El Salvador and couldn't quite get here in time. I'm not too sure, but we miss them. Johnny, where are you?
There was a lot of them that came to last weekend's longboard event, the Padrol Longboard Classic down there at Kuta, and they did really well. JR Esquivel made it through to the championship tour.
Oh, nice.
Yep, via a victory down there. Daisy did quite well, got a third. Some other surfers from the Philippines all featured pretty highly. Meanwhile, a quick up and down for Suzuki, and then they stayed on for about a week after it. So the Filipinos, you know, they've just had a huge holiday down in Bali town.
Gotcha.
Yeah, had a
I
good
saw
time.
them hanging out in the hood.
Yep, there's a lot of them. All right, none of them here for this side of the draw. So there's our four that are making up our first quarter-final. Numbers are in, Billy. What do you got for me?
Yeah, Tenchi 4.83 for that first wave. We saw him bang a couple of big turns from. So the big natural footer continuing along in the same vein as yesterday. Every wave he stands up on, it's dangerous. He's going to get a score. Varun 3.83 for his first effort, and just a handful of very minor scores below that. Priority sits with the Indonesian surfer in Tanjung. 21 minutes to go. Quarterfinals.
Yep, there's makes for pretty good reading too. Our next one, we have Westernhurst, Rajo Saputra, so the Lakey boys taking on the Japanese surfers in Yahagi. Monojo Yahagi, remember the heat he had yesterday?
Yeah,
oh
wow.
My God. And Taki Kanazawa. So that's our next quarter. Looking ahead into quarter three, 3 Japanese surfers and Made Dera. And the final one, I can see Bronson lurking around in that. It's 3 Indonesian surfers up against 1 lone Japanese surfer. When we get to that, we'll let you know who they are, but we'll stay with the action and the current heat in the water. Quarterfinal 1 for the juniors.
That last heat, mate, do we have results for that? Do you know who?
Geez, I didn't see the official second. Maybe we can have a look, but Suzuki won it. Hands down, Rita Suzuki.
I'll just...
I think Jazz probably held on for second because Georgie needed a number, and I'm not sure the turn she did on the wave in question was quite brutal enough. Let's have a little look.
Yeah, there we go.
Jazz held on. Okay, so Georgie's number fell about 1.5 points short of what she needed.
Yeah, that's a pity. A pretty long left-hander she got right there in the dying seconds of that heat too. So well done to Rita. Commiserations, Georgie May and Dia. But well done, Jasmine Studer. 2 her feet, do a turn. That was a game plan when she got out there.
Well, her dad will be stoked. Her board was working pretty well for her, mate. She competed well, rode a number of waves, so gave herself every chance. Well done, young lady.
That's the Simple Pleasures model.
Okay.
On your sturdy.
All right, so maybe we can see the individual scores as well, our second set of numbers shortly, if we can, boys.
Big hats off to the production team. It's been a challenging morning. Here is the fruit tingle spray job of Varun Tanjung. Staying busy and staying up around that lip line.
The fruit tingle.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from. The deck spray. The deck spray. Quite of eye-catching. There we go, Iwami with the wave of the heat, 483, so everybody's got plenty of room to upgrade here. Danny Widianto and Suzuki the bottom of the pile, this fella here, impressive yesterday, boom. Give him some speed and an open face, and the top to bottom approach is undeniable. Trying to get around this bit of fluff. Takes the low road. He's still just pumping for all he's worth. Thing stands up. Tagged it nicely, so it kind of was worth hanging in there and milking that thing. Varun to the lead via, what is it, a 283? Or was it the 383? Not sure. Boom. Geez, Red did open with a good turn first. There was a lot of downtime here. Probably about 100 pumps to get to the end section. Yep, still. There's 90, 95.
It was worth
Boom.
it, though. That was a nice high stab, wasn't it?
Good start, good finish. Nothing in between.
Yeah, that will probably affect the scoreline, mate. The judges love to see a strong start and a strong finish, but if you can fill that full of some goodness in between.
Well, he'll go back to first quite comfortably. Yeah, lots of work rate right there. The Japanese hard workers. And good styles. They're well disciplined, mate. So just ticking all the boxes there, Iwami, and making that wave the most of what limited opportunities he had. I kind of liked it. Priority now with Widianto in the white, ducking onto the inside. Varun Tanjung down the line.
Yeah, again, but he's going to have to give way to Widianto. That's a beautiful looking roof line, but
denied.
Going to happen.
Yep, that'll be a throwaway. That'll match his .67. Iwami to the lead with the 4.47. So the two best scores now. Had that middle section of that wave offered him just one more something.
Yeah, a little bit of a section of hit.
Could have gone into the sixes. Just
Yes.
playing the game well. I like, you know, just the determination right there from Iwami. He means business.
Yeah, as we alluded to, Mark, it was a strong start, strong finish, nothing in between, but definitely worth bunny hopping himself to near exhaustion for that last stab. Let's put him up there into the mid-average range.
$15 minutes, 25-minute matchups all throughout our junior rounds. Varun again, probably wave number 3 or 4 now. Throwing it up there, a second hit. Yep, got the board above the lip line. That's a cue for the judges. Tiny mini-me sort of wave, so that might affect the number. But the board above the lip is always something the judges look for, Bill. You'd know that coming off many judging panels.
Yeah, very eye-catching. Of course, you're going above the lip line. It's a dangerous manoeuvre. You could fall off at any time. But Iwami now. Will this thing speed down the line? It does. It's only going to allow him one big hit. And it goes down the drain hole on the bottom of that thing. But Tenchi going to go so far as saying my favourite Japanese surfer.
Well, I would have to disagree. I'm going to say the surfer in the next heat, Manojo Yahagi.
Yeah, Yahagi had the big numbers yesterday.
Out of anyone, the biggest of the whole event.
All right, well, let's put a coconut on it. I'm going to go, whoever finishes higher, I'm going to go Tenchi, and you go Yahagi.
All right, there's a coconut.
Yep.
On that.
Gamble responsibly.
Either way, we wish all the competitors the best. There's a lot of froth out there amongst the juniors. Everybody wants to get on the podium. The points are still on offer as well. Bit of handy pocket money for the Groms. Bragging rights. They're all here for a reason. They all want to do really well and impress, and most of them have sponsors, and they're kind of surfing for a reason at this event. So go Groms. Widianto looks over his shoulder and says, what's going on? He's got himself a 1 as his best number.
He had a good heat yesterday, mate. We know he's capable of definitely a 5.63. He can do that on one wave, no problem.
Tell you another one I reckon had a really good heat yesterday was that, where is it? Made Ariana.
Yeah.
He went nuts. From the beach, I thought I was watching Megatron, but I wasn't. The young fella's got a really good style. When you compare to Mega Artana, you can consider that some praise.
All right, 12:45 left in Heat 1, quarter-final one, if you don't mind, of the Pro Junior Men. Tenchi Owami with the lead. 483 and a 447. You can see on your screen there, Varun hungry for that first position. He won't be satisfied with a second. He'll definitely want to be flexing his muscles and telling the rest of the field who's who. I want first place. Danny Widiato looking to get a decent run at things, and Suzuki sitting out there with priority. So it's going to be an interesting 12 minutes, mate.
So just been handed the quarterfinals for the Pro Junior Women's bill. 16 surfers remain, 10 of them Japanese.
Awesome.
Yep, they're here on force. They will be a force to be reckoned with in the future regarding CT representation. I'm quietly confident the Japanese aren't too far away from having a full-timer, a fresh face on the championship tour, flying the Japanese colours. On the women's side of the draw, the men are pretty good as well. There's a lot of them. They all seem to shred. So, you know, the world's full of that many good surfers these days, Billy. It's kind of scary if you're a young Grom up and coming going, how do I bust into this?
Yes.
Got to do these 5,000s, third-tier events to get into the Challenger Series. You've got to do really well at the Challengers to crack the top 10 on the men's side of the draw, or top 6 on the women's side of the draw to be invited into the Championship Tour. Clear pathway, it starts at these events. For the 5,000s, the Pro Juniors also have their own tour going on. Try and get to world titles and all that sort of stuff. That's what the juniors are doing.
Yeah, it is a big playing field now, international. It's not just America, Australia, Brazil. It's every country around the world just about. Surfers from Europe looking strong. And this Asian region here, I'm really loving it.
Chinese are making a big push, mate, as we know.
Yep.
They're not putting some runs on the board at international level just yet, but they're training hard, they're hunting. Ever since the inclusion of the Olympics was announced, they went, right, let's buy into this surfing action.
Yeah, Mustafa Jackson. They've employed him.
Trainer.
The absolutely gnarly competitor from Bali. He's lending his knowledge to the Chinese Surfing Federation. We wish them well.
Yep, Moosey's a ripper. All right, so the ocean might be getting smoother. There's been a limited amount of waves, though, in this heat. 15 off the clock. We've had only one wave for Suzuki, only a couple for Widianto. The other two are sort of making some sense of the ocean. None better than Tenchi Iwami. He won our first heat of the Groms yesterday afternoon. That's him in the red. Suzuki in the green. He got through a really high-powered heat yesterday in mighty fine fashion. Him and Yahagi were in the same heat. He got second to Yahagi, but had a big enough total to probably win any other heat he was in yesterday.
Oh, wow, yeah, that was a massive, massive total. Looking at Varun skipping his way through the inside here. Not much happening. Don't know if he squeezed out a turn before that.
Don't think so.
No, it kind of looked like he was just
Iwami
looking for something to hit. Iwami poking his nose over there. Third priority, so why not? He's not going to lose anything.
So what I really want to do, Billy, is stay in here and
Oh, I know.
call Raz heats. I might
know.
have to fend off Giada when she comes up. I go, gee, please,
Yeah,
God.
yeah. I was thinking
God,
it's your rotation to
I
go and do
know.
the
I know.
beach interview. Maybe you can sit on the judging tower and just watch the heat without calling it.
Oh, I could, but I won't. I want to watch my little fella, and I know that Lakey clan down there will be watching quite closely. So I'd love to have a little bit of input. I'll do my best to remain unbiased, but I'm probably going to have to apologise in advance.
Well, we did get a message and a big hello to our good mate Mick Wilson watching there in Margaret River. We did get a couple of messages off him
Yeah, we
regarding,
did. Yep.
Are there 3 other surfers in this heat?
Well, allegedly there was. One of them won. My boy got second, so I'm not sure what's happened to our screen. We've got the white water on the shorey, and now we have full picture.
I'll be here, mate, to restrain you and
right.
talk about the other 3 surfers.
Okay, thanks, mate. Thank you. Here goes white. This could turn into a good little inside track for Widianto. So let's see how Danny goes. All right, got some good speed out of that move. Foam climb, good projection. Another little foam whip, but doesn't amount to a third manoeuvre. So red out the back section. There goes the boys in the next heat.
Yeah.
Ra in the blue. Green would be Taki Kanazawa. Cleanish conditions, mate, given what we woke up to and looked at. This is Suzuki.
Yeah, the goofy footer.
Whoops.
Not having much fun there. Little half pike. Triple Lindy on the way down.
Red's on the sniff.
Yeah, here's the heat leader. He's going to get into this. Yes, no. Yep. Here he goes. The beautiful style of Tenchi Awami. My boy.
Yep.
Check him out. He's found a good-looking wave too. Stabs it really high. Can he get down? Nope. So it's going to be one manoeuvre only.
You could see he was bummed he let himself down there. Threw it up really high. Lost a lot of his momentum out the back. White's got his something in his mouth. What is it? His leg rope?
I think it's his leggy, yeah.
Danny Widianto.
He's got a big back scratch too. He hit the reef yesterday.
I'm sure he's not the only one, mate. I've seen quite a few of the competitors making a donation over the week. The leg rope. How does your leg rope come off in 1 to 2 foot surf?
Well, I don't know. But it's these little things that can make a big difference, mate, like your leg rope, your wax, not waxing your tail pad.
Not waxing the top of your feet.
Not waxing the top of your feet. Big shout out to
man.
Jai Cofton for that piece of info. But it's these little things that the coaches can help out with. And it doesn't seem much, but if you can just concentrate on getting out there and sticking to your game plan and not have to worry about
your leg rope coming off.
If you got your right leggy on, you know what I mean, or if your equipment is in top working order. You know, that's pretty much the role of a coach who has a surfer who's already an absolute ripper. You just got to make sure all the details are in a row. Danny hasn't done that.
Something happened with his leggy. That was a bit weird. All right. So maybe we can get some scores and our timer back up, please, gentlemen, and just find out exactly where we're positioned here. Who needs what would be handy to know. Something to talk about.
I'll try and get it up on the old lappy here, mate. Let's have a look at Tenchi 483 and a 447.
All right.
That is
There we
amassing
go.
that
Thank you.
total.
So not much has changed on the leaderboard numbers-wise. There's the requirements. Anyone can still get into that second, even into the lead. A pair of 4s there. Iwami would be feeling a little nervous with 5 on the clock and 4th priority. The other guys that are breathing down his neck all have a better priority rotation. Their numbers, most doable. Widianto only needs a 3-2-3 to delete or get Tanjung out of second. So Varun would be nervous. Danny would be confident he can see a second position just not too far away. Suzuki has done not much, so his best work is yet to come, and he's paddling for this wave. Bill.
We're on here. This is the priority holder. He's got to deliver now. It's time for a bit of professionalism from Tanjung. This inside section looks nice and meaty. He stabs it above the lip and lands it. He's got to stick with it. Maybe there is a bit of bonus section on the inside. Can't quite get around to the open face just yet. Padding a couple of dogs on the way, but that wave is filling up full of water, and maybe he'll get a couple of points for that. Kelly Slater nose wipe. He will for that good look and direction change. This thing turning into a right-hander now. All the natural footers on the judging panel will be absolutely smiling like a Cheshire cat.
Well, sticking with that thing, that was a good theory, mate.
It was worth it, yeah. Varun Tanjung looking to get rid of a 373. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he did.
Yep, I reckon he did too. That second turn itself was probably worth most of those points that he needed. Let's have a look again. Bit of a sleepy start right there. Then he got the opportunity to get up there and stab. Well, coming up now. Here we go. So, boom. Nice. That was huge. In these conditions, then he looked like he thought it was all over, and he's gone, oh, hang on.
What's
pump.
going on here?
pump, pat, pat, pump. Gets back onto the face. Added another little cut back in here on the right hander, which kind of looked like there were some points attached to it. That turn there.
Nice.
And still keeping the theory alive. The hope alive. Nice little tag on the end. So a good little addition. This is Ipo. This is Suzuki. He's the surfer that was in 4th.
Wow, that's a couple of good turns.
He's got a really cool style.
Yeah.
And a great hair flick.
Any hair's good hair, Mark? Just under 3 minutes remaining. It's the heat leader now. Our Japanese surfer,
There
ever
he goes.
stylish, not so on that turn.
So the boys are catching up now, Varun and Suzuki.
Yep. I'll tell you what I really liked about Varun's last wave. When he came off that first manoeuvre, it could have been quite easy just to throw the head back, jump into the white water, and, you know, I'll go out the back and see if I can get a better wave. He stuck with it.
Yeah.
He's got the bit between the teeth, and he got that little bonus section on the inside. So well done, Barat Tanjung.
The big hit out the back will be
The money.
important, you know, how the judges rate that, because we haven't seen too many huge blasts like that. So, red, leaning into it. Whipping his board around viciously. Hoping this track kind of keeps providing, and it does.
Mate, I keep
2
banging on
minutes.
about it, but what do you think about that style?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's very mature. This fella as well, I love his style. He's just so relaxed. He looks like he's in cruise mode most of the time. He's not, but he's just got one of those no fuss styles. Really like Suzuki's. Iwami's really brutal. Every opportunity gets vicious. And that's not a bad approach when you've got a rash vest on. All right, 90 seconds. Not sure who's getting through this after these last exchanges, Bill.
That's
Look at that
it's a
style.
really small wave and not much power, but every turn looked really in control.
Replays are looking pretty handy.
So
Iwami.
Ipo Suzuki.
How's
Goodness.
Iwami's style compared to Suzuki?
What's this?
One guy's just one guy's super pumped, the other guy's super cruise mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he definitely tries 100% with every move, Iwami. Suzuki looks like he's not, but he is. 5.10 for Varun, his best number. Okay, so Suzuki's number, he needs an 8. Wow, can't see it.
No.
Iwami's probably going to improve on what he's done, maybe, in the neighbourhood. 40 seconds. Danny Widianto needs something. Mid-4, and he will get rid of Tanjung. He's got priority, rapidly running out of time. 30 seconds, has to
Here it
probably have a
comes.
look at this little thing.
Oh, it's exciting. All right, Danny, now he's got to go. A little bit of white water on the face already. Well, it's a section 4 and a hit, and he does, and has a little bit of a stumble there, Mark. What a pity. The wave didn't look like much, to be honest.
No, he's only sort of ridden one reasonable wave all heat, so things have not gone his way, and he's up against some quality.
He's not giving up.
No, he's got a little inside double up.
Oh, little is right.
He's not going to lose his fins if he stays with that. That's the end of that heat. I'm going to say congrats, Iwami. Suzuki moved right up with a 5.83 for the best wave of the heat for those 3 stylish moves. But he is going to have to settle for a 3rd placing. So let me just get those digits down. So Iwami first, Varun second, Ipo third, Danny fourth. So heat 2, it is quarterfinal 2. I'm going to stay in here with you, Bill. I'm not moving, mate. My little buddy's in this next. We're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll come right back with that quarterfinal number 2. All right, well, we're back, everybody. Quarterfinal number 2 has started. The overhead view sees green straight on a wave.
The Taki Kanazawa.
Yep, Taki Kanazawa. It is also Westernhurst in the red, Rajo Saputra in the blue. Monojo Yahagi is a real threat as we watch Westernhurst now screaming down the line from the bird's eye view.
Oh, yeah.
Nice little finner. All right, quarterfinal 2, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Tenji Iwami taking out that last heat. Here's Ra. He threw one of them down yesterday, made it handsomely to get himself through to this round.
I
So
bet
there's
there
our
is
lineup.
a big cheeky smile on that face, even though he fell off that air attempt.
Now, I'll tell you something quite funny. He was just in my room, we're having a chat, and he was singing this song, I Believe I Can Fly. And I said, Ra, I said, keep thinking that. I said, that's a really good positive thing to have in your head. He kept on singing it over and over. And I said, just sing that on your way out.
Classic. Well,
He's such a grom. Yahagi is the BOG of yesterday. He's in white, a 9 and an 8. 1744, I think it was by memory. Taki Tanazawa, Westernhurst. Solid matchup. 2 spots up for grabs in the semi-finals. I'm sure Joey Barrel and the clan are watching there in Lakey Peak. G'day, gang. Down there at Circle J.
Circle J.
He did. He started a shop, called it Circle J. That's classic.
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
well.
sure everyone is watching in Japan too. Mr. Yahagi and Mr. Kanazawa.
And Western.
They'll
Old
have
man. Troy will be watching. Troy and Juni will be watching in Bali. Morning, guys.
Yeah, a big hello to our Japanese viewers, all the family and friends watching there, and they're doing a great job at the moment, these Japanese surfers.
Well, they're everywhere. As we were saying, there's 10 of the 16 women's in the juniors are Japanese. A lot of junior guys are the Japanese surfers. The big league, the 5000s, have a good representation on both sides of the draw as well. This Asian region has got a lot of talent attached to it, Bill. Paddling now down the line. Green on the inside, slaps it.
Oh,
Out wide, I think Ra might have caught the back end of that wave as well.
all right, Westernhurst paddling into screen there. Came to prominence a few years ago on a massive wave at Desert Point. I think he was only 14 or something like that, 13, 14. But it was a huge wave, and anyone who hadn't heard of Westernhurst definitely did after that day.
Oh man, you don't have to convince me on that guy's Barani, his braveness. I've seen it time and time again, and for a kid that is so young, he's only 14. But since he was 12 or even a bit younger, he's been charging some pretty hefty waves.
Is he only 14 now?
He's only 14 now.
Oh, he
You wouldn't know it looking at him.
He must have been 10 or something when that wave at Desert Point, because it was a few years ago.
Yep, I saw him at some really big maxed out Super Suck last year, and one of the standouts did grace the cover of the Rip Curl Tide chart a few years back as well, standing in a big old Padang pit. There goes Kanazawa off the side of the picture. He's got a couple of 2s. Ra's got a couple of 1s. Western with 1 score there, and Yahagi with none.
So Yahagi yesterday really got everybody's attention in that really high-scoring heat. He got a mid-9
Here
or
he
something
is.
like that, and
This is him.
And here he goes now, the natural footer, picking up where he left off yesterday.
Oops.
Not quite one
He
turn.
did none of that yesterday. There's no falling off. So, bit of a sleepy start to this quarterfinal number 2. The Groms are in the hood. 317 for Kanazawa. Got the 2 best scores at this stage. Surfer in green, leading Rajo Saputra, Westernhurst, and Monojo Yahagi. Who we got in our next quarterfinal, mate? Oops, hang on, it's right here. I've got it. I'll tell you. Shoshi Kato, Kai Moriki, Riki Sato, so 3 Japanese surfers, and Made Dera, the Balinese surfer. So they're all really strong. There's no easy quarterfinals. Yahagi a 3.23. That's the best score, but only just. So these Groms yet to get their teeth into it. Still got about 20 minutes to sort it out.
Yes, mate, I will be taking over the beachcom duties after this heat. I've just got the message. So that'll rattle up the rotation a little bit.
Oh, that's all right, because I guess they're surfing in heats. Yeah, they're back to back.
Yeah, yep. Mada Joy and Mari Dewa.
All right, let's stay with Weston Hurst using his top priority, the goofy footer. 14 years of age. He's a big dude. He's pumping now, trying to stay with the inside track, weaving. Keep that speed up is a good theory, and weak, mushy surf. Weston tagging it pretty well. A number of moves there. That was definitely worth doing. That'll get him out of fourth, probably all the way to second. So Ra out with first priority. White's decided to cash in the second priority. That was a little bit of a non-event.
A bit of a head scratcher, wasn't it?
It was. Why would you do that? Anyway, Yahagi BOG out of the whole event. He can do what he wants.
True, true. 18 minutes, mate. No massive requirements there in the right-hand column.
Ra's looking. It's a tiny little wave. Doesn't overcommit. Will probably hold on to his priority. Oh, he's lost his priority. Oh. So they must have had to think about that, and they've gone, okay. So
it's good to see him paying attention, though. He's looking at the priority board.
Gains second priority. Regains second priority.
Yes, you'll see that he's number 2.
Well, bit of a trigger finger there from the priority judge, but it is what it is. Weston Hurst has gone to second. 4 points.
Mark Clift will be storming the judges tower after this.
I'm feeling a little more relaxed than I was yesterday, mate. Anyway, so on the granddad duties. All the people that are watching around the world, good morning. Mark Clift and Billy Hangen here.
Hola.
Both spent a fair bit of time in Indonesia. Billy's down Timor way a fair bit, down in Roti. And I live with Rajo and his dad, the Barrel family, in Lakey Peak when I'm in Indonesia. But we were both West Aussies, but we really enjoy a good half a season or half our lives in Indonesia. It's a pretty good spot.
Yeah, well, wouldn't you? It's a bit dangerous. Indonesia gets in your blood, and it's hard to get out.
In the jungle.
Some of the best times of my life spent in Indonesia, and the people right on this event site, the staff and the people who work at the ASC, super cool people, put in a lot of effort for not much return. All right, there are the requirements there, Mark, on the right-hand column. We'll talk about that as soon as we come back from the post-heat interview down at the boardwalk. Thank you, Giada.
So we're live with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, that was really last minute. What were you feeling on that last wave, knowing you needed a score?
Feeling so, yeah. 最後の波は、ちょっと微妙だったんですけど、まあちょっと点数は出るかなって感じでした。
The conditions are really tough out there. You came in, you look surprised that you passed your heat. So did you think you got that score in the last one?
I don't know. びっくりしました。
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home in Japan?
次のラウンドもやると思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
All right. Thank you so much. And back to you guys at the booth.
Right on, thanks, Giada. Through that post-heat interview, I think 3 surfers got a good ride. Westernhurst, the last one there. Good looking series of turns. Rajo Barrel got one before that. So we'll anxiously wait for the scores to come through. I saw Yahagi on another small wave. It's a bit of a confusing time. Have a look at this, Mark.
Yep. All right, he gets Rakeko out of Lakey Peak. The flashy little goofy footer all over it. Jumping from section to section, takes the inside track. So this is the bit we didn't see what happened here. So tags it one more time. A pretty nice finish. Lots of work there for Ra. Easily his best work. His sparring partner right behind him, Westernhurst, lives in Bali now, but he's out of Lakey Peak. You know that, Bill.
Yep, I like those little tail drifts he had going on that wave.
Pretty good. So the Lakey boys catching up. Ra was in fourth, Western holding second, trying to close the gap on the Japanese juniors.
He looks a bit out of sorts, Huggy, I've got to say.
Yesterday did nothing wrong. Today, a touch of the fumbles, a really negotiable wave choice trade-in of the second priority earlier.
Yeah.
A couple of falls, little Ra's up again. Staying busy was one of the things we kind of tried to instill into Ra's head. He believes he can fly, mate. He's going to boost an air.
Oh, looks like Kanazawa zipping past the screen there. That's Westernhurst on the hoof. He might see something out the back. He's got first priority.
He does. All right, maybe we can see some second numbers coming up, individual scores, if you don't mind, boys. Ra moves into third. About a point behind Western. Let's see if all our numbers are in, if we could get the second scores.
Right, Huggy not going on that one. Western sitting right next to him.
0.01 separating first and second.
Wow.
Doesn't get any closer than that. So Green in the lead, Western second. That's Western in the red. Yahagi's panicking. He's
Another
doing
wave.
some really questionable things. Surely, does he lose priority? You'd have to if Ra did earlier.
Yeah.
There it is.
Touch of the yips.
But he gets it straight back, I think. Oh, Western's gone to the lead.
Right on.
All right, so did we miss a wave, or maybe those two hacks? We must have missed one of his waves there, because
I think that was the score for those two tail drifts.
I must have missed his first decent one.
6.83, mate.
6.83. The judge is loving that.
Yeah, pair that with his 4, and that is the lead.
All right.
And priority. Still just under 12 minutes remaining. It's
And
too
he's on again.
early to go defensive, but here he is now. Another goofy footer out of Lakey Peak. There's heaps of them.
Yep.
Look at that. He's meaning business today. Don't worry about that dodgy knee. He's going to keep flowing through this section. He's seen his little mate Varun get a couple of bonus points in there the previous heat. There's Western. He's got the lead for the time being. Kanazawa and this little fella Rajo hot on his heels. Look at the zip and the fly in this guy's surfing. Lightweight, heavyweight turns. Look at him talking his body around. Doesn't take much for the little fella to get going.
No, it doesn't. He'd probably be, I don't know, 25, 30 kilos maybe. He's a young pup. He's pretty... And he'd probably have 5 of those in each foot. He's got a wide little gecko foot on him, mate. He's pretty funny. His mum and dad down there watching in Lakey. G'day, team.
Excuse me.
Here he goes, the replay again. His sisters, he's got a heap of them. They'll all be watching.
I like that foam climb.
Yep. He probably needs to do this on a slightly bigger wave, I'm suggesting, because his last wave he rode all the way down the point. He got a 3.63, so if he's smart and reads into those numbers, wait for a better wave, maybe. Meanwhile, Western leading, trying to burn off a 4. Takes the high line. That wave got a bit confusing, but it did offer something else down there, and he'll probably kick off a little disappointed with how that wave panned out. Got a bit weird in the middle, and
Yep.
not sure whether he improves on his 4.
Now let's have a look at this, mate. Yahagi, a 3.23 and a 137. The guy that dominated yesterday. Such a strange turn of events.
What about that bit of wave choice for Kanazawa?
Yeah.
You're already in second. He caught an absolute, well, it's his choice, but to me it looked like a bit of a closeout, leaving the door open for Ra and Yahagi to answer back. So Western with top second priority, but the lead at 6.83 is going to stack up pretty well throughout these back 10 minutes. 2 tail blows. How's that in comparison to Rajo's sort of 6-turn down the reef thing? Yeah, the judges sending the clear message there. It's all about quality. So Toddy Rosewell and the boys up there. Toddy, the head judge.
You know, mate, when you're a little fella, you know, there's kind of not much you can do about it until you start to grow into your body. Just keep that form and that technique up. I mean, there's certain days like today, it probably works as an advantage to be a more of a slight surfer. As the waves get bigger, and we want to see those big power turns, it's an advantage to the big guys.
So they're probably lucky it's lightly onshore today and it's not tubing that much, because the little fella can sniff out a tube on anything just about. I'm still not giving up on the fact that he may get tubed. Yahagi, meanwhile, has got himself a wave that is dying quickly. It's super tiny. It can't reach the lofty heights of yesterday. He's sticking with it though. He needs a 5.12. Best move at the end.
All right, definitely his best wave. Well, yep, I'm calling it.
All right, yep, probably for sure. Ra into second priority. Kanazawa is third. Yahagi's got a number to drop. Needs a 5.12 to go straight to second. Ra's got a pair of 3.63s. That's him on picture. 8 minutes. Yep, 8 minutes.
Oh, he knows all the signals.
Yeah.
All right, Westernhurst holding on to a moderate lead. That 5.67 is not a big ask for any of these surfers, but those conditions, challenging. So he won't be feeling super comfortable, but confident. He's looking to get rid of a 4. And he holds first priority.
So there's the two Lakey boys. Westernhurst in the red in the lead. Rajo Saputra Barrel in the blue. Ra likes what he sees down the line here. He's going to throw the dice and cash in his second priority.
All right, he likes to
Spins
go the
wheels.
air. Yep.
Well, he believes he can fly. That's what he was telling me all morning. And he can. Unfortunately, doesn't get a second move in. Fumbling around on the reef. Get back out there, Ra. He just saw that one section and said, yep, I'm still going to take this wave.
It's hard.
There's a ramp. There's a
not to
ramp.
when you're a grommet.
Probably needs it a little better than that, though. It's a nice move, but he's chasing 4.72, so
Can't see that.
His numbers, what he's being rewarded with for what he's doing, he just needs something a little better, wave-wise. All right, this is the replay. A little bit of height, nice whip around. Then dry docks himself. Green's surely got to lose priority there. Western takes it. Well, Kanazawa gains top priority now due to the fact that he's the only one out the back.
This is a small wave for Westernhurst. It gets going now, though. He's already got off a couple of turns. It's not going to happen on the inside. You can tell by that body language, what have I done? I've got to get out there now with 5:45 on the clock.
Well, he's got a pretty good lead. Second needs a 5.67. The other boys need sort of 7s, 6s and 7s to track him down for a win.
Here it is, Mark. That's a small wave with not much power.
Yeah, it's a sleepy wave for sure. Hanging in there though for a big grom. He's done a pretty good job to hold some speed through a pretty flat section.
Caddyshack dicking it out.
Yep, so at the end I don't think it's going to go into his top 2.
Yeah, there's the requirements there, mate.
Yep.
5.12 to get second
So
for Yahagi.
I wonder if Yahagi's last number is in. That might be it. All right, there's the priority listing. Green right there in second, trying to defend that position. Sitting pretty close to Ra, Yahagi, The two Japanese have the top two priority rotations. One of them's in a bit of trouble, but now he needs only a 3.92, Yahagi. Just put the mid-range 4 together. So that score did just drop. Narrows the gap. He's now 0.2 behind Rajo and a 3.92 off a qualifying second position. Rajo got a 4.23 for his air rev. Here goes Yahagi now. Staying busy, hoping to repeat the rail work he threw down yesterday. Nice big stab. Inside track is a bonus. Hang on. Boom. Quality moves on a mini wave. Still good surfing.
It's going to shake it up, I think.
3.92 definitely goes to second. Geez, the surfing you can do on a crappy little wave that no one else wanted, realistically. It wasn't a good wave. Got the bonus split that offered 2 more hits.
Yep. That's the danger of having a surfer like that in your heat. They can do nothing for, what we're looking at, 20 minutes.
And then catch a B-grade wave and do some A-grade surfing. All right.
In and out for Hursty.
Yep, didn't see what happened at the start of that. For sure, Yahagi into second. What would he need to go to first? About just over 6 points.
Oh, a bit of action there from Blue.
Yep, missed that wave of Raz. First time around, 3 minutes.
What's Weston's heritage, mate? He's a big guy.
Yeah. Well, his mum is a dead set 100% Lakey Beach local. His dad is a Kiwi, Troy. So that's the blend, and he's got a bit of both from his folks, and just a big strapping lad.
Good bloke, Troy. Hello. If he's watching, I'm sure he is. Here goes Raja. I'm not sure if this is a replay or this is live action.
I'd say it's live.
Boom, that's a big tail drift. And just goes over the handlebars on the bottom of it.
So you can see what's happening here is because he's down in the list of positions, he's sort of trying extra hard now, and just the errors are sort of coming. Big learning curve. He turns 14 next month. There's another 14-year-old in Westonhurst in the red. I'm not sure how old the Japanese campaigners are, but Yahagi into second. As predicted, 5.43.
Yeah, wow.
Went pretty close to a shot at the lead. 1 point short. Look at him just screaming up the point.
Confident now.
Wants to get himself another wave. He's just breaking away from the other guys.
Yeah, that's all he has to do is get the same wave, do the same thing, and he takes the heat.
Yeah, true.
Could have just paddled out at the 5-minute mark.
Nice come from behind effort here. That's the mark of a true champion. He was having a bit of a shocker.
Hold on.
And then he clicked into gear.
Is this thing going to stand up for him?
He thinks it is.
Nope.
Down the line, though. Priority, his teammate takes it off him. So Kanazawa in the green. Let's see if this wave was worth it. He's a big lad too. Look at the size of him.
Yeah. All right, there's a lip to hit. He does it. He's landed it totally. I like the way he came down with that lip.
Wow, that was a bizarre finish. Didn't really get a good connection with the lip, but somehow stuck it. All right, that's what third place looks like right there, that man in green. 1 minute. So Rajo needs a 5.63, Kanazawa a 4.7, Yahagi a 5.41. Westonhurst, job well done, the 6.83, 2 big fin bus.
Yep, that's a beauty. Look at this, he jumps into this inside section. The barrel come towards him.
Wow.
He could have quite easily gone guts up there.
He was sort of falling off, and the foam picked him up and pushed him back on. That's how it looked.
All right, 20 seconds, Mark. Look at this, bit of a paddle on.
Yahagi's off and racing again. Looking at a 5.41 to win and steal this thing from Westonhurst. 9 seconds.
I tell you what, I haven't seen the first half of that wave, but
might have done it.
If it's anything like the second half, he could have snatched it. Here goes Weston now.
Yep.
Up before the buzzer. This thing could line up on the inside. A bit of speed now. Looks like over that foamy section. Not much going on so far. This wave not standing up like Yahagi's did. The inside, what can he do with this? A little bit of a tail release. A little bit of a foam climb. A 2 for 1 at the end. We'll
Well
see
finished.
if that gets rid of his 4. All right, totals to come. I am going to go into the judging tower and take over the beach commentary duties, mate, for a few heats while the boys get out there.
All right, well, I think Western is still going to win the heat, because that last score will probably improve on his 4, I think. Wasn't a bad finish.
Well, mate, we'll find out all about that once we come back from an ad break. Let's throw to that. This is the Krui Pro 2023. The junior men are out there plying their trade. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back straight after this break.
All right, pretty sure we are back here now with quarterfinal number 3. Maybe we can bring up those official results from the last heat, but I'm pretty sure Westernhurst took it out.
All right.
Welcome back, Giada.
Thank you. Happy to be back.
At least that wind stopped blowing outside, eh?
Yeah, it's the wind has died down a lot. We were on hold waiting for scores of the last heat.
Maybe those results. Does Westernhurst hold on? Late charge from Managi. There it is, Western into second. So Managi's last wave was enough. So let's put him in the first. Western there. It was Taiki Kanazawa in third and Rajo Saputra in fourth.
Oh.
Oh, look, that was a decent heat. He did some good things, but the boys just a little bit gnarlier on their turns, a bit more brutal. So the little fella, my little buddy's going to have to cop a fourth, but he's won some fancy what he's been doing over the week. Gets barreled every day of his life, except today. So
has a big future ahead.
I like it, I think so. Let's have a look at this heat. It is Shoshi Kato in red, Kai Mariki in blue, Riki Sato in the white, all Japanese surfers, and Made Mahendra, we call him Made Dera, he is in green.
Made Dera, Canggu local. See him surfing every day back at home. Great talent and even greater person. So what were some of the highlights that I missed on the last few heats?
Okay, so let me just say the last heat, Westernhurst did pretty well. He was leading for most of it. Got a 6.83 as his best score and was looking comfortable. Yahagi, who was the big performer from yesterday with the 9 and the 8, was having a shocker. In white, having a shocker. There's Western, got second. Was having a shocker and turned it around in a short amount of time. The quality of Yahagi's surfing. He caught some pretty ordinary waves and was getting some big scores because he's just, super skilled. And come from behind and won. So the judges really, really rewarding the quality of his act. His top to bottom surfing is undeniable. And after having a really bad 10 minutes, just clicked into gear and surfed basically maybe a 10-minute heat and ended up with like 3 really good scores. So the mark of a champion, remember that name, Monojo Yahagi.
Yeah, so much talent coming out of Japan.
There is indeed. Something we picked up on as well, these women's quarterfinals, Giada. 16 surfers left and 10 of them are Japanese. Big numbers, big numbers.
Yep, some really big numbers. Some big names as well. We've seen some of these names at the QS 5000 that was on yesterday. A really big name, Anon Matsuoka.
There's Rajo and his caddy Teo and Harry Radcliffe. Thanks, guys. So Ra will be a little disappointed. We'll have a debrief later on about what he could have done a little better. But that's the way it goes. It's all a learning curve. Win, lose or draw. I'm on the theory of this one, Giada. You either win or you learn.
Yep, for sure. And that's exactly what I was telling Georgie May. As we see Maredera on a really nice open waved turn. Kai Moriki first wave of 3.5. Yeah, as I was saying, we've seen some of the quarterfinalists from the Pro Junior Women in the QS 5000. Anna Matsuoka yesterday absolutely tearing it apart. 2 heat wins. She was killing it.
Yep, she's rock solid. All right, let's have a look at Sato. Here he goes in the white. Nice bit of spice about his takeoff and first manoeuvre. Plenty of foamy stuff in front of him, and he realises that, so over and out.
Yeah, we've seen a big drop in the swell compared to all the other days.
So at the start of the week, it was forecast to be Thursday, the smaller day, but I think that got pushed back a little later, and it's rolling into today. And that little funky storm we had roll through this morning, things got a little weird. At least the ocean's cleaned up.
Yeah.
It got really junky there around second heat this morning for the ladies.
Yeah, it's cleared up. Sun hasn't come out, but it's overcast, so it'll probably keep the wind down. We've been seeing some great scores anyway, even if the conditions are difficult.
So you're watching quarterfinal number 3, everybody. I'll let you in on our final quarterfinal for the boys before we cross back to the young ladies. Made Ariana, huge standout surfer for me yesterday. He'll surf next in red. Made Joy, one of our beach announcers, young fellas out of Indonesia, those two, out of Bali. And Bronson Mady, another Lakey local, lives in Bali. He'll feature in the next heat. And Rahi Onoi, Japanese guy, rounding out heat 4, quarterfinal number 4. Women's quarters right after that. 350. Surely we've got a couple of other numbers yet to catch up.
Yeah, we're waiting for some scores to drop. Not many waves ridden just yet, but there's plenty of time still left on the clock. Maredera also coaches with Ivan from Bali. He's Ivan's on the beach helping out. And there we have the first score for Maredera of 4.53. Pushes him straight in the lead as we see our surfer in white.
Yep, just pumping over that dead bit onto the inside track. So this is Ricky Sato. Got a nice bit of speed about what he does and whipping through his manoeuvres. These Japanese surfers, very flashy and rock solid, reliable. There's lots of things to like about what they bring to the contest Rash Fest.
Yeah, I find the Japanese surfers have a very perfect
techniques. They kind of will work. They must be well coached or see a lot of video or watch a lot of videos or something, because they're very conscious and they've got it down and they're on the rise. Right. Here is some replays.
This is a replay of Ricky Sato. A nice first turn and a little bit of a check turn. He's trying to see if this wave gives him anything. A few wiggles, nothing major. This wave gets a little fat.
Yeah, probably be a little disappointed with the way that wave turned out. Does go into the lead. If we
Yeah,
can see some second scores, please, guys. We can give some comments on what those numbers were.
his first wave
Thank
of
you.
4.
There we go. They're on there now. 4.53, the best of them for Made Dera's first wave. First and only score. 4 for that last effort for Sato. The wave kind of let him down. It looked better than that when he dropped into it. And Moriki has opened with a 3.50. All right, so some input from the hierarchy. We're going to finish the next men's quarterfinal, and then we're going to go on hold for a while. Low tide is making things a little tricky. The judges are saying we've got a bit of time on our side here, so we're going to look at restart again around about 1:45 with the women's pro junior quarterfinals. Meanwhile, white.
Yeah, this is Riki Sato, our current heat leader. Some really nice looking turns. This is looking much better than that first one. The wave giving him a little bit more wall to work with. It didn't really taper off like the other one, so I think he's only looking to improve a 193 to extend his lead, and I'm thinking he's going to probably get it.
Yeah. Yep, it's definitely going to improve his lead. Red now, waveless. And it is Riki Sato. No, it's not. Riki Sato is the surfer in white. In red, Shoshi Kato. He's on the move. Here he goes. A small wave, big fella. Winding up. Throws some spray early. Tags the lip to keep his speed going. That's a better third manoeuvre. Looks down the line. His body language is showing he's not that impressed. Out he goes.
I thought that was a pretty good
It's
wave.
better than nothing.
Yeah.
Gets him off the bottom of the pile. It's got to relieve some nerves. You've caught a wave now. You're paddling out. You're probably not sitting there stressing. So good move. Got to get the ball game going sooner or later. So probably better sooner. All right. Just under 15. One more quarterfinal to go before we go on hold for a couple of hours. What is it here? It's about 10 to 10. So we'll be wrapped up here around about 10:30. Yep, wrapped up here around about 10:30. Go on hold till 1:45 is the call. That's about a 3-hour break. Blue now.
This is blue. This is Kai Moriki on a nice looking wave and finishing it off. Unfortunately falls over the handlebars, but that was going to be a pretty good wave. He's looking to back up with 3.5, and right behind him the heat leader Riki Sato. Nice looking first turn, taps it for the second one and sets it up, and here we'll see him, this wave, give him a little bit extra than maybe he even thought. It's a great wave. It reformed, and it's looking like he's going to take it all the way.
Bouncing into each manoeuvre, springing from move to move. So pretty good flow through the inside there. Green now, Made Dera. Boom, that's a big crunch. Good section. It's got another one. Goes above the lip, bit of the frothy stuff there. It's just got the timing a little wrong.
That was some really good stuff from there. Unfortunately, falls out on that last turn.
Even better stuff though for white. Non-stop motion.
Yeah, that was a really great wave. It was a wave that kept on giving.
Certainly did. So I think we're owed a couple of numbers now for Riki Sato in the white. Will extend his lead. I think he's got two better numbers potentially to take over in the white slot. Half time, heat quarterfinal 3.
yeah, I think it's a good call to go on hold a little bit. The low tide will show less waves coming through, as well as he's going to be breaking really close to the reef.
Righto, so yesterday it was 11:30, you were telling me, wasn't it? Was that about right for the low tide? Do you wanna
Yes, yesterday was.
Must be around 12:30 or so today.
Today, the low tide will be at 12:30. Yeah, 12:22. It's going to be a falling tide. So we'll go on hold and hopefully get back on this afternoon.
Cabin here, I've seen my room, and that's not a whole lot more. It's all right. It's a work week.
Yep. Not a bad one, too.
Yeah, brought some boards along. Haven't really seen the inside of my board bag too much. 617 for Sato for that wave down the line. I think he may still have another number to come, but either way, that is the state of play. Mariki into second. His best score only a 3.5. I think we still have another score to come from Mardo Dera. Here it comes now. Moves him into second.
Was a great wave, a 617 for Ricky Sato.
Yep, that was all that rail work he did to get right down the line. Here comes Bronson there in the white. Blue right there would be, that's our other announcer, that's Mardo Joy. And Mardo Ariana will come in red shortly, and Rahi Onoi in green. Meanwhile, speaking of green, Mardo Dera chipping away again. See Red staying in the groove. Trying to rev himself up. He's only got one wave, but he's in the mix. It's a 4.33. A low 5 will see him jump up 2 spaces. And here he goes, cashing in his top priority now. Let's see if his mindset helps his performance.
That's a great wave to cash in your priority. Looking like it's going to form up in the inside, or at least he's hoping to.
Stay with this thing, young man.
He does, and it does form in the inside. Looking for a 5-3. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what he does at the end, but we saw some kid clicking his fingers. It looking like it's going to be a good score.
Green maybe in the next heat, paddling out. Either way, Kato to move out of fourth. I think he might even get to second. There was some decent work done on that wave. It depends how it finishes. A low 5 needed. A lot of manoeuvres thrown down. Based on what we saw from the last heat, the judges are really hanging the bigger numbers on quality moves, a la Western Hearse's fin blows.
Yep.
So he'll definitely move into at least third. He probably might creep into second. White now with the second priority, so off he goes, swinging hard. Ricky Sato, look at this thing. Oh. My goodness, what a wave.
That is looking a great wave for Ricky Sato. This is our current heat leader.
Super clean, not long lived. What did he need to burn off? A 4. Okay, so Sato goes into second. That's once again a lot of surfing for not a big number. No real major hits. There's our final quarterfinal coming at you next. 3 Indonesians and 1 Japanese surfer. All red and white on the flags. So he now needs a 5-2-3. Sato. That number was a 4-3-3. A lot of surfing done down the line. Fell about 0.9 short of advancing into second.
Yeah, you're right. That was a lot of surfing, and he went all the way down. But because today the conditions are quite small and different, the paddle back out is not as long as the other days.
Yep, you're not getting cleaned up continually as well by
Yeah.
those big wide burgers. They push a lot of water and drag you back a long way when they hit you. That's what's happened a lot over the last sort of 6 days since we've been here.
There we see Sato already out the back.
Riki Sato leading. Shoshi Kato is that surfer there in the red.
We reach the 5-minute mark for this quarterfinal heat 3. So starting to see maybe priorities being used. Here we can definitely see how much the conditions have changed from this morning. It was all really funky, and there was a lot of texture on the surface, whereas now it's really cleared up. There's a more specific area where the waves are. It's easier to...
Blue's busting out here, having a little investigation with his top priority. Doesn't like what he sees down the line. Didn't overcommit, so we'll hold on to that priority.
There's last wave came in at 5.03, extending his lead.
Well, extending his second placing.
Oh, yeah, second placing, sorry.
So a little bit of catch up now to be done. Mariki now chasing a 6.06. Kato needs the low 5. A bit of movement in the station. Blue with priority. Looking like it's a pretty clean wave. The drone footage following him closely. A couple of spicy hits. Does he get around this foamy section? He does. All right, Kai Mariki will be anxious and really keen for another scoring section here. So far, just some fatness and some mini moves. Yeah, you could see his body language. He was looking for more out of that, but he hasn't had the best of heats. It's probably going to turn into his better score, but it's not going to be the lofty 6.06 needed. Here it is from the judge's view.
Here is a replay. A nice first turn and straight into a second one. Got it 12 o'clock over the foam. Gets around this section as this wave gives him a little more to work with. Not too much wall on it, but he's going to be trying to milk this one all the way.
Well, that second turn was beyond vert for me.
Yeah.
That was a pretty sick manoeuvre. Judges have been really noticing the commitment to difficult moves. I think they're going to like that one manoeuvre. The rest of it was a little lackadaisy, but for me, it's going to bring his 6.06 requirement down. Should lock in as easily his better score.
Yeah, still 2 minutes and a half remaining time to get out there and hopefully get an opportunity again. He's going to be trying to chip away at that 6.06. Priority is with green, second priority red, second priority white, third priority red.
So you can see Mate Dera just opting to sit wide for some reason. He's got priority. The other two are hassling each other fairly viciously up the point, because red with third priority and chasing a score, his countryman in Riki Sato is not giving him an inch. Ricky has second priority, so he's looking at taking it off red, and he does. So some gnarly defence work here from Ricky. A spicy first hit, throws it up again, and then the face plant. But how was that? He chased his buddy up the point.
Yeah.
And took a wave off him.
He was not letting that one go, as
No.
we see there on the back. On a good looking set, he
Whoops.
unfortunately falls off.
Up and down.
Yeah.
All right, so a gnarly moment there from Sato on Kato. Leaves red chasing a number, a low 5, and he's gone, damn. Wish he hadn't been so close to me. Good news is red has priority. He's only got 1 minute though, and he knows it. Keeps looking at his watch. Stressing a little. Green still holding on to second.
We're reaching.
Mariki only put together a 3.87 for that wave of his, so his requirement came down by 0.4-ish.
Any point counts.
Yeah, but the clock is looking a little bit negative.
Yep.
For those two.
Last few seconds of the heat. Green will be hoping for the ocean to go flat, whereas red and blue will be begging for something to come. And it looks like there is something coming, as they're all making a move. Red with priority in third, looking for a 5-2-3. He uses priority, and unfortunately that was not what he was looking for.
All right, Ricky Sato, good job. 6.17. Held him in really good stead. I'll have an interview with him. Second position ended up winning and staying with Made Dera. Third for Shoshi, fourth for Blue. We're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll get right back to you with the last quarterfinal of the junior boys.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Tanjung Bocor, the Leaking Edge. That's the name of the point break we're at here. This is the Krui Pro WQS 5000 event, but also a Pro Junior. This is the last of the men's quarterfinals. And we are looking at Made Ariana is the surfer in red, the Indonesian top seed. Made Joey Satriawan is in blue. Bronson Mady is in white. So 3 Indonesians coming up against Raya Onu, who is from Japan. And then we are going to go on hold briefly just while the low tide sucks a little bit of the juice out of today's diminished conditions. We're going to come back in the afternoon with the women's quarterfinals and then semis, I believe. What happened in the last heat? Well, quickly, here goes Made Ariana working his way down the line, releases the tail. Conditions are definitely getting better, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a massive improvement, as we see right behind him Bronson Mady. Beautiful first turn, straight vert into second one, unfortunately falls off.
Bronson's already holding on to a 7, so he got out of the gates very, very quickly. 3 minutes off the clock. That was his second wave. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay and see how he put together that 7. Waiting on score to come in for, whoa, Made Ariana, an 817. Was that for one wave or two?
I'm pretty sure that was for one wave.
Wow, okay. As we see Made Joey on the move.
This is a replay of Made Ariana's last wave.
He must have done a little bit more up the top before that shot. Here goes Made Joey, set 3-1. And what happened in the last heat? Java?
In the last heat, we had Riki Sato taking first place with a 617, and Made Mahendra, also known as Dera, came into second. The other two, it was a slow heat, but the boys managed to get a few waves. We saw some priority exchanges and, you know, two friends fighting for priority, getting a little bit sneaky here and there, but it was a great heat to watch, and congratulations to Riki Sato and Dera for passing that last heat.
Wow, okay. Second score has come in for Made Ariana. He now has a 15-point total. There we go, both scores on the screen now. So Made got an 817 for his opener, a 6.83 for the wave we just saw him catch in real time. Bronson Mady, a 7 for his opener. Not sure if we have vision of that. No, this is Made Ariana's, I'm guessing, last wave. Gosh, he's throwing heaps of spray. And he's done a bit of a number on that one. 15.2 wave total. He is looking very comfortable. Bronson Mady, a 7. He is hot on Made Ariana's heels. Made Joey and Rao Onu still yet to really fire a shot. Here goes the Japanese surfer in green on his backhand, building up some speed. Big section here. That was a nice turn. Perhaps a little bit flat, vertically and dynamic up into the lip. Wave's not really cooperating with him, and he is out of there. Here goes Bronson Mady, staying very busy. This is his third wave. He won't want to watch that turn again. Got a little bit upside down, went over the hangers coming out of that backhand, little glancing blow at the lip. All right, judges have got some numbers to add up, and we are going to cross over quickly to Mark Clift, who's having a chat with Riki Sato, winner of the last heat.
Okay, here I am with the winner of the last heat, Riki Sato. Can you please tell me how old and where do you live?
I'm 18 years old. Chiba. I live in Chiba.
And what is your favourite surf spot, Riki?
Australia.
Australia? Which wave?
Snapper.
Snapper. Many people, yeah?
So many.
Okay. Who is your favourite surfer?
Griffin. Colapinto.
Griffin Colapinto?
Yes.
Would you like to be on the World Championship Tour?
Yeah.
That's the goal? Okay. Maybe your family and friends at home? Something in Japanese.
あと1回勝ったらファイナルなんで、ちょっと頑張って優勝しますので応援よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Thank you, Riki. We'll leave it at that. A man, a few words, but that's good fun. On you, Riki. You.
All right, thank you very much, Mark Clift. That was Japanese surfer Riki Sato through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, we saw on Bronson last wave, he took that left all the way to the inside and ended up going right as well. And this is the current heat leader. On a good looking section, he takes to the air and unfortunately just falls off. We've seen him land a few of those yesterday, so hopefully he'll get a few more today.
Yeah, landed very flat coming out of that one. So yeah, didn't really give himself much of an opportunity. This is Bronson Mady Starting to lose track of. Okay, that was his third attempt. We won't need to watch that one again. And this is Made Joey Satriawan. That was a strong turn. Beautiful style from Made Joey.
Made Joy, one of the Legian board riders. On a recent last swell, while everyone was in Padang Padang, he decided to go to his home break in Padma and caught a crazy tube. Here is a replay, a nice first turn. A little bit of a tap, gets around this section, and a beautiful cut back here. Still waiting for some scores to come through for Made Joy and Bronson Mady.
So 16 minutes to go. This has been a very active heat so far. Made Ariana, an 8.17 and a 6.83 is doing it very nicely. Bronson Mady is looking for a backup, but a 7, definitely a strong high scoring wave at this stage. Made Joey and Ria Onu still have a couple of scores to come in. Ria Onu has priority. Needs to get his campaign going if he's to make it through to the semi-finals, but tons of time still sitting on the clock. All right, there it is. A 4.27 for his last wave, a 4.83 for Made Joey's last wave. 15 minutes remaining. Everything just tightens up a little bit after that last exchange drops in, but it's still our leaders, Made Ariana and Bronson Mady, very much in the box seat at the 2/5 mark of this heat.
Yeah, Made Ariana looking in great form yesterday as well. He's very confident surfer from Serangan. Said he's been surfing Uluwatu a lot before coming here, which is a very similar wave, especially racetracks. Just without the crowd. Yeah, we've seen a massive improvement in the conditions.
Yeah, woke up this morning, howling onshore, pouring rain, bug factor was high. My fly net was doing a better job of keeping the mosquitoes and midges around me rather than away from me. And it's just been on the improve ever since. Had a bit of damage around the site, had to do a bit of rebuilding, hence a slightly later start, but the waves weren't sensational to kick things off anyway, so we weren't missing a whole lot. And once we get through this little low tide mark, the swell should just start hitting, and later on this afternoon I think we might see a pretty decent afternoon of waves.
Yeah, hopefully with that incoming tide we're gonna see some more swell filling in. It is scheduled to come tomorrow and after tomorrow, Sunday being the biggest day for finals. So hopefully it all just links together.
Yep, we haven't really missed a beat so far. We've been surfing from dawn till dusk, start to finish. 88 heats in the first 4 days of competition. Today's looking like a very mellow 16 with a lunchtime break as well, which is nice. But then it is going to be all gas, no breaks through the weekend. Saturday, Sunday are going to be huge, and we're going to crown 4 champions at the Krui Pro across 4 divisions. Made Ariana, he's standing on his tail looking for a ramp. I reckon he would have been better just doing a few turns there, because yeah, whole heap of not much on that wave. Doesn't really matter. He's sailed out into the lead with 12 minutes remaining, an 8.17 and a 6.83. Bronson Mady needs an excellent score. An 8.01 would see him move into the lead. Here goes Made Joey Satriawan, currently chasing a 6.65. Rhea Onu plays the priority card, sitting a little bit wider to jump onto this one. But, I don't know, a whole heap of hopping and not a lot more. 4-man heat, I reckon you can do better than that kind of a wave. Swells starting to pick up. That's going to be, you know, it will build his 2-wave total. It will not narrow the requirement between himself and the 2 advancing positions.
Yeah, he's looking for a pretty big score. I don't think that one's gonna give him what he's looking for. Bronson extending his lead a little bit with his last wave coming at a 4.47. Managed to go right here in Krui.
Yep, he won't want to hang on to that wave either. Made Ariana in the lead. Bronson still chasing at 8.01 for first. But first and second, of course, progressing. So there's a battle within a battle right there. Made Satriawan chasing a 6.65. Rhea Onu will be still looking for that 7.2. Just over 10 minutes remaining.
Bronson with Prior at the back. Seen him hunting around a little bit, trying to find a wave to improve his score.
So we just saw Dara in the last heat, Made Mahendra, and Made Joey Satriawan is in the current heat. They are our 2 beach announcers this week, so our own Billy Hangen, you can hear his baritone booming through the PA in the background right now. Billy also loves jumping on the PA and clearing the free surfers in the morning.
It is also Made Joy's birthday today.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. We saw a few crates of beers arrive outside his door. There's definitely going to be a little bit of a celebration tonight. 19 years old, I think.
Well, he needs his mates Made Ariana and Bronson Mady to show him some love right now, because he's still chasing a 6.65. Last wave for Rhea Onu was a 3.13, so it does build his 2-wave total. Doesn't change the fact that he requires a 7.2 to advance. Bronson Mady will be looking to remove that 4.47 from his score line and get himself just a little bit more separation between the 2 fellas in 3rd and 4th. So when we come back, it's quarterfinal time for the ladies. Here goes Made Ariana flying down the line, releases the tail. That was almost too easy, except he got a little bit hung up backwards, tail dived and went down. 8 minutes remaining. Quarterfinals for the women's division in the Pro Juniors. The first one's a doozy, and on Matsuoka, Sumomo Sato, Lydia Kato and Suri Jabrick. Quarterfinal number 2, Kana Nakashio, Mirai Ikeda, Sky Brown and Anri Matsuno. So 3 Japanese up against a half Japanese who has done a lot of her surfing in Miyazaki. Quarterfinal number 3, Sai Manawa, Kokona Kawase, Rina Matsunaga and Jasmine Studer. So again, 3 Japanese surfers in that one. They are so strong on the ladies' side of proceedings. And then finally in quarter number 4, Nanaho Suzuki, Ziggy McKenzie, Nala Ravik and Rita Suzuki. So on this occasion, just the two Japanese surfers. Nala Ravik surfs for Indonesia, and Ziggy McKenzie, never knew she surfed for Australia.
Yep.
I always thought her father Jake was a Pom.
No, I think her mom is Australian.
There you go.
But yeah, she spends quite a lot of time back in Oz. She has recently been doing lots of pro juniors there. I think she went for some QSs. Spent some time there to train as well in more difficult conditions, since Bali seems to be perfect almost 365 days of the year.
Yeah, it's a curse, isn't it? You feel sorry for these guys who suffer with perfect waves the whole time. Heart really goes out to them. Stay strong, Ziggy. You've got this. 6 minutes remaining. Bronson Matey has priority. He's on the move. He's having a look at this wave. Up and over the first section. Cracks the second, gets hung up, goes down. That's not going to go into his top two. That will put Bronson to the back of the priority line. Here goes Mate Joey, the birthday boy, looking for a 6.65. First turn was good. Second turn was pretty strong as well. He's hit it a few times. This isn't bad. Get to the ender. Cannot, unfortunately. So 5.5 minutes to go. That will probably go into Mate Joey's top two, but I don't think it's going to help him much.
Yeah, still looking for a pretty big score, 6.65. Still plenty of time, 5 minutes, to get back out there and get that score he's looking for. There we see Fede, water photographer, out the back.
He just posts up all day, doesn't he?
Yeah. Right behind Raiha Onu. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if he did anything out the back, but waves seem to close out on him. Yeah, there's some good pro junior women coming up later in the quarterfinals. We've seen some of them in the QS 5000. Yesterday, Anon Matsuoka getting 2 heat wins, posting up some massive scores. We've seen Nanaho Suzuki take out Taiwan last year at the 5000. Sky Brown, also a very big name in the list. Yeah, we have our heat leader sitting with priority at the top, looking very comfortable with an 8.17 and a 6.83 under his belt. Right behind him, Bronson Matey with a 7 and a 4.47, looking for an excellent score of an 8.01 to go to first. Mate Joy, the birthday boy, looking for a 6.65. He does have fourth priority, so the situation is not looking great for him. And right down at the bottom we see Raiha Onu a little bit separated from the crowd. Hopefully he'll be looking to catch something a little down the line, because both Maria Ariana and Bronson Matey with first and second priority will not make it easy for him to catch a set wave if it comes. So situation is looking pretty good for both Matey and Ariana. We'll be finishing this round of the quarterfinals and going on a break as we're hitting low tide. We'll be back in a few hours. I think the next call will be at 1:45. And And we'll go straight to the women's quarterfinals and hopefully finish off with the men's and women's semifinals as well.
All right, we're into the final 2 minutes. Can Bronson Matey get something to upgrade that 4.47 and really separate himself and Made Ariana from Made Joey Satriawan and Araya Onu? Or can Made Joey somehow dig up a 6.65, or could Araya Onu turn this into a 7.2? Don't think the odds are in his favour. 3 turns, he is out of there. It's the second wave he's caught that just didn't really look like it offered him a whole lot of opportunity, and I'm kind of wondering why he would be doing that. He's chasing a 7.2. There's only a minute or two left. It's going to take something significant to get him up there. You know, with priority, you can afford to, well, you can sort of play the game and get up the pecking order a little bit and try and get yourself on a better wave. Admittedly, this heat has gone very sleepy in the back half. The bulk of the scoring coming in the first 10 minutes. Here's the replay. We can see a few boils and steps and ribs in the face. That's the result of the low tide. You can see the reef in the foreground popping up, as it has been doing every day around this time. With this being the first break in play that we've had in the middle of the day, I can tell you what, the lineup is going to be absolutely packed in about 20 seconds time. Everyone will be sneaking out to try and grab a few waves. I will not be one of them. 10 seconds to go. We can see Made Joey and Bronson Matey splashing water at each other. Rara Ono's last wave was a 4. There's a birthday hug. Happy birthday, Made Joey. Sorry I beat ya. Time runs out. Made Ariana, dominant performance. An 8.17 and a 6.8 through. 3 is through to the next round alongside that man in white, Bronson Matey. And that is going to be all she wrote here at the Krui Pro for a couple of hours. We're going to go on hold through the low tide. When we come back, expect conditions to be significantly improved. The incoming tide, the continuing push of the swell, and we're going to be in for a good afternoon of quarters and semi-finals, Pro Junior side of the draw. Don't go anywhere. This is the Krui Pro.
right, I think we are back. We are indeed. And look at that ocean, Billy. It's looking pretty groomed and right on cue in time for the junior women's quarterfinals.
Yep, was a good call. We went on hold while the low tide was at its lowest. It seemed to have done the trick. There's a couple of good runners there. G'day everybody. Running through the reef system here at Ujung Bukjur. Mark Clift, Billy Hangan, good to see you.
Yep, hang in there, gang. We have 4 of these quarterfinals, junior women's, and I think that's about it for the day. I haven't seen anything else on the schedule. So let's pay some homage to the young junior ladies. And there's 10 Japanese girls in this draw, and this is Anon Matsuoka. She's a ripper.
Ooh.
Yep, she is a highly rated surfer. Puts out epic clips non-stop, so she's all over the socials. She won at Krui Pro Junior last year.
Yep.
And here she is doing it again in that same division.
Yeah, it's a good 4 heats we've got coming up, mate.
It sure is. Here goes the youngster.
Yep, Suri Jabrik in green.
Ooh.
That's a good looking turn, right above the lip line. The judges love that sort of thing. Nice, clean face. Just in total contrast to what we saw first thing this morning.
Yep.
So a couple of turns there for Jabrik.
Certainly cleaned up. The wind's backed right off. It's pretty steamy hot outside and things are heating up. The women's quarterfinal off to a ripper start. Jabrik with a wave and Matsuoka. These two are up against Sumomo Sato in the blue and Lydia Kato in the white. 2 Japanese, 2 Indonesian surfers.
Here goes Sato now, mate. That is her second turn, I do believe, and that's a nice, snazzy looking thing. Working away down the line.
Well done, you.
I like that finishing manoeuvre. Nice and high through the lip.
It was a bowly little wave.
Yeah.
So it gave her 4 good opportunities and pretty much helped herself to all of them, so she'll be happy with that. I'd like to see Anon's opening wave from red from the front on view. I know how good she is. This is a tough matchup. Lydia won her heat this morning to be in this position. Hanasuri Jabrik is out of Bali. She's a great surfer. She already has a wave under her belt as well. All right, there's the beachfront. Everybody's clocked back on. We had about a 2 and a bit hour hiatus. It's pretty good fun. Rented a motorbike, went for a burn around to the beachy.
Yeah, saw the New South Wales gang there going for a surf. Gave the kids some waves because it was so nice.
Well, we went down the beach and let them have the better peak.
Yeah. Saw Jarvis Earl down there. He's been enjoying the afternoon. Here's that replay. I'm pretty sure this is just the second turn.
A bowly little wave.
Bowly wave and a lot of flow. Good speed. I really like this one.
Yep.
Right above the lip line. Good finishing manoeuvre. This is Suri.
Suri Jabrik.
Really shoving it all into that turn. I like the way she finished off here too.
Yep, that was a nice turn, as you said, above the lip, and then another cutback, I think, down the line here. So strung together a series of moves on a pretty good-looking wave, a little bigger than Blue's. Maybe not quite as well paced, that wave, as Blue got 4 pretty good moves right in a pocket. Suri will be happy with that. That'll relieve some nerves from the youngster. And Anon anxiously waiting her score. Lydia Kato out the back. Yeah, they're in the white. So 21 minutes. These are all 25-minute matchups. Now next heat as well, they're all pretty strong. It is Kana Nakashio in red, Mirai Ikeda in blue, Sky Brown in white, and Unri Matsuona in green. So 3 Japanese ladies and a Great Britain surfer. Another ripper.
Yeah, good way to finish off day 5 of the Krui Pro. All the way down to the semis for the Women's Pro Junior. Looking at the website is Anon Matsuoka with a massive 76% of the fan picks. So she's full on the favourite.
Well, we don't have only 4 heats today, Billy. We have 8. We're doing a pair of semi-finals after these quarters for the ladies.
Oh, really?
Yes, so men's and women's semi-finals will roll out after the 4th heat of this round we're watching right now. So, in fact, 8 heats on a Friday afternoon should take us right up to about 40 o'clock.
Yes. Thanks very much to Ty Sarati just coming in the booth there and filling us in on the late changes. More surfing, the better. Let's get it going while the conditions
Nice
are
conditions. Way
user
better. Yeah, way better than this morning.
user friendly. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so Anon open with a 6.33. Sato's that little spicy inside wave, a 6.17. Suri Jabrik, a 4.67. So 3 good starts. Lydia Cato will be sitting pretty with top priority, plenty of time on the clock. But a good start to those other 3.
Yeah, some decent scores to start off. Quarterfinal number 1. Even that 4.67 is not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Geez, I'd like to still see reg from the judges' tower because the 6.33, it was a bit tough to tell on the drone angle. Her first turn looked pretty good. She must have got something else out of that wave as well. Struggling to recall it, but Blue is on the hunt for an inside position here. Opting to get away from the other crew. She doesn't have any priority. I'm not sure what's happened there.
Yeah, would you imagine that is 4th priority? Maybe they just haven't clicked it in. But Sumomo making a pretty smart strategic move. If one comes in and slides underneath the 3 surfers out the back with priority, she can snavel it.
Maybe they haven't awarded 4th priority due to the fact she hasn't got far enough up the point. Could it be that? Have they purely forgotten? Tira tau. We'll leave it at that. Either way, she'll realise that the other 3 are scheduled to ride ahead of her. That was nice to get wet, wasn't it, Bill? It's been a few days. A little wiggle down the beach.
Always good to get in the water. It's a good ride too.
Well,
Really
it's pretty scenic, yeah, it's beautiful.
Nice villages along the way. Everyone gives you a wave.
Yeah.
Hello, mister.
Hey, mister. Yep, and I notice the streets were clean. You know, little villages out the front of their houses, the side of the road. They're definitely looking after their villages there, and it was quite impressive to see, you know, no heap trash anywhere, no plastic cups on the side. It was really cool. Well done.
Yes, and epic scenes, isn't it? Up the river mouth there, some mountains in the background and your rice paddies.
Yep.
Epic Indo scenes.
Well, kind of old school, like we've been saying, you know, for the people that have been watching the broadcast and gone, wow, I sort of wouldn't mind it. I wonder what it's got a touch of the old school feel about it. It hasn't blown out with cement everywhere. It's not overbuilt. There's a lot of natural beauty to be seen all around the place. And the waves are pretty good. And like you said, Bill, everywhere we went, everybody's just giving you a hello, mister, and a big wave. We're all pretty stoked to see you.
Yeah. All right, Lydia Kato yet to kick off. She does have first priority, making a little move there. You can see her on the top of your screen. Not too excited about anything on the horizon, but she's a crafty competitor, is Lydia.
Wow, how's the reef?
Beautiful.
Ryan Williams flying right above the scene. That is Ujong Bachor. That's the name of the break we're on. The area is Tanjung Setia. Green's having a look and takes it. Third priority. The other surfer said, all right. So Hanasuri Jabrik, one big hit. Maybe that's why the others left it alone. It was rapidly closing out. An incompletion there. Low number drops straight in. Lydia Kato has been most patient. 10 off the clock. Has not budged. Now she's on the move.
Minchari.
Yeah, and she's hunting pretty hard here. She's obviously seen something she likes that's fairly convincing paddle up she's got going on. I can't see much there, but she's sort of decided maybe enough's enough. I better change locale.
Yep, well, she's convinced us. Well, that's good news, mate. A bit more surfing this afternoon. Scrub off a few more heats.
Yep, so what will that give us? A total of 16 done today of the 48 total. Puts us pretty well positioned with 32 heats remaining. And 2 of those will comprise of the junior boys and girls final only. And everything else is open men's, starting from the round of 32. The women's is at the round of 16. There's some man-on-man stuff thrown in there as well, so that's kind of what adds a few extra heats. Lydia, I reckon she's starting to get a little nervous now.
A little anxious, mate. You see a little line out the back there. Will it reach over to this part of the reef? We don't know. It's kind of hard to tell from here.
Yep, it's looking like by their body language that there's nothing immediately in front of them. Most of the energy right there breaking further up the reef. Great backdrop, look at that, Billy.
Yeah, speaking of beautiful vistas, there it is.
Yeah. So we were sort of directly across the bay there, I imagine. It's probably about a 20-minute motorbike ride.
Yep.
To the big, long, stretched out beaches.
Bit of action now, mate. Bit of paddle, bit of kicking. It's Lydia Cato with priority. She turns, she looks interested. It's a nice bowly looking takeoff. A bit of lump and bump, and that's really shallow on the inside. I think she's dealt with it beautifully though, but missed out on the money section as you see it rattling down the reef. I mean, Lydia has just paddled all the way up there. We saw it on the drone shot. She'd stayed where she was, who knows. But it's unfortunate because there's 12 minutes and 35 left, and that is Lydia's first wave.
I think that was a real good salesman job by Anon to get Lydia to pull the trigger on priority, because now Red has top pick.
Yep.
Had a couple of dodgy boils come up the face as soon as she jumped up. Inside, pretty shallow. Anon had to look down the line. There was a bit of a flat spot in between where they took off and this other little lump out wide, and the lump broke before Lydia could get there and turn into a closeout.
Yeah, what a pity.
1:27, not ideal. Over the halfway mark now, gone off the time clock. Wow, look how shallow that still looks. A couple of those rocks there in the left of screen were what popped up and caused those boils on the face of Lydia's wave.
She dealt with it really well. It's just a pity that that section folded in front of her, and nothing more frustrating. You're sitting there with no momentum, watching a wave peel off, and you think, oh, it could be there, just smashing it to bits and clocking up the points.
Again, we'll just thank the local province, the regent down here, the Pesisir Barat government. Thank you very much. Anon's got a great looking wave. Oh my goodness. Had Lydia hung on for another couple of minutes with priority. This could have been hers. You can see Anon just teeing off on this beautiful looking wave. 3 good sections. Looks like one of the bigger waves so far during this quarterfinal. Clean face, no boils, no fuss. Broke at a good pace, that one.
Yeah, that was super cool. Now look at this one. It looks not as good, but nice and clean. And this is Sato. Speaking with Matt Cattle about these Japanese surfers, he called them methodical, and that is exactly what Mamoto is doing now.
Whoops.
Bit of a hair flick and losing concentration.
Consent. Yeah, that is a good word, because we were wondering before, they all have those neat styles, they all have very sound techniques, and they have that methodical rhythm. They sort of seem to be all kind of well coached or well drilled in what they want to do, and they go about it quietly. Here we go now.
Yes, Momo opening up. She's got that turn in her back pocket, can pull it out anytime she wants. There it is again. Not sure what went on here. She's a bit of a hair across her eyes.
Yeah, just took her eyes off the prize just for a little moment, and it cost her
Section.
a little wiggle and maybe potentially getting around. But Lydia, here she goes. Oh, she's got these horrible balls. This is the replay. That's what happened. Damn.
Kind of lost momentum right there, Mark. There's
And
only a
you
few metres. She couldn't. Oh, look pretty crappy.
You can compare that to the wave that Anon got from right where she was sitting. Anon sold her that wave, I reckon. Anon's going to get a really good score. Blue again, so Sumomo finding a groove on down the line. Big end section approaching. Crunch.
Yeah.
For the second time in this heat, she's really timed that end move perfectly. Good work.
Already the owner of a 617. There's a couple of scores to come her way. Massive requirement of 0.17 at the moment, but Anon also has a score owing.
Yep, so stretching the lead right there for sure. Comfortable in first and second now will be red and blue. Some replays. Sumomo down the line. This is where she'll get a lot of points for this hit. Boom. Nice whip off the top. Hit it with a lot of precision. Two good numbers I'm predicting. One for blue, one for red. 9 and on Matsuoka.
Wow.
Let's get that on our highlight reel for the word up at the end of the day. And Lydia's got another one as well, and that's not ideal. And on 9 and a 6.33. Wow, that's going to be hard to reel in. It's coming down to a battle for second. Oh, and an 8. Oh, Sato, stop it. How are they? Methodical, yes. Very good, yes. There they are, the two best waves ridden today by a Pro Junior, one of the girls. Sumomo and Anon, top scores of the event for the Pro Juniors. You can see them clearly there. An 8 and a 9.
Anon owns 2. 6.33 down there in 4th position, and the number 1. And Sumomo also owns 2, number 2 and number 5. So the girls dominating.
Yep, and it's only their second outing. So they've been on a tear, these two. They're very polished. Anon, through last year's tour, mate, I thought there's something special about this one.
Yep.
And then watching her socials all year, she puts up really dynamic clips. She's been to a lot of events since she was doing the Krui Nias double last year. And it's paid off. She's looking mighty fine, really confident. Maneuver selection is exactly what the judges want to see.
Yep, this is the Pro Junior Women's. Look at this, Simon Niwa coming up in heat number 3 and Nanaho Suzuki coming up in heat number 4. So the girls, a very strong team from Japan.
Yep, Sai won here last year in this division in some pretty big conditions. Remember a couple of days we were a little bit fearful when we sent them out. We're like, what, we've done the righty here. Wow. And Simon Niwa actually dominated in that really big bossy stuff exactly 12 months ago. Backup scores are really hefty for these two as well.
Yeah,
a mid 15 and a low 14 two-wave totals. They're huge.
Yeah, look at the requirement for Jubrick now, 9.50. You'd want to do that maybe in 2 waves, and there's not much time left. That's a beautiful looking wave, isn't it? You'd be feeling so good when you dropped into that thing. Really sinking your teeth into that first turn. The second one was nice, high and tight. That third one was completely different as well. So 3 different turns on that one wave resulted in the 9.00.
And I feel for that one on screen. She waited for that wave.
Yeah.
And she lost patience at the end and got sold an absolute lemon by Anon. It's all part of the deal, part of being a competitive surfer. Anon probably was never going to take it.
Yeah.
It gave her top priority by getting Lydia basically out of her area. And 2 minutes later, bang, that was the wave that broke. The ocean can be cruel, Billy. Poor Lydia. And well done, Anon. Really,
yeah, that's
what
right.
a sail.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes when you do have priority, it pays just to ignore everybody. Just paddle around and get the wave you want. Don't worry what the other competitors are doing. So under 5 minutes to go in quarterfinal number 1.
Very convincing first and second from the Japanese ladies at this stage. 10 of them in the draw. I reckon those two are straight into a semi-final, which will be surfed this afternoon.
Couple of more lads on the fishing boat going out for an afternoon session.
Yep, big fishing village down here, Tanjung, Setia. Probably at least 100 of those things on the beach, just about half a K to our right.
All handmade out of wood.
It's real old school stuff. It's classic.
Now, speaking of classic, how good was Mr. Choo-Choo,
Oh,
the chief?
we're best friends with the head honcho from the policey.
Yep.
He loves us. And
Yeah, got a selfie with him just before we went for a surf.
Pat Choo-Choo. He's a ripper. All smiles. He looks like a little Buddha. Got a little tummy on him. He's got a real tight outfit on. Uniform.
Big gun.
Big smile.
Look at this wave, Mark. Who has
Oh,
priority?
my God.
It is Suri Jubrik. Needs a whopping 9.50. I tell you what, that's a big ask, but how good would you feel rolling into this thing? That's a good looking section to hit. She does. No!
Ooh.
All the wheels have fallen off. That's a shame, and let's see the front on angle of that. This one's a bit more wobbly because that set wave has just rolled on through, but Anon doesn't seem to care. Everything that presents itself before her is in trouble. Look at that turn.
Yep.
Super good.
Classy
Lovely,
surfer.
lovely technique. So this wave running on down the reef.
Oh.
That one, the technique, not so good. Full back flopper.
Well, it doesn't matter. She's got a 9 and the backup is super solid. So having a bit of fun, feeling in a groove. Might as well conserve some energy. Got a semi-final coming on this afternoon. It's already a second surf here today. It was another good bit of wave choice for sure. It was, I think, that wave of Suri's, although it was way bigger, it just looked pretty flat. I think it raced off right after Suri finished with it. But this young lady here, Anon Matsuoka, I think is going to be around for a while. I think she's every chance of challenging for the big leagues.
Real tight arc surfing through those turns, isn't it?
See her push her back foot back there to get into position for that hit. Ended up a little late on the scene.
Oh,
Lydia.
Yep, she doesn't seem to be in the form that has seen her through to this round. Things not going right for her in quarterfinal number 1. Great surfer. I'm a big fan, but sometimes when the momentum is not going your way, there's not much you can do about it.
Well, it just started from that one little nervous moment where she took it, that wave that Anon pretended to be interested in.
Yep.
And she sat there for that long that I guess the nerves got the better of her, and she said, well, if you want it, I've waited and I have priority. I'm going to go.
Yep. Bit of used car salesman there. Convinced her it was a BMW. Turned out to be a Datsun 120Y.
The old Dado. Nothing wrong with the Dados, mate. Unfortunately, that time it was a broken Datsun.
Yep.
All right, so Hannah Suri's best wave at 467 was her first ride. She's yet to be able to find anything else to help her achieve second position. And Sumomo, since that point, has found the 8. Anon found the 9. And hey presto, just like that, it was basically game over.
Door shut.
Really tough, a 9.50. 14.17 two-wave total to track down. That's not going to happen. So with 20 seconds remaining, congratulations to Anon Matsuoka and Sumomo Sato.
All right, Lydia's going to have a look at this little inside thing. It's only 1 second to go.
And even that beats her.
Yep.
I think so.
Timing's not happening, mate.
And predictably, will turn into a good wave, no doubt, after. All right. Well, that's the end of that one. And Samomo, quarterfinal number 2 has just started. We have Chris Binns here. Who wants to go first? You or me?
Well, we'll make up our mind once we go to these ad breaks. This is the quarterfinals of the Pro Junior Women at the Krui Pro 2023. Wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us. Plenty of action coming up. We are back. Quarterfinal number 2 of the Pro Junior Women. This is the Krui Pro 2023. Conditions have cleaned up. The girls are surfing fantastically, and I'm joined in the booth by Mr. Chris Binns. Look at those surfers.
G'day, mate. We're joined in the water by Kana Nakashio in red, Mirai Ikeda in blue, Sky Brown is in white, and Anri Matsuno is wearing the green jersey. 3 surfers from Japan. Sky Brown is of half Japanese heritage. Spent a lot of time in Miyazaki.
Yeah, righty on.
Fluent in Japanese. And she is now sort of between Japan and the US, but surfs for Great Britain.
Yep.
That's where her dad Stu's from.
And skates.
Skates for Great Britain.
Yep, too. Yep.
Won rose gold at the last Olympics.
Well, look at this.
Yeah, this is Mirai Ikeda in the blue jersey on her backhand, doing some work. She got a 3.33 for that. Sky Brown got a 1 for her opener, which means that Mirai Ikeda and Anri Matsuno are yet to open their accounts. Conditions definitely cleaning up here at Ujung Buchor. We've come through the low tide, we've come through this morning's storm and onshores. And I think conditions are going to keep on improving throughout the afternoon. There's plenty of surfing going down in the little hour and a half, 2 hour break that we just had through the dead low tide. And here goes Anri Matsuno on her backhand. First turn was pretty good. Second turn not quite as dynamic. Out on the open face now. And that was a better turn. Well, it was a good attack. Not so fluent coming out of it. You know, you can see a big rib through the face. It sort of separated into a bit of a high and a row load. But yep, that's going to be a opening number for the surfer in green. So here's the replay. This is Anri on her backhand. Nothing too crisp. And, it's just going to be a sort of minor score upon which to start building some slightly bigger scores. We'll working your way up to the excellent scores that at a quarter-final level you're going to start hoping to see more of.
Anon got a 9 in the last heat, and Samomo got an 8. So yeah, definitely the waves are out there to bust you into the excellent zone.
Talk us through the 9.
Well, Lydia Kato had priority. She sat there for a long time with it. Anon came out, sold her a dud. A minute later, the bomb set comes in of the day, and she absolutely destroyed it.
Mariah Kato on her backhand, chopping away at this one. And then this is Kana Nakashio on her backhand. Really not much off this wave, but she's stuck with it, and now it's going to give her a little bit of a bonus down the bottom. So a few turns, and she'll be out of there. Opening scores are in, and Mariah Kato, I don't think she's got the 7.83 for one wave.
3.33 was her first one.
Okay, so that's a 4.5.
Sky Brown with just a 1. Well, Chris, a little bit of a slow start to this heat. The girls are finding themselves with a couple of decent scores, but nothing that has bolted out of the gates. Conditions are improving. That was a good hit by Akita. Quarterfinal number 2. I think we're going to go another set of quarterfinals after this.
All right, this is Anri Matsuno on her backhand. First turn was good, but nothing beyond that, unfortunately. So just a little bit of a lazy foam climb. She's out of there. 7 minutes off the clock, 18 still to run. So finals weekend is not too far away. Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be running a ton of heats. We'll be looking at about, we'll have the 2 finals in the juniors. We're not running semis today.
No finals, just the another set of quarters after this.
Okay, Sean Gilhooly on the screen having a swim there. We'll try and figure out the lay of the land over the next couple of days, and while we're doing that, we're going to cross down to Mark Clift, who's having a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Righto, here we are down in the athlete zone. I have winner of the last heat, Anon Matsuoka. Great heat. Tell us how you're feeling after that one.
Yeah, it was so fun out there and I'm so excited.
You told me you felt really nervous.
Like it's slow, so I mean, I a little bit nervous to get the good wave, and then that was good.
I bet you weren't feeling nervous after that 9-point ride.
Yeah, my feel is a little bit better. Yeah.
It looked like you were feeling better after that. Listen, last year you did the Krui NIAS events back to back, and you're here again. You ended up winning up there at NIAS and in the juniors, so congratulations. What have you been doing since then? I see your socials, you're pretty busy, a lot of surfing contests.
Yeah, it's busy, but it's really fun to do the heat every time. So yeah, it's busy, but it's so fun. It's my life. Yeah.
It is your life, and you're all of 17 years of your life, I must say. You're still a super young lady. So obviously your goals must be pretty high. What are they?
Yeah, just do that. I don't know.
I think you should aim high, because what I'm seeing is I really like what you do. We're predicting it won't be long before we see a Japanese surfer on the CT. You'd like to be that person?
Yeah.
What's the best thing about coming to Krui for 2 years in a row?
Oh, the last year?
What do you think? What is the best thing about coming to Krui again?
Oh, I see. Yeah, Krui is so beautiful place. So a lot of waves, and then lots of good food, and then good people. So I love Krui, and then I hope to back to here. Yeah.
All right, well, she's still going in the Open Women's as well, ladies and gentlemen, so expect to see a lot more from Anon Matsuoka. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice one, Mark. Anon strong performance in quarterfinal number 1. And it is Aikita who is performing in quarterfinal number 2. A 4.50 and a 3.33 has her in the lead. Henri Matsu Uno. 6.76 for her. So nothing really hefty. It's divided up by a couple of average scores. Sky Brown, just the 1 has priority though. 14 and 41. Well, the good news, Chris, I was checking out the young lads, all the cool dudes at Xavier Huxtable's birthday the other night. Long board shorts are back.
Oh yeah,
Knee length board shorts are back.
they sure are.
Stoked. Yeah, I didn't like it when it went too short. Tall, lanky dudes don't look so good in short shorts.
All right, here goes an Henri Matsuno on her backhand. This is a good-looking wall, giving you plenty of opportunity to flex. And she's out of there. Was that Sky Brown quickly in and out? Yep.
We saw Yahagi today having to win his heat in the last 3 minutes. He couldn't find a wave after dominating yesterday. It looks like he was going to absolutely fall off the radar, but in the last 3 minutes he found a couple of waves, small to medium sized ones, and hacked up those things to move on to the next round. By the way it's looking here, Sky Brown might have to do the same.
Yeah, well, she did that in her first heat in the Opens as well. Came from nowhere with only a matter of minutes to go. She was sitting in 4th, dropped an 8, and then got across the line with a high 3 in sort of the dying seconds of the heat. That was her first WSL heat.
Wow.
And then she had another win, and then she had a loss yesterday. 13 minutes remaining in this one. Henri Matsuno is in the lead with a 4.73 and a 3.83. Right, Ikeda, 4.5 and a 3.33. Here does go Sky Brown. This is her third wave. That's a strong turn. Up and over.
Oh, there's the strength there of her surfing. Not afraid to go up towards the coping.
And that's Rizal Tanjung in the channel. He's her caddy. He's giving her some encouragement. He's been doing the same role for his 2 boys, Sina and Varun, as well as Bronson Mady.
Well, if there's anyone that knows about going left in Indonesia, it's that man.
Yeah, there's something about Sky's boards as well. The black boards with the Billabong and the Red Bull stickers, you just instantly think Italo.
Yeah, Italo. Yeah, that was a really good tail high finishing manoeuvre there from the girl surfing for Great Britain. 4.20.
BBC Junior Sports Personality of the Year last year.
Oh.
Now, growing up in Europe, the BBC Sports Personality of the Year, massive
deal.
Massive deal. All right, score, Ian, speaking of massive, a 7.83, the result for Sky Brown's last couple of turns. A 4.2, her previous wave, has rocketed her from 4th to 1st. Henri Matsuno is now chasing a 7.31 for the lead. Mirai Ikeda is looking for a 4.07. And Kana Nakashio she's just got a 5.83. Well, not just a 5.83. That's the second best wave we've seen in the heat. Doesn't have a backup. As 2.73 would put her up into second. 6.2 would put her into the lead. Here goes Sky Brown looking to get rid of her 4.2. Big attack on the first section. She's not done yet either. She keeps her momentum. She's rolling down the line. Bit of a 2-stage cutty. Still just working through the turns, trying to find the sweet spot. She is really sticking with this one, hoping that it stands up. Still just a kind of wobbly little wall, and I think she's going to be hidden behind the pole. And she's kicked out.
That's good. When you see that camera tower coming into shot, it's time to pull off the wave. All right, Sky Brown getting busy now in the latter half of this quarterfinal number 2. It's the way to go. Let's have a look at this one, Chris. Sky High from Sky Brown. That was a super, super impressive attack on the first part of the wave. Now it gets a bit full of water.
Yeah, there's really
not
nothing
much on
beyond
offer.
there.
Just a series of cutbacks. Nothing too special. So all the points most likely coming from that first hit.
And this reminds me of the Kobe Bryant interview, walking into a basketball game, and they're following along, and then behind the pole he just stopped, and the cameraman came out, and all of a sudden there's no more Kobe Bryant.
Magic.
No, Kobe.
Yeah, bang.
9.5 minutes to go, so we're waiting on another score to come in for Sky Brown. She's got a long paddle back to the top of the point. Anri Matsuno sitting second.
Matsuno, 7.31 is her requirement to take that first position off Sky Brown. Keita 4.07 to move up into second and progress into the semi-finals. Nakashio not in a bad position at 5.83. Just needs something substantial next to that.
So the last score of Sky Brown was a 4, does not go into her top 2, so she had plenty of length of ride. But really, it was just that first turn, and then it was a whole heap of tic-tacking. Skateboard style.
So what started out as a pretty miserable morning, woke up, thought, well, maybe we've got the entire day off. But got the swell and weather forecast gurus out. Pretty confident it was going to clean up by mid-morning, Luke Studer told me over the phone, and it did. It's turned into a glorious afternoon. I'm glad we got to get some of these heats out of the way. We've still got a fair bit to get through for the 19th, is it? We're finishing, or the 18th?
Got 2 days after this.
Yeah.
Saturday and Sunday.
So the Coast Guard feeling safe.
And then I imagine Monday will be chaos getting out of here.
Last year, there was 250 of us at the airport at the same time. It was chaos. We had the entire aircraft from Lampung to Jakarta, and they were still trying to say, oh, half of you can't come on because you're not here on time. So we've got the entire plane. So after some negotiating from the bigwigs at the ASC, we got on there. But yeah, it was absolutely chaos. I think we're going 2 separate bits this year. Learning a lot after each year coming to Krui, especially the local crew, the way they've handled the streets and stuff around the competition site. Super impressive. We thank the government for their help and their cooperation.
Massive thanks to the ice cream man. He's sort of learnt over the last few days that
Everyone hates him.
perhaps the 1,000 decibels aren't needed.
I know.
You can pedal your wares at a pleasant 10 or 15.
Have you bought an ice cream off him yet?
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna get one. Pemda Pesisir Barat. We'd like to thank those people for their support. Pertamina, thanks for the petrol, the Benson, the solar, and thanks PLN for keeping us in the power. Telkom and Telkomcell, thanks for your communication needs, and Tourism Indonesia, wonderful Indonesia. We thank you for your continuing support of surfing throughout Indonesia. The ASC, thanks for all the hard work, everybody involved. Nadia back there in the office in Bali, hope you're listening. Thanks very much for everything you do. Tim and Tippy and all the local lads.
Shammy. Tom Shamina. Alex, the new guy who's still enthusiastic.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Not yet jaded. That's great.
Yeah, it's a great story. You know, some bullets just come for a quick holiday and end up staying here for a good 5 or 6 years. Sky Brown, look at that turn. That's a ripper. A lot of back foot, really sinking your teeth into that. This wave also filling up full of water and not offering much afterwards, but the attack.
4.2 gone, you think?
Yep, I reckon.
Let's have a look at this first turn.
PSOI, the Surfing Federation of Indonesia. Thank you for your support as well. Let's get these Indos up onto the world stage. Check this out.
Bang. Oh,
Holds
wow.
the rail.
All right, yep, that 4 is already long gone on this wave, even if she didn't do anything much, did more down the line. 14-year-old throwing buckets. Here goes. All right, Ikeda on her backhand. Swinging the purple blade around with glee. Here's the replay of her last wave. Hard off the bottom, she whacked that turn straight into a bit more of an open face carve. And another one. And repeats the treatment once again. So 3 similar turns following on from the first one that was pretty good. And this goes, that was Anri Matsuno in the green. Still waiting on number 2 coming for Sky. This is a replay of Anri Matsuno paddling. This is some live vision of Anri Matsuno paddling.
So clicking down to that 3-minute mark. This is our surfer Ian Redcunner. These inside ones seem to offer a little bit more scoring potential, Chris. They have that lip section there. They hug the reef a little bit more than those set waves. Well, having said that, Anon set wave was an absolute belter. So it pays to sit there at the athletes area and study the waves and the conditions. A few heats before yours. A couple at least. If you can get onto one of those perlers, it's a big advantage to your column. Alright, no priority yet. There it is. Priority goes to green. It's a bit of a shift in the scoreboard.
Still waiting on one more score for Sky.
Yep, pretty sure she will retain that first spot when she will.
I think she's going to extend it.
Akashio up to second place now, 5.83 with a 3.93. So moving up a couple of places. And Matsuno down to 4th.
2 minutes. All right. Very entertaining heat is in its last throws. There it is, a 7.07 the result for Sky Brown's last wave. A 14.9 two-wave total. The result of her handiwork to this point.
Right, 5.04 is the requirement for green, so all eyes on green in the last minute and 30.
Here goes Kana Nakashio.
Wanting to make that requirement larger.
Oh, good looking section. Crunches it, cracks it. It's not going to be a 9.07, but will make things a little bit tougher for Ikeda and Matsuno.
Unri now hoping that a nice set wave comes through. Did pretty well to get through this flat section and into that. Oh, it's almost hit it perfectly.
It was such a great looking kind of triangle just running towards her, wasn't it? 45 seconds to go.
Bang. It's a good looking wave running down. Lands it. But that wave only offering an opportunity for 2 manoeuvres.
30 seconds to go. Not super dynamic from Anri Matsuno there.
No, that 5.04 could be a bit of an ask. All right, we'll see the other heat pouring on into the competition area. All the girls wanting to get into that semi-final position. That's Sky Brown and Nakashio from quarterfinal number 2. I'd say that will be the results. We're going to cross to an ad break. We'll bring in Gia Lagarde to join Chris Binns. Wherever you're watching around the world, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action straight after this.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro. I'm in the booth with Chris Spins, and we are on the quarter finals of the junior women's. This is Heat 3. We have in the red Simoniwa, in blue Kokona Kawase, in white Rina Matsunaga, and in green Jasmine Studer.
Yep, so 3 Japanese surfers, and Jasmine is flying the Merah Putih, the red and white Indonesian flag. No action on the scoreboard yet.
Last heat, Sky Brown getting a 7.83 and a 7.07. Talk us a little bit about some of the other highlights on that heat. What did I miss out on?
Well, Sky was sitting in 4th for about the first 10 or so minutes, and then smashed a 7.83. A couple of really good turns, and then came out, she got a 7.07 for just basically one turn. Just tore into this first section through plenty of spray, and yeah, there wasn't a whole lot on offer beyond that turn, but it was a good one. And a pair of 7s, a 14.9 total, very handy.
We did go on a small break, but we're back. The conditions have improved drastically since this morning. It was onshore, rainy, stormy, and now it's cleared up. Lineup is looking a lot more like what we're used to seeing it.
Yeah, it was a completely different wake out this morning, hearing the rain absolutely pelting down on the roof. All the bugs. I decided to seek refuge, I think, all in my room. So that was different. It was dark. It was windy. I was staying with a lot of competitors around me, and there were towels and board shorts and various bits of surfing paraphernalia strewn through our garden. But we rebuilt. Here we are. Staying strong.
Sai Maniwa is actually the winner of the Pro Junior Women's last year. She took the win here. Surfed really well in both the junior women's as well as the QS 5000. Unfortunately, this year falling short in the heat, but she still is in the juniors, so it's all good.
I reckon if you've won the Pro Junior, not allowed in it the year after. It's like finishing a video game. I've already done it. Just concentrate on the opens.
I see where you're coming from. But she's back and she's there for more.
Yeah, greedy. Not backing it.
Last year, though, it was co-sanctioned, the juniors. This year, it's just Asian.
So it's easier, even easier for her.
Yeah.
Ah, it's just greedy.
Should be a walk in the park.
Yeah, I mean, she can only go backwards, so what's the point? Like, nah, no good.
Here. We will be finishing this quarterfinal and going straight to the semis. But we will save the junior finals for finals day on Sunday when the swell does pick up. Still big days of competition ahead. This is Rina Matsunaga in the white on her backhand, going down the line, but unfortunately doesn't make around that section.
Fortunately, it does save us from a restart, though, so congratulations, Rena. That was awesome. A .67. Not huge for you, but huge for everyone else. So, thank you. Your service is appreciated. 18 and a half minutes to run in the third of our quarterfinals. That means there's one more after this. Who have we got? Nanaho Suzuki, Ziggy McKenzie, Nala Rabic, and Rita Suzuki. So, 2 Japanese, an Aussie, and an Indonesian. We just saw an ad on the TV for the Tamil Nadu Pro. First ever WSL QS event in India. It's taking place from the 14th till the 20th of August. And you know who's going to be there?
You.
Yeah. Damn straight. Wouldn't miss it for the world. How good. Here goes Jasmine Studer.
Nice first turn. Going down the line, she sets it up for not a second one. Pulls out. Maybe reef was popping out. Tide is coming back up, but it's still pretty shallow. So just a 1 turn wave for Jazz. Here we see the replay. So have you been to India before?
No, I've been to Sri Lanka on a surf trip, but never made it to India, and am very, very excited about it.
I heard Sri Lanka's amazing.
It's fantastic. The food's brilliant. It's so hot. Beaches are really clean, which I don't know why that surprised me, but it did. White sand.
White sand?
Yeah, a lot of them, yep. Just long point breaks. I just wish I'd taken a more suitable fish type 20 setup. So I shan't be making that mistake with India this time around.
I heard there's like elephants and stuff just walking around everywhere.
In Sri Lanka, yeah. Yep.
It's amazing.
And they stop traffic. You get stuck. You can't drive around them. They're quite big elephants. Did you know that? Huge. Never knew.
This is Rina Matsunaga. One nice turn. Straight into second, unfortunately. Gets like swallowed by the lip. After this, we're going straight into the men's junior semifinal. And before we tell you who's in that, we're going to head over to a post-heat interview with Sky Brown and Billy.
We are live, and we're down here in the athletes area with the winner of quarterfinal number 2, Sky Brown. Congratulations. Your first ever WSL event, and you're in the semi-finals. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely does. Just being in Indo and surfing these waves with a few people out, it's just been so fun, and yeah, I'm so soaked.
Right, a pattern I have noticed while you've been surfing in this event, you've got all your scoring waves towards the tail end of the heat. Has that been a strategy, or it's just the way it happened?
No, I'm trying to get my waves as quick as I can, but it always just happens at the end. It's definitely not my strategy, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, you're selling the drama because it makes everyone a bit anxious, but you're delivering in the end, which is super cool. Now, I see in your corner you have the fantastic and powerful and great and magnificent Rizal Tanjung. How did that happen?
Well, we met in Bali, and yeah, he came here with his sons and us, and he's just helping me so much, you know, helping me out and showing us Bali, and it's just been so fun with him, and I'm so thankful, and yeah, thank you, Rizal.
Well, you've absolutely nailed it, because there's anybody that knows anything about going left in Indonesia, it's that guy. Yep. Okay, well, anything you want to say down the camera to all your friends in Japan, Britain, or America?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom that's back home in Japan. So hi, and all my friends that are watching, and yeah, miss you guys and see you guys soon.
Right, well spoken. Give me one of these, because I think you're going to be doing that for a long, long time. Sky Brown, ladies and gentlemen, back to you in the booth.
Nice little interview with Sky Brown, the winner of the last heat. Got a 7.83 and a 7.07 in with a 14.9 heat total.
That's an absurd amount of wax on her board.
Yeah.
Every inch of the deck. From tail to nose, just, and a black board too, so it's going to be melting, and yeah. Might want to look into that.
Yeah, maybe next interview you should ask why the entire board.
I mean, when you skate, right, you put grip tape the whole length of your deck.
You think that's the theory behind that?
Well, you look at a guy like John who does all these wild nose picks and rides out switch standing on his nose and stuff, and he's definitely waxing the length of his board. So yeah, maybe that's what Sky's aiming for. I'm sure she's got, you know, some shovets and that kind of stuff in her repertoire, so why not? And it's also quite a small board.
Yeah.
So, you know, once you factor in the width of your stance, but then you're riding a 5-foot board versus a 6-foot board, the neck wax is always going to go closer to the nose. And, you know. Anyway, carry on.
It's a tiny board. It's like I'd have to use like one on each foot. Here is the current heat leader, Rina Matsunaga. Just a one turn. A little bit of a slower heat again. A bit of a slower heat again. We're hoping with the incoming tide there will be a push in the swell. As we reach the 11.5-minute mark, I went down to Mandiri on the break, checked the waves.
How was?
It was pretty bad, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's much better out here. It's just looking a little bit messy, a little bit all over the place, but maybe it'll get better with the higher tide.
So we're kind of facing straight westish. We're on the corner of a bit of a, or we're on the apex of a corner on the coast. Mandiri's a little bit north of here, and then it kind of hooks out again. So I guess the different wind directions get into a lot of these beaches differently. That's why there's so much, so many opportunities to surf on different winds and tides and whatnot around here, swell directions. Okay, here goes Rina Matsunaga, And playing the priority card, Jasmine Studer with her Dark Side of the Moon spray on her board. Little turn there. I wonder if when you've got that Dark Side of the Moon spray on your board, if you do like a big finner and you ride out switch, you know how if you play Dark Side of the Moon backwards, it's meant to like have all these hidden messages and stuff. Maybe if you rode that board backwards, it would unlock some of that for you too. Just thinking out loud.
I'm loving the theories. And we see...
This is Kokona Kawase. Surfer in blue, working her way down the line, and could possibly have tried to get a little link up there, but she is our heat leader. This is a bit of a sleepy heat, however. No surfer over 5 points. And we are inside the last 10 minutes. One more quarterfinal after this. Nanaho Suzuki, Ziggy McKenzie, Nala Rubik and Rita Suzuki.
This will be the shortest day of the event because it is also the smallest. Tomorrow, hopefully, the swell will be picking back up.
What are we? June 16. We've got to be close to a solstice of some sort, don't we?
Not that I know of, but maybe.
Doesn't really matter much when we're up here hanging around next to the equator, but it does make a little bit of a difference. 2023 June solstice. Let's have a look. There you go. It's the 21st, next Wednesday.
And this is the heat leader Kokona Kawase on a set. A little bit of a fatter one, but she got some really nice turns. Looking to improve on a 2. And Rina Matsunaga just fallen off again.
Chops away at that. This is Sai Manawa. Feel like she might have done a couple of decent turns before we caught up with her, and this wave continues to stand up and run. Goes skating past Kokona Kawase, and she is out of there. 8 minutes to go. I think that's going to be a decent number for our heat leader.
Yeah, that was Simoniwa's first wave in this heat at 8 minutes. So she'll be trying to get back there as quickly as possible to back that score up. She waited quite a while for it. Rina Matsunaga sitting with a 2.17 and a 2.40. Jasmine Studer in second with a 2.33 and a 3.27. And we're still waiting for some scores for Kokona Kawase, the current heat leader in blue. Priority is with Jazz. Second priority is with Rina Matsunaga.
Kokona Kawase. That's one of my favourite names in this field, I think. Sounds like she could be in a jazz band. Playing some trumpet or some sax. Jasmine Studer in the lead. Is that Minojo Yahagi over there caddying? That's a few of the girls in the next heat ready to go. And here goes Kokona Kawase. First turn was really strong. Second one was stylish as well. And then she's out of there. So 2 and done. 6 minutes remaining. Talk us through this replay, G.
Yeah, that's a really nice first turn. Second one as well. They're both quite similar. So I'm not sure if that's really going to improve on the 3.73. But I'm no judge.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. The first turn had a little bit of an extra kind of 10% push right at the end. She's got a very unhurried style. I'm not going to say lazy, but it's effortless, which sometimes can work against you. That was what everyone used to say about Joel Parkinson for years. Sometimes they say it about Steph Gilmore as well. You get judged against yourself.
They say that about Steph as well?
Yeah, just sometimes because her style's so smooth, what she's doing might be really, really hard, but she makes it look effortless. So, you know, it's not like the judges are fooled because they're very intelligent. They watch lots of surfing, but your head, your brain kind of just automatically goes to like, oh,
Looks easy.
yeah, she's just cruising.
Yeah, I get it.
That's why when I surf, I try to make everything look really, really difficult.
Yeah.
Getting to my feet, that's a struggle. Bottom turn without waving my arms in the air, struggle. And I'm just hoping that in their head, people are going like, wow, he must be really good because that looks tough.
Looks critical.
Yeah.
I see. I like your theory with that. That's maybe I should apply it in my next heat as well.
Yeah, too smooth. Too smooth. People just see you on Surfers of Bali every second day and assume that surfing's easy. Don't do that. Now more people are doing it. Chungu's packed.
Yeah.
I blame you.
It's too packed. It's and unfortunately, not everyone knows what they're doing out there all the time. But I am an advocate on helping people out, so I do warn them. I'm like, hey, this wave is not as easy as it looks.
3 minutes 40 to go. Kekona Kawase's last wave was the best of the heat, a 5.33. Pair that up with her first wave, which was the old best wave of the heat, and it was a 4.67. She has a perfect 10. Well, an imperfect 10 because it's out of 20, but she's winning by a lot. Second place, Jasmine Studer is looking for a 6.73. Jasmine has priority, so if the right opportunity pops up, she will pounce. Rina Matsunaga is sitting in third, chasing a 3.21, so only a minus score. Speaking of minus scores, Sai Manawa has only caught one wave. It was a 3. That was her second. She needed a 2.61 to jump up to second. She got a 0.5, so that's not going to help her, but that's fine. There's 2.45 to go in this heat.
Yeah, you can really tell Sai is going to start hunting around, looking for a wave. She doesn't need a big score. Just she can do that in one turn, really. So she's probably going to try to create a little bit of distance from the other girls in the heat.
Special mention to Leafy's, the cafe here in town at Tanjung, Setia. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's a great cafe. They do fantastic coffee, and they've been keeping everyone around the event site fueled up. And thanks to Alex from the ASC, who, given the long days we've been pulling a couple of times, has just volunteered to go and do coffee runs. What a legend. That is how you make friends.
Alex is MVP, I think, of the Krui 2023.
I haven't yet seen him sing karaoke, so he's still got to prove himself on that front. That's a huge part of the criteria here in Krui.
Yeah. It's a rite of passage.
90 seconds to go. Were you saying Sai Manawa is the defending champ here?
Yes. Yep. She won last year's Krui Pro Junior.
1 minute remaining. She needs a 2.61. That's really not much. Inside a minute. Here goes the defending champion chasing a 2.61. It's going to take 2 big turns, and she never looked like she was in control of that one. Here's Jasmine Studer. She's chasing a 6.73. Gets up and over the first section. Second turn was quite similar, but it was still kind of cool. And keeps her speed. Now gets out open face carve. There's a little bit of Huntington hop going on and fairly unsatisfying at the end of that wave. So it's the 2 turns that she opened up with that will garner her the most points. The 6.73 the requirement for the lead. I don't think that was the best wave of the heat, but talk us through the replay, G.
Yeah, here was her first turn, and straight into the second one. I think that one came in with a little more energy than the first one. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a very exciting ending here, but she did have to take it because she didn't want Sai getting it. But
well, Sai Maniwa has obviously performed a couple of turns that we've seen, but to get to the channel where she is, she's obviously come from a long way inside. Let's see if we can't just catch up on a replay of Reds. Okay, so she's working away at this one. Still not sure if there was a little bit more prior to us joining her. Jasmine Studer, not sure if she has extended or added to her 2-wave total or not. As it stands right now, Matsunaga is looking for 3-2-1. I don't think we're waiting on a score for her. Sai Manawa is looking for 2-6-1, which you would assume that she's got, but I think Jasmine Studer may have upgraded her 2 as well. So there's some mathematics to be formulated. We're going to throw to a quick little ad break. When we come back, it's going to be the 4th and final of our Pro Junior Women's quarterfinals. And we'll also be able to bring you the full results from quarterfinal number 3. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way right after this quick break.
Nice. Wow, Simon E were out, defending champ. Oh, we're back.
And we are back. We just finished the heat 3 of the quarterfinals. We ended up seeing Kokona Kawase in first, second Jasmine Studer. Unfortunately, Sai Maniwa, the defending champ, is out with Matsunaga. Rina Matsunaga. I'm in the booth with Mark.
Hello, how are you, G?
I'm good, thanks.
So there's the official results, and it looks like the highlight reels definitely dropped in the blue column. I didn't see much of it. We'll get to our next heat in a moment here, but for Jazz Studer, that's a great result. That is a really good result to take down the defending champ from this event last year. You know, I'm sure her old man Luke will be watching there in Bali, and aboard. He's definitely working a treat. A big result for Jazz. Yeah, so for everyone, you know, for every bad luck story, there's always a good luck story, Giada. So I'm pretty happy about seeing Jazz taste a bit of success and move through to this afternoon's semi-finals.
Yes, and in this heat, we do have Nanaso Suzuki in red, Rita Suzuki. It's Nanaho Suzuki and Rita Suzuki in green. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in blue and Nala Rabic in white.
Yep, and this is our final quarterfinal for the Pro Junior youngsters. And following this, we have the Junior men's semi-finals. We'll finish off the day with this division's semi-finals as well. So effectively another 5 heats remaining. We had a little break over the low tide. What did you get up to, Giada?
I went down to Mandiri.
Same.
I went to the Mandiri, something about Mandiri Homestay or Mandiri Beach Club, sorry. I was there with my friends and we met an amazing group of guys out there, very friendly, and that was Ziggy Mackenzie on the last wave.
Yep, that's her, I think it might have been her first wave, maybe it's her second wave. Either way, they're all on the scoreboard. It's looking like Nanaho with the best of it, a 4.67. So no surfing, just a bit of lunching, was it?
Yeah,
hanging out.
We were just hanging out by the beach, checking the waves, just to get out of the scene.
Hood, yeah, me too.
And yeah, we met this group of surfers that just came back from surfing some secret spot because they know all the nooks and crannies.
So were they local dudes or?
Some were, and others were from New Zealand.
Okay.
So a very friendly group of guys. Shout out to you guys because they said they would tune in and listen to us.
All right. So yeah, I had to get out of the hood. It's been here or just down to the local restaurant at night and back and work site. Rented a motorbike, went for a drive with my mate Billy, had a little paddle. Good to get wet, good to roll the arms over, limber up a little bit. It was nice to drive down that road. It's pretty scenic, isn't it?
Yeah, the roads are so nice, especially now that they've fixed the roads as well. It's so easy to get down there. I remember the first year I came here and the second one as well. Going down to Mandiri was quite a mission. There was sand and mud and everything. I remember getting stuck there once. My bike broke down. But it all turned out well at the end as we see Nala Rabic on a good-looking wave. She tries to get around the section. She does a nice carve to start up this wave and then goes straight to a second one, as it looks like this wave is gonna stand up for her in the inside. She stays with it and jumps out the back.
All right, so that'll be her best score. It'll put her in the conversation there for second position as we see Ziggy Mackenzie putting together a 4-point ride for her last effort.
Yeah.
So she is, well, she's got one. All right, got to get 2 big numbers to be qualify for a semi-final positioning. Here goes green now. Rita, is that her first name?
Yeah, Rita Suzuki. A beautiful backhand turn. Unfortunately, doesn't make it and gets sucked out the back. And this is a current heat leader with a 4.67 on a nice looking set. A beautiful first turn. That was really great surfing. And a third.
Oh my goodness. Nanaho's teeing off here.
Yeah, Nanaho. I'm surprised she's still a junior because I remember last year in Taiwan, she took out the win in the QS 3000.
Wow, you can see why.
Yeah.
That was really quality surfing, really big bossy moves, top to bottom stuff. She had a good wave and really used the whole wave face for me, and I'd love to see the action replay. It's going to look really good the second time around as well. I can see easily the best number of the heat about to drop.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's hope we can see it again. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Rita's wave again.
Quick up and out.
All right, the next one will be the one. Here we go. Nanaho Suzuki. Boom. Nice. Had a good wave, helped herself to a lot of scoring opportunities on this. Went a little bit dodgy there at the end, but still some good work done out the back on a bigger wave. Without getting too carried away, I can see a reasonably good number dropping for her.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the best wave in this heat. As we see Ziggy Mackenzie just coming out of the water. Looks like she just caught a wave. Nanaho's Suzuki was also probably the best wave I've seen since I've come back into the booth.
Okay.
Yep. Last heat was a little sleepy, was a little slow, but
Wow, I've got to tell you, the first heat of this round I sat in here for and watched. Anon Matsuoka went nuts.
Yeah.
A 9 and a 6.33.
Wow.
Oh, my God. She's only 17, and she won at NIAS last year as a pro junior. She was here during the Krui event as well. And for someone that's only 17 to be doing what she's doing and surfing the way she does, we just watched Rita. Anon Matsuoka is a serious campaigner to be around for a long time. Remember that name, everybody. She's a really cool young lady and surfs out of her skin. We're going to throw down to Chris Binns, who has an appointment with the winner of the last heat. Chris.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Down here having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Kokono Kawaze. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How did you find the waves out there?
So good wave. Yeah? It was so fun.
And a couple of really good scores from you there. Were you looking for any waves in particular or just trying to get whatever was there?
すごいなんかまだ潮が引いてて浅くてすごい怖かったんですけど、あと最初の時間に全然波が来なくて焦る部分もあったけど、いい波乗れてよかったです。
Beautiful. And you were saying you're from near Osaka? Yes. Do you have any waves like this at home?
No. Near Krui is good wave.
Yeah, it's really good waves. And who are your friends that you are traveling with?
Same heat, Dina Matsunaga, traveling this year.
What's it like when you have to surf against your friend? Are you angry at them or?
No.
Still friends?
Yes.
Well, congratulations on the win and good luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back up to you guys in the box.
All right. Thank you, Chris Binns. Meanwhile, a wave of Nanahos is in. Maybe we can see the individual numbers. There they are, a 7. Thanks, guys. A 7 and a 4.67. So really solid scoring there. Nanahos' last wave was brilliant. 3 really good turns with a lazy finishing move for the 7. Strung it together really well. That's her on picture. Rita Suzuki with a 5.5, being the second best wave of this quarterfinal. Our junior men's semi-finals are right in front of me. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll just check Nanaho.
Yeah, Nanaho looking at this other set. She gets around this first section and he's setting up for this beautiful first turn. You can see her smile. She's feeling good. She's going to try get around the second section, but does not make it. She was all smiles on that wave.
She was. Here goes Nala now. So Nala Rabic on the inside, thrashing around on a smaller inside wave, but it's still holding its shape.
Yeah, Nala Rabic looking for a 4.11 to go into an advancing position. She's definitely going to be replacing the 1.87 after that one. Ziggy McKenzie looking for a 2.54. She has priority, she has time, and this is a replay of Nanaho Suzuki's last wave. Sets up this beautiful first turn, gets slightly stuck.
She knows she got stuck there.
Yeah.
You could see her having a bit of a giggle going, oh no. And she tried to recover, but it was just a bit costly. What do you know about the young one here, Nala?
Nala, really, I don't know too much about Nala, honestly. I've seen her competing around. She's a very kind, lovely young girl. But I know she loves surfing. She's been waking up every morning at 5 a.m. She's out there first thing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's good commitment. No, I was sitting next to her on the plane on the way up here, and she seemed, she was all chatty and, definitely holding her head high and engaging, and yeah, it was pretty cool to sit next to someone that I could have a real good convo with, who I'd never met. Someone so young. She rolled up to Lakey a couple of weeks back with Suri and her friend, Suri Jabrick. All right, look at the thrashing paddle from Blue, who has priority, so cashing it in. Look at the size of this thing.
Yeah, that's a bigger set. Unfortunately, her board gets swept out from under her feet, but that was going to be a pretty big score. Looking now at Rita Suzuki. Taking a look at this wave, it's going to be a really great score if she manages to keep it all the way, maybe. Looking to get rid of the 1.03. I think she's definitely already done that.
So these bigger sets, you can see they fatten off rather quickly because they just push a lot wider than the smaller medium waves. She also had a bit of whitewash to deal with from Ziggy's wave. It was a big set, so you can't help yourself. You just kind of got to go. You get a bit struck by the size of it and just want in. Some pretty good surfing early though. Goes past Ziggy. We just saw her duck diving. Then it just starts to push off the reef a little bit here now.
Yep. Looking to replace a 103. Only needs a 267 to go.
She'll move up
into second.
Yep, for sure. So she will drop Ziggy out of that second position. Ziggy's got a 417 as her best number. Rita was holding the second best score of the heat. She's going to add another pretty good, reliable backup number. Nala Rabic, a 243, her best score.
Yeah, we're waiting for some scores to come in from Nanaho Suzuki, Rita Suzuki, and Nala Rabic. And then we'll see the updated, and there we go. Last turn of Nanaho Suzuki came in at 493. Slightly increases her lead, but she's knowing her, she's going to want to improve on that, especially after having a 7.
There's the keyhole. We'll have a look at the leaderboard again in a moment. We have heading out for our junior boys semi-finals in the blue. That is Tenchi Iwami and his caddy. A whole lot of Groms and some locals getting down there on the shoreline to get a closer view of these athletes.
Yeah, it is Friday afternoon here in South Sumatra in Krui. This is Ujung Bachur, and you know, everyone's gonna come here after work, after school. They all want to see a little bit of the action that's going down. This weekend we're gonna start seeing massive crowds at the beach.
Yeah, totally. They love it. A lot of them may not know what they're really looking at, but it doesn't matter. They know there's a festival going on at the beach. They know there's a lot of boules, and they're going, let's just go and hang out and see what this surfing thing's all about.
Lots of ice cream trucks.
Yeah, lots of little food vendors as well.
Yeah, karaoke.
Yeah, lots of noise, lots of their friends down here. It's the place to be.
I think it's the event of the year.
For sure, it's huge.
Everyone's gonna be here.
Sleepy little town down here at Tanjung, Setia, the southern area of South Sumatra. It is in the province of Lampung. And it's a pretty cool little spot. So Suzuki did go into second place. Mackenzie down into third. Requirements aren't, well, they're decent. So Ziggy needs her best number to get out of trouble with 9 minutes to go. The surfer in blue. Nala Rabic, her best number has just come in at a 2.7. Just not quite the impact her manoeuvres as someone like a Red or Rita in the green. So a little bit of something to work on for Nala, but I love what she does. She's just pretty young and inexperienced, and the takeaways from this is if you can learn all the time, going, okay, I've got to make things a bit more brutal. Got to get stuck into it.
Yep. But this is an amazing opportunity for Nala. So young, still learning from some of the big names. So she's gonna take a lot of experience from this event.
Yep, it's a good thing. A lot of them will be bigger for the experience of being here. Huge learning curve. They're up against much older people from all around the world in an unfamiliar, environment. Well, an unfamiliar location. Red, why don't you have a look at Nanaho's wave for us?
Yeah, this is Nanaho, our current heat leader. Tries to bust the fins out, but unfortunately falls out. Doesn't matter though, because she is heat leader with a 7 and a 4.93. Rita Suzuki in second with a 5.50 and a 4.03. Looking for a 6.44 to go to first. Ziggy Mackenzie with second priority, looking with a 4.17 and a 4, looking for a 5.37, and Nala Rabrick looking for a 6.83. Yep.
All right, I'll quickly just enlighten everybody. It's back to them junior men's semis. It's going to be Ipo Suzuki in the red. We mentioned Tenchi Iwami, who was just paddling out. Manojo Yahagi will surf in white, and Westernhurst, the sole Indonesian, will paddle out next in green. Meanwhile, Nala, this is a better wave.
Yeah, this is a good-looking wave. Nice first, kind of a check turn, I guess, because she had to go around that section. A beautiful carve, and tries to get it more vertical. Unfortunately,
Yeah, you could see her shake her head there.
yeah, she knows that's not what she's gonna need, but she's definitely gonna improve on a 2.43.
Yeah, it was a better wave.
Yeah.
You can see the speed was good. Here goes Ziggy now, cashing in her priority. And have to get moving here.
Oh.
Yep, plenty of spray. Good timing with the lip. A little late on the end manoeuvre, so a 1 manoeuvre wave there for Ziggy. Probably won't drop into a top 2. She's got a pair of 4s. Does need a 5.37. Doubtful that was it. Here comes Rabic into the paddle battle. Yeah, so Nala, another one of those ways where the moves weren't really, you know, as savage as they could have been. She probably had her eyes on down the line, maybe a little bit too much, but you got to take your opportunities when you got that speed and the clean green face, because the numbers she's getting, she's got to read between the lines there and go, okay, the judges are telling me I've got to step it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I might have a chat with her later on, because after meeting her and that, she might need to hear just a little bit of advice on to how to improve.
Yeah, I think
She's
that's
cool
a great idea.
Yeah, I like her. It's quite obvious when you sit here, isn't it, Giada? It's such a different perspective. You being a competitor and you're still in the event, that you get to watch so much and you get to see scores drop all day. It's quite a massive learning curve for yourself as a competitor to sit here and see, you know, how heats can get won and lost so easily. You can see areas that the judges want to see. We get to understand that quite easily from the amount of speculating and results we get to call and numbers we see drop. You must find it's helpful for you as a competitor.
Yeah,
huh?
for sure. It's super helpful, and actually most of my heat tactics I've actually gotten from watching all the heats that I have from these past 4 days. I've really tried to emphasize mostly on how people have been losing, especially the past few days when it's been so slow. Most of the time my goal is to just get out there and get 2, you know, decent scores, because you never know when that lull's gonna come. And there we go. She heard you.
Trying to get a bit more brutal and a bit more top to bottom.
Yeah.
See the men's heat starting to get into position, so we're not long off the men's semis. So you'll be surfing tomorrow, I'd imagine. What do you do tonight? Do you have a special dinner tonight before you compete, or you got any superstitions like that?
Not
really.
No.
Just go with the flow.
Yeah.
Deal with it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty chill.
You gonna have a free surf tomorrow morning? Would you like the first couple of heats off or anything to have a free surf?
Nah.
You know, you're happy to just chip away in here and see how it goes?
I'm pretty cruisy. I haven't had a free surf. I've only had one free surf since I've gotten here. Was that one afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
And then I've only surfed for my heats. That's
Seems to be working.
Yeah.
Might as well keep if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Honestly, I don't love waking up early, so for me, as long as this is keeping itself together, I'm gonna go down this line.
All right, you might as well stick with it. It seems to be working. So Nala Rabic, 3.17. She's turned in her best number. The youngster there still chasing a mid sort of 6 to get out of trouble. Ziggy McKenzie could track down the 5.21 if she gets a chance. She is in third rotation on the priority. The Japanese surfers, Team Suzuki, holding it down. Reddy's first, Bluey's second, Greeny's second.
Yeah, Ziggy McKenzie's going to be hoping a 3-wave set comes and that, you know, she gets one last chance. But Rita Suzuki with first priority in second place is not going to be letting go of Ziggy McKenzie.
I don't reckon. You've got to pay respect to a surfer of Ziggy's skill. You've got to do what you've got to do, and it's a professional move to stay right there and perhaps block her should she need to. I mean, Ziggy would probably do the same thing should the situation be reversed.
I think anyone would.
Yeah.
There we see the beautiful backdrop. Beautiful valleys out the back.
Big long beach break, that's it.
Yeah.
In the sort of mid-ground of the picture right there. Geez, it's a long stretch of beaches. There's a lot of peaks right there to choose from. Get on a motorbike, go for a drive, pick your spot, pull up, have a surf. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, just now when we were on our break, I was driving down Mandir and you could see motorbikes parked all along the coast. Each.
Check out Green guarding Ziggy here.
She's not letting go.
No.
She's not gonna let her go.
She's wearing like a bit of seaweed on the leg rope. She's not letting her out of arm's distance.
Yeah, she's following her every move.
Oh, really just letting her know that I'm here and you ain't getting a wave. So Green with first priority. This isn't going to break. Ziggy's like, damn, can't lose this one.
Suzuki close by as well. So there we have first and second priority.
Now got a little bit of breathing space. Has she got a wave here? Maybe. How did Green let her do that?
Oh, I'm surprised.
Yeah, me too. After the little bit of defensive work that went on before this, she needs a 5-2-1. Couple little mini taps. The reef pops up pretty quick, so maybe that's why Rita wasn't too fussed.
I don't think it will be the score Ziggy needs, but we did watch it from a drone angle, so it could be different. I'm very surprised, Rita.
Yeah, especially after the little tagging moment just previous. All right, with the boys' semi-finals moving into position, you'll be able to have a chat with Nanaho.
Yep.
That'll be good. She's a real quality act. So we'll put Nanaho. Okay, well, we'll throw to a quick ad break and we'll be right back in a moment, everybody. So don't go anywhere. Boys' semi-finals coming up next. All right, we are back. I'll welcome back in for the junior men's semi-finals, Billy Hangen.
G'day, Mark.
And our very first one is featuring 3 Japanese surfers. This is going to be some high-powered surfing champion because we have Ippo Suzuki, Tenchi Iwami, there's that name, Monogo Yahagi.
Wow.
And Weston Hurst.
Your boy up against my boy.
Yeah, well, we were saying I was leaning on Yahagi and you were thinking Iwami.
Yep.
But you know what? They've got to get over Weston Hurst first, who's in fine form, as is Ippo Suzuki. There is our first matchup, everybody. This is a big deal. It's a semi-final for the Groms. That's Weston Hurst in the green. That is Iwami in the blue. 25 minutes to get stuck into it and plonk yourself squarely in our first final that is being decided here at this year's Krui Pro.
Mate, I was a little bit busy during my off heats. Jess Studer got through, is that right?
Yes, she did.
Into the semis.
And she was in the heat with defending champ Simon Niwa.
Yeah.
So I was alluded to that earlier, that's a big win for Jazz.
Yeah.
And Luke would have been watching, the old man, and he would have been quietly chuffed as well, because on paper, Simon Niwa was looking like, well, the defending champ. Here we go. It's ripping straight into it. That's a brutal hit from Weston. Squares it up again. A couple of full vertical attacks here. Nice little wrap to stay with it. He's found himself a good wave. Off to the best start I've seen him in a heat this event. Another little tag there, throwing the chook feathers out the back. Bill.
That was super cool. Yahagi, your boy. Check it out. Always got a lot of speed and always puts his board in the right place. That is 3 decent belts. That's an answer back to Western Hurst.
Yep, so the judges now, their comparisons are going to be easy. They've just seen 2 pretty good rides back to back. So they've got to have a little bit of a powwow and see which one they like more and by how much, and then make those clear separations of numbers. Yahagi, we missed half his wave here, so he's done some pretty good work before he got to about where we picked up here.
That's kind of where the best turns were, on the end of that wave.
Westerns were at the start.
Yeah, it was a little bit lateral, a little bit not near the pocket, but that's the first turn from the Lakey Peak boy, and that was high and tight and critical.
Yep.
So this could be the point of difference between those 2 rides, Mark.
So yeah, the judges have got a little bit to navigate their way through here and decipher that, because it was a ripping start from both surfers. Weston did some good surfing early. Those bottom turn, top turn combos.
There's Nala. Looks like she's
looking
got
a little injured.
Self a little bit of an injury there. Willow Hardy right next to her, and Ziggy taking care of the board. Sure, the lads will be down there soon to look after her.
Wonder what's happened. Maybe she got a last wave in and come unstuck on that reef or something. It must have happened kind of right in that last 30 seconds or so, because she surfed a pretty good, surfed a lot of waves and showed no sign of fuss. So something's gone on right at the very end. So anyway, when we say my boy Yahagi, I've kind of tipped him to finish higher than who Billy's calling his boy as Iwami.
Yep.
So Western Hurst, there we go, 767, big number, and Western just under at a 6. So Yahagi, judges have gone a little bit more brutal more often. Western is 6 is still a really good number. Would have got a lot of those points off his first couple of solid attacks. But Yahagi just had a bit more quality throughout his ride. Either way, they're both off to a ripping start. So I'll be interested to see that. We've just got the sheet for the women's semi-finals, the Pro Juniors. There's a lot of Japanese there, and they are filling 6 of the 8 spots now in the semi-finals for the Pro Junior girls. We'll get to that a little bit later on, but they're here on force, here to be reckoned with. Here goes Western having a look down the line. I'm sure Troy's watching. G'day, mate. Good afternoon from Krui Town, South Sumatra. Thumbs up. Boys looking pretty good. Off to a solid start. And for those that don't really know, Dad makes those boards.
Yep.
So they're working a treat for him. Good on you, Troy. He goes Yahagi. Whoops. That was a face plant. But didn't he get out of trouble this morning? He was having a shocker of a heat.
He was finished.
If we flash back to the first half of his heat this morning, he did that about 3 times. He was picking the wrong waves and having a dud and turned it all around quick smart. Here's your fella.
Yeah, here is the beautiful style of Iwami. Wow. Tenchi really blasting it through the pocket there. And recovers, doesn't quite get onto that open face, so maybe a bit too much unce in that first turn, mate.
A little bit of unce too much, and geez, he went for it. That was a huge, real critical move, but lost him a little bit of down the line projection, and it was all over. So that'll be the third best score, the least attractive out of all those first exchanges. Leaving Suzuki now.
Here's the replay, mate. I like the star spray. It's right under his front foot. Quite eye-catching.
That was sick.
Yeah, just a little caught up.
Yep. And Ipo Suzuki in the red at this stage waveless. So there is a 4, a 6, and a 7 something. 767 was Yahagi's first.
Yeah, 767.
So Suzuki top priority. Western picking up second priority. Waves approaching. Western's having a good think about this. Had to look down the line a number of times, maybe a bit too much wall on it. Yep.
Doesn't like it.
Yep, look at that. Well, it's stretched right out. Would have been hard to get down to that point. He knows it. This is looking a little better. Where is he? Right there.
He's interested, mate.
All right. If you don't mind, let's have a little look at Western Hurst. Gives it a pump. He's too deep. No, he has to pull off for Ipo.
Yeah, he had to give way to the priority holder. This is Suzuki on his first wave. Great looking runner through the inside. Only allows him 3 turns, and he absolutely blows the third one. So, an interesting exchange. Maybe Western wanted it. Maybe he didn't want it. Maybe you just go, well, you better take that wave and lose your priority.
All right, that was interesting. But a good read there from Western, I guess, getting out of the way and going, okay, play on. Yahagi now picks up top priority. Iwami into second priority with a low number. Western looking pretty decent with that 6. Suzuki a little late on that wave. Needed to get the afterburners on. Here he goes again. So he's got such a cruisy, just a delightful style. Never fussed. Boom. And then too late here. Nice try, but no cigar.
Yeah, couldn't quite climb the outside of the tube.
Yeah, it's hard to go up when the whole thing's 3/4 of the way down. I like his thinking. 417 puts him, leaves him well positioned. You can see Western from there, who's in second. Now first semi-final. Wow, okay, here he goes again now, so down the line. The style, he makes stuff look easy. Oh, how's that tail
nice.
whip? Just his hand jive and his positioning, it's just effortless, really. That was strong surfing. I think we're going to throw down to Giada, and we'll get back to Suzuki's score in a moment. We'll throw to Giada and hear from the winner of the last heat.
All right, I'm here with the last heat winner, Nanaho Suzuki. Congratulations, that was a really well done heat. You have your semifinals later, so are you going to keep your strategy the same, or are you going to change something after surfing out there?
Yes, so waves was so good, and then it will be more good waves, I think, getting high tide. So yeah, same plan. I will do my best.
We saw from the broadcast you did one of your first turns, and you were smiling and laughing. So what's going on what are you thinking when you're surfing out there?
Yes, so I was, oh, good waves. Yeah, I'm happy. So that's it. That's all.
All right. So what have you been doing in Krui since you got here? Have you surfed somewhere else or just here?
Yeah, I went to the Krui lift. So, but there's a small, but yeah, we have fun time out there.
All right. This is my favorite question to ask. Are you nasi goreng or are you mi goreng?
Yeah, I like nasi goreng.
Me too. Nasi goreng's the best. All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back in Japan?
はい、応援ありがとうございます。やっとインタビューブースに来れたんですけど、この調子でジュニアも勝っていきたいですし、QS も調子上げて頑張っていくんで応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you. And congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Good on you, Giada. Nanaho Suzuki, she's one to watch out for. She'll be surfing again very shortly, mate. Not much of a break between these semis.
Yeah, you got to get in, get refreshed, get hydrated, and get ready for your semi straight after your quarter win.
So everybody's off to a start in this heat. None better than Yahagi. 7.67, lots of surfing done right behind Westernhurst as 6. But Ipo Suzuki, the flashy, cruisy, lay-back style of that goofy footer, enough for the lead. A shaky lead. That's on the strength of a second backup. No one else's second number on the board worth note. So a shaky first placing at this point for Suzuki, and he will know it. He's got a lot of quality breathing down his neck from the other 3.
Yeah, well, he got those 2 waves within a minute. He took off on the first one, didn't complete it, so he messed up that third turn. Pretty much paddled straight and caught the next set for that 4.17.
Yeah, so got himself. He was last to get a wave, and now he's the first to have 2. So it was right in the chute.
Well, we've got something to look forward to this afternoon is Lani's traditional dance.
Oh, that's right.
How good's that going to be?
Yeah, so Dino and his young daughter, she's going to be down there performing with 4 of her friends. It's an entertainment for the guests that come down there, and the tamu, the customers that patronise Lani's. Friday afternoon, happy hour, a little sing-along and a dance-along.
I think it's happy hour, football and traditional dance. What an afternoon.
Looking forward to it.
All right, have a look at this. It is Yahagi in white, straight to the top of the lip line. He's already rattled off 3 turns. Now gets down to the fast part of the wave. Managed to crack off a 4th. So nothing real eye-catching, but it's going to be, it's going to be up towards the good range, I reckon.
He's just got that perpetual motion dialed up. He never has downtime.
11 minutes remaining.
Elephant minute. That's a private joke, everyone. Don't mind us. We're being silly. But yeah, that perpetual motion, mate, he loves throwing the board up above the lip. The judges love watching it, and they'll throw decent numbers of that all day long. He'll go to the lead for sure. It'll be a decent backup, I'm tipping, because the judges have been loving his act for a reason. He's non-stop.
I like when he stood up there and didn't even go straight. He just mid-face bottom turn so he can get that first crack at the lip out of the way.
He just has such a good read on waves.
Yep.
Monojo Yahagi. Remember back to the first time we saw him a couple of days ago, he had a 9 and an 8.17. Put together a 17.5 2-wave total yesterday.
Yep.
And that really caught our eyes, and we went, hello, who's this character? Yeah, but he'll be happy with this second number as well, because it'll be right in that mid-range somewhere. Could even be the second best wave, or thereabouts. It's probably going to rival in and around Western's number. Meanwhile, let's just have a look at Ipo here. Go for it, Bill.
Yeah, the goofy footer now, straight up, straight into attack mode, a little airdrop, and a really snazzy looking second turn. Pops the tail, if you don't mind, for the third.
Oh.
And a little bit of a chop hop turn into face plant for the for the 4th. So a little bit of definitely variety on the turns. Whether it's critical or eye-catching to the judges, we'll have to wait and see. This is the first good one.
It was a critical face plant. I know that.
Yeah, he's definitely got his groove on. What's this one? Boink.
Yeah, look, I love watching him, because you never know what you're going to get next, and that was a bit unusual, and I feel a bit sorry for him on that instance, because had he finished that, there was definitely one more swack coming up, and he had his eyes on that.
Yep.
And forgot about the lobsters under that last manoeuvre, and down he went. But yeah, he's just got something attractive about what he does. Yahagi's a 5.10, so it's not the second best score, but it's the 3rd best score of the heat. Pretty good backup.
Pretty good backup, mate. And while all this is going on, Westernhurst has still only got 2 waves. These guys are going really busy on the inside. Yahagi now again up around the lip line. 2 completed turns. looking to get rid of a 5-1-0. I'm not sure that'll happen.
No, it wasn't needed, that wave. Just frothing out a bit with fourth priority. He goes the knock-knee style of Iwami.
Yep, you know I'm a big fan of his style and a big fan of his surfing. Get some speed this time into the money section of the wave and really sinks his teeth into that third turn. A nice functional floater to finish off with. There's not much happening, so he just does the zombie flop and straight out the back to get in line in that priority again. How'd you like those turns?
When he winds up, he is that good to watch. This big stab he did as his last move went beyond 12 o'clock, I reckon. I'd love to see a slow-mo of it. It's coming up. He's working his way down to this point here. It's coming up pretty soon. This might be the section. Yeah. Bang, that was beyond 12.
Yeah, it was about 10 to 12 for sure.
And then added more joy to it. Yep, the judges are going to love that for sure. Out of fourth. Could even go into second spot here.
Yeah, well, 6.24 is what he needs.
That was as good a move as we've seen in this heat. Judges would have taken note of the beyond 12 o'clock attack. You know, they've been rewarding quality all week over quantity. So Yahagi 716 had a lot of surfing attached to it. There wasn't one of those sort of moves attached to it. So let's see how generous the judges are feeling and how much they're sending that message to the competitors. That was just a dynamite move.
I tell you, the boys look, as soon as they saw that swirl, they looked like they all wanted a piece of it. And it's Westonhurst. Is he in a position to take advantage of this set wave? He thinks he is. Straight to his feet, the goofy footer from Sambauer. That's a fantastic first turn, and he controls the descent. No worries, he's got it out onto the open face. He doesn't, so it's that one turn only, Mark.
All right, well, Iwami's score didn't go anywhere near it. It was enough for third.
Oh, wow.
But it was is that for 4, 6, 7? Or is it the 4?
It is the 4.
Ooh.
Second wave is a 4.
Ouch.
Geez, we're off the mark, aren't we?
Well, for me, that was just a killer move. Okay, we're not in the judging box, so we'll have to cop that, and so will Iwami. He's now chasing a mid-range 5. And let's see where Ipo has a bit of a sniff down the line, not too much wall. The Japanese surfers now, you know, Weston's still got the second best number. We can't forget that. He needs only a 4.24. So the Indonesian there is lurking. He's got 5 minutes to go. So Weston, just don't worry about what these guys are doing. Keep the blinkers on. You focus on yourself. Here he goes. I think this turned into a one-hit wave, wasn't it, Bill?
Yeah, a bit of a tail drift there, and he had to kind of control that descent so he didn't go over the handlebars, and it kind of put him out of position so he couldn't get that second hit in. So one only, and what have they given him for him?
Where'd he go? 4.8.
Wow.
All right, so got what he needed. It's really close now between him and Suzuki. So he's doing the surfing that judges want to see. He's kind of going top to bottom on the bigger waves. Those first 2 turns he did on his other wave for the 6. That was a 1 manoeuvre wave, but the judges buying right into it. They loved it. 4.8, good backup.
Yeah, so that one coming over the last of Tinchi's.
Yeah. Either way, they're both pretty similar scores. The Japanese have been dislodged out of a qualifying second position. Suzuki. So the 2 goofies sit there. That's them in the green and red. Weston wants to know the time. 4 minutes, mate. Suzuki a mid-5. Iwami a low 6. Yahagi 767 is about the difference of this heat. Had he not got that wave, it would be just about a photo finish between the top 3 riders.
There's all the gang on the far right of screen. There's Sam
hello,
Nelwood.
Jazz. Is that Jazz? No, it's not. Anyway, oops, has to kick off and does. White now. Yahagi.
A bit close quarter combat there, wasn't it?
He knew what he was doing. And up and down and in and out. A couple of waves there that Yahagi probably didn't need his last wave and this wave. Trying to better a 5.10, took it off his mate. Won't improve his 2-wave total. Western still wants to know the time.
Well, Western sitting out there with second priority, and the guy he is trying to fend off, Suzuki, is sitting there pretty with a big P next to his name. He can take any wave that he wants for the next, I imagine it's 2 minutes. Yahagi's little attempt there. How long we got left? Yeah, 2:45. So that is the situation at the moment. Western Hurst trying to fend off Suzuki and Iwami and defend that second placing.
Yeah, no, good move, because Red is his immediate threat. Hey, boys, a couple of gangsters there. Yeah, we see ya. How are you, fellas?
Look at it.
Marzi, Brody, and Saxon, is it? Yeah, that is you, Saxon. I can see. Yep, yep, there you are.
Look at the flex.
Brody, hey, Marzi. Yeah, just having to think about it. Nice bit of drone work there,
right.
Rhino. Well, I'm glad Western's sitting where he is in the rankings here, because I think that first 6 had a little bit extra to it.
Right.
So
okay.
in the big scheme of things, I'm glad he's still advancing, and not only that, being a Lakey boy and knowing his folks pretty well. I don't know the others at all, the Japanese contingent, but I love what Western's been doing throughout his whole life.
All right, 1 minute and 35 left. It is all eyes on Ipo and Western. This is the battle for second place. Yahagi pretty safe up there, top of the leaderboard. Red has priority. He only needs that 5.64. If it's a 2-wave set, fantastic. If it's a 1-wave set, you're going to see a little bit of scratching. And now Western putting a bit of space between him, or is he? Cat and mouse continues, bit of a chess game.
You might owe me a coconut at the end of this heat, mate.
Yes, the bet is on.
All right, Yahagi now, just a little ride out of the lineup. No, he wants more. There's only 50 seconds, Yahagi. You're winning. Western's gone deep. He's kind of left Red unguarded with 40 seconds to go. Hutty, young man.
He's drawing him up with him though. He's drawing right up the reef.
Is there a set? There's 30 seconds to go. Is there 2 swells approaching? Here's Iwami.
Yeah, it's a small wave. Not much scoring opportunity on offer.
Something's going on out the back here.
I like the way Western's brought him all the way up the reef, because you have to get around that super tricky section, and Ipo's about to find that out. It's really fast running and ugly on the inside. We saw Lydia get caught up with it about an hour ago.
Well, Western Hurst will advance.
Well played. He gives the flex, the double pythons out there, if you don't mind. Western Hurst straight into the final.
Yep. On you, Troy. Woo-hoo. Your boy will surf again on the weekend come finals day. We will throw to an ad break champion, and I'll go and have a chat with Yahagi.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the second semi-final men's junior action. Riki Sato is the Japanese surfer in red who's on the screen. In white is Made Ariana, and this is him opening his shoulders, swinging the blade on his first wave. Whoa, big fan of spray, not done yet. He'll climb up and over this section, see if he can't reconnect with the open face one last time, and that was a well-punctuated wave with a whole bunch of variety and different stuffs from start to finish. Didn't mind it. Made Mahendra, otherwise known as Dara, is the surfer in blue, and the man we haven't heard from yet, but there he is in the middle of the screen in the green jersey, the high-flying lad from Lakey Peak, Bronson Mady. Here's the replay of Ricky Sato's opening wave.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It was kind of lateral until then. Then it was 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock in a split second. A bit of a backslash there. Not much going on in that full part of the wave.
Yeah, he's playing catch up a lot of the time. There's Bronson. Okay, opened up with a bit of a fin throw reverse. Has ridden out of it, and this was probably the best wave we've seen so far. This is Made Ariana. Oh, strong surfing from start to finish. How was the fan of spray? I really like this. He could have hit that section, but realised the ender was there.
Yep.
Put the foot down. Little accelerated foam climb through the middle, came out of that with more speed than he went into it, and then transferred that all into the ender. Talk us through this wave of Dara's.
Made, my co-beach commentator, getting his surfing groove on now. Only 2 turns, however, that wave rattling off down the reef. Everyone's on the board.
I do like that blue rashi, just the baby blue.
Good colour.
Oh, it's a great colour, isn't it?
Here he goes.
You'd be happy if they threw you that one. Whoa. We changed surfer mid-wave, and this is Ricky Sato in the red jersey slapping that one. And here goes Made Dara. Bit of drift out of the tail, and he's out of there. So opening score for Ricky Sato comes in at a 4. Still waiting on a whole bunch of numbers to follow. And Billy, run us through what just happened in the last heat. Looks like Manojo Yahagi continued his run of scintillating form.
Yep, he got out to that early lead. As
Bronson.
we watch Bronson ripping down the line, just zimming out of the left-hand side of the screen. He really put a lot into that last turn. So Bronson, I imagine that's his second wave.
Here goes Made Ariana flying down the line. I think he'll be our heat leader.
Oh, yeah.
After the first exchange, and I think he's just extended his lead on the back of that one. Here goes Made Mahendra. That was a crisp turn, really crunched the section, and you can see how much better the surf has got from what we were faced with first thing this morning.
Yeah, that was dismal. Yeah, Yahagi out to an early lead. He kind of sat on that for the last 3/4 of the heat, and it was Western Hurst, a late comeback. He was super pumped with it. He gave the results, sitting out the back with the double pythons. Loved it. So he's all pumped up, ready for the final. There's a long wall for our surfer in white. Here's the replay. Ariana looks to be in good form.
And this is Bronson Mady. Putting the foot down.
Really looks up towards where he wants his surfboard to go. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look where you want to go. It's a really Simple theory, but not everyone can do it. Bronson certainly does.
Where the head goes, the body will follow. This is Mate Dara on his backhand. I really liked that turn. Just threw a huge sheet of spray and then kind of had to play catch up, just climbing over various white watery sections until he gets out of there. Yeah, Bronson's a bit of a rubber man, the way he kind of throws his limbs around, and yeah, good call as well, the way he gets his head and really looks back up at the lip and forces that rotation out of his body. It's a very elastic, whippy style that he's developed. You ever seen his movie that we made, Becoming Bronson?
I think I did. No, I mustn't have, or I would have remembered it.
Speaking of Lakey Peak, we're going to cross down to Mark Clift, who is talking to the man of the moment, Manojo Yahagi.
All right, winner of the last heat here with me, Manojo Yahagi. Remember that name, everybody. He's on a tear. Manojo, you've won every single heat. Feeling good, yeah?
Yeah, so good. Thank you.
How much do you love this wave?
Yeah,
That's the guy who was having a beer with us last night.
No.
He's at the Book It.
Yeah.
Easy wave. Nice pocket.
Yeah, nice pocket.
Forget his
We'll
name.
settle on a nice pocket. Do you have anything like this similar where you live? Any wave similar?
Similar?
Like the same sort of wave at home or not?
No.
You must be loving Krui then, yeah?
Yeah, super lovely.
Many times to Indonesia before?
This is his first wave, we didn't see any of it.
Second time.
Second time to Indonesia?
Oh, was that backhand?
Nice warm water, yeah?
So good.
And you, what is your goal for surfing? How good would it be to win this contest?
Let's see if we can.
Yeah, I got final, then first place.
And if you win here on the weekend, how good?
So good.
So good. In the pocket. Manojo Yahagi, you're on a tear. Has not dropped a heat. Remember, everybody. Thank you.
Yep, right on, Mark. I think we're going to be seeing those post-heat interviews from that young man for a lot of years to come. Meanwhile, Bronson Meady has gone up to the top of the leaderboard. You can see the expanded tablet now. 8. He has scored an 8.
Yeah, so I think that would have been his opening wave. We just saw the fin toss reverse. Maybe there was some other stuff that came before it. Would need to try and catch up on that on a replay. Made Ariana 6.83 for his opening wave. He still has a score to come. Ricky Sato, I think, also has a wave to come. And Made Dara definitely has a score still to drop. So the judges have some numbers to tabulate. There it is. Made Dara's last wave was a 3.6. Pair that with a 4. This is the opener of Bronson. So first turn, held his rail pretty nicely, threw heaps of spray, lightning quick whip, and then he puts the foot down. That was snazzy, and then this big finish, tail drift, and he's out of there, and that's an 8-point ride.
That's how you do it. It's easy. Right, there has been a change on the leaderboard. Ariana now a 6.83. Add that 3.80 onto that. That's enough to get him into first place. First priority does sit with Ricky Sato.
Bronson still with the score to come. Here's some drone stuff of the Groms on the inside. You can see how shallow it is.
Yeah.
They're bumping the bottom when they paddle. They sit up and they kick the reef. We've all done that. And lots of fun on the inside lagoon. Not too sharp around there. The odd urchin that can catch you off guard.
Oh, big set coming in for the Groms. Watch this.
Yeah.
To
who's
their
got priority?
feet.
Oh,
totally burned him.
Yeah, that's how you lose your fins as well.
So you lose your skin. Awesome to see. Ujung Bachur locals. all 6 years.
Yeah, they'll be competing in this division in a dozen years' time. Oh, that bloke will.
Barrel.
I think he caught that still sitting on his board. This is fascinating from above.
I wonder who gave them those surfboards. And they're sitting somewhere in France or Australia going, I gave those kids those boards and now they're running them over the reef.
I wonder whatever happened to Gabriel Medina's board that he left behind. Handed it to one of the local board riders.
Probably sitting proud right in the lounge room as you walk in. Or he sold it.
13 minutes to run, so we're sneaking down towards the halfway mark of this heat. Fairly sure we still have some numbers to come. Hit the... yeah, there we go.
Yep, a couple of TBDs. We see the first semi of the women paddling out. They'll be in action in 12 minutes and 25 seconds. Matsuoka, Sato, Brown and Nagashio. Sorry, screwed that last name up.
So
have a look at it.
I think all scores are in. Made Ariana with a 6.83 and a 3.8 is in the lead. Bronson Mady in the box seat with an 8. He went excellent on his second wave. This is Made Dera. He's got a 3.6 and a 4. Needs a 5.18 to get up to second. He's going to go close with this one. 2 strong turns already under his belt. Vertical on the third turn. Big fan of spray before kicking out. And that was nicely done.
That was a lot of body language in that kick out. Going to be a couple of extra points for that kick out for sure. But Made looks super happy with it.
Very keen spectator there was Anon Matsuoka in the red jersey, sitting in the channel about to surf her semi-final, taking notes. Wow. Made Ariana, that was a beautiful slice. Takes the sky.
Oh.
Just a little fin throw. We're not really going to call that a punt, but plenty of variety. He's got some speed through this lower third of the wave right now as well. And the tail high fin waft before signing off. So a little bit of everything in that wave. His 3.8 is long gone. His lead will be extended 11 minutes to run. Talk us
I
through it,
like
Bill.
this wave, yeah. It started off a small one. It grew as it went down the reef. Oh, that was a really tight arc. Cut back, turn, something like that. Of course, that little fin ditch. I'm not sure what you call that manoeuvre, but it's nothing too exciting. I like that one. Yeah, so on review, I think it's going to be quite a hefty score. The first turn and the last was something to put in your bag. That one is a cracking first turn from Made. Follows it up with an attack on the lip and another one. Critical stuff. A nice little cut back into the power source to finish off with.
We haven't seen this one yet. This is Bronson taking off deep. No points so far. Little bit of a setup turn. Has to cede the way to Ricky Sato, who has priority. Big section coming here. Oof.
Oh.
Goes the punt and unsuccessful. So not much for Bronson Mady or Ricky Sato on that exchange. Made Ariana and Made Dara both to upgrade their scores. 9 minutes 45 to run. I like that carved kind of horseshoe cut back.
Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, I don't know what to call it, but it was super cool.
Yeah, that's a real kind of 90s move. You think of guys like Corey Lopez and Mike Losness.
On a 6.2.
Yeah. I wonder where Mike Losness is these days.
Yeah, probably pumping out little Losness.
I think he's one of the best real estate agents in Southern California.
There you go. All right, Bronson has moved down to third. He holds first priority. Just under 9 minutes left.
Yep, so Made Dara's last wave is a 5.6. That's what's seen him vault up. We are, of course, still waiting on scores for Made Ariana, Bronson Mady, and Ricky Sato.
Went for a little jaunt down to the beaches in the break, Chris, down to the other side of the bay.
Yeah.
There was the New South Wales Development Camp in full swing. It's good to see. Jarvis Earl down there having a paddle. Matt Cattle and Noodles in the water with their chargers. Some good surfing going on at the beaches of Mandiri.
How long did it take you get down there?
15, 20 minutes.
Just hire a scooter and
just hired a scooter, went on down there, shook hands with the police before we got on the road, made sure everything was cool. Totally tweaked my back, so I won't be surfing for a couple of days.
not good. Still waiting on these scores to come in. Madeira's score came through pretty rapid fire. There it is. Last wave for Ariana is a 6.6, so that does extend his lead. Still waiting on Bronson Mady's backup. He doesn't need much at all to go into second. Doesn't need a huge amount to go into first.
No.
Ricky Sato with a number to come as well.
Bronson would love another 8 or higher next to that score. Sure, he'd love to get into the finals with his mate Weston Hurst. He'd be all pumped up from seeing that last heat for sure. Both in the colour green.
Bronson also has priority, 6.5 minutes to go. So you would imagine he's going to move into the lead when his last number comes in. You can see him looking around quizzically, wondering why the tower is taking so long. And there it is. Well, it was a 1.83 the last wave of Bronson, so just enough to bump him up into the lead. Still waiting on Ricky Sato's last score to come in.
Bronson having a little look at this one, more than a little look. He has pulled the trigger. I don't know if he's going to get over the ledge. This could be a horrible situation with just under 6 minutes remaining. From the top of the priority board down to the bottom, splashes the water. Forget doing that. Get out there, mate, and try and find another wave. You got 5.5 minutes remaining.
Pulled the trigger and got jammed.
Misfire.
Well, the safety was still on or something.
Yeah. All right, so priority moves to Ricky Sato. Second to Made, third to Ariana.
Something I've noticed with a few of Bronson's heats to this point, he seems really invested in the waves.
Yep.
Hear me out, that sounds a bit weird, but he said something to Mark Clift yesterday when he's paddling out about, I hope I can get some waves. And then we saw him sitting out there and he's staring at the horizon, he's looking around, he splashes water. One heat he sat with priority till like seconds to go before he went. Feel like he's got the surfing talent that he doesn't need to fixate on the waves. Could just catch more of them.
He could just go for a free surf.
Yeah.
And he'd smoke all these guys.
Much easier said than done.
Yep.
But it's almost like he gets in his own head a little bit about the waves, and he's adding a variable into the mix. When you know, the idea, this is why people have coaches, is to remove as many variables as possible.
I mean, the history of surfing is littered with people like that.
All right, we're inside the last 4 minutes. No change on the scoreboard apart from priority. Bronson Mady going from first to fourth, and everyone else jumping up one. Made Ariana, a 6.83 and a 6.6 in the lead. Bronson Mady, the best wave of the heat, an 8. Just a 1.83 is his backup, so he needs a 5.43 to get into first. Anything over a 1.83 will make life a little bit tougher for Made Dera, who's currently chasing a 4.24 to get up to second, and Ricky Sato, who's looking for a 4.94 to advance to the final. 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Chris. Bronson, maybe you want to be concentrating on that, just finding anything to get a couple of turns away and better that 1.83. 2 spots in the final up for grabs. Who's it going to be? Ricky, Made or Bronson?
Well, yeah, I was going to say Made Ariana, Bronson maybe. Made Dara. Sato. It's been a long day. 2.5 minutes.
Well, from what started out as a dreary morning has turned into a pretty cool arvo, and here goes Bronson. Needs a better 1.83. I think he's just done it. He's got to pull that off and stick it. He does. So that's going to make life a little bit harder for Made and Ricky. There's 2 minutes remaining.
So Bronson really pushed those turns to the edge. He came so close to poking his nose at the bottom, coming out of each of them. I'm sure we'll be able to pick that up on the replay. Just strength, grit and determination pulling the nose out. Let's have a look at it right now. He gave it the big paddle this time. Right there. Gee, that was close.
And again.
And again. And the JS Hi-Fi technology just bouncing out. And keeping his little bit of extra buoyancy from the epoxy that he's riding.
Here he goes again, Chris. He's staying busy down the bottom end of the reef. 3.33 he got for his last wave. He wants to better that. Chucks the tail around. Completes that second manoeuvre. There's something happening out the back, I'm sure. Here it is.
Okay, this is Ricky Sato chasing a 6.44. That turn was good. Not really sure what he got up to before then. A 6.44 would just about be, well, it'd have to be in one of the top 4 waves of the heat. Bronson Mady may have increased his 3.33. Let's take a look at it now.
Yep, this is from the get-go. Nice opening turn. Second one was pretty, it was just those 2 turns.
2 turns, but they were strong, and it was a bigger wave. Here goes Made Ariana.
Oy.
Scratch that. That's inconsequential. Back to the action. Made Dera has the line up to himself. Here he goes. He's currently chasing a 5.74. Opportunity knocks. First turn was really strong. This wave might keep walling up. That was a big, strong turn as well. Huge fan of spray.
Wow.
A third one, and Made Dera is feeling it as he makes his way into the beach with 10 seconds to go.
It's anyone's guess.
So, has Bronson Mady upgraded his 3.33?
I think
got to
he
be
has.
close.
Yeah.
It was similar to the 3.33, except the last turn was the finner with the reverse. Ricky Sato has hit his wave strongly 2 turns. Made Dera 3 turns, really fluent. The first 2 were super strong. Good sportsmanship all around. Bit of a high five there between Ricky Sato and Bronson Mady. They're chatting because they won't have necessarily seen what each other's done. What did you get up to?
Yeah, I'm
What
pretty
was yours
confident. Yeah,
like?
what did you do?
And this is, I think that was Made Ariana. All right, we are waiting on scores right now. Last score for red, Ricky Sato, was a 6.17, so not quite enough. It was definitely a good wave, but he needed a little bit more, and I think we're still waiting on a score for Bronson Mady that may even extend the distance between third and second.
Yep.
Made Dera, however.
He's got one to drop, a big one.
Yeah, the judges are going to be looking at a lot of replays. A 5.74, very gettable. We saw what Ricky Sato got, the 6.17 for his last wave. I reckon, well, Bronson can also upgrade his 3.33. Maybe they'll punch that score in first, so then the judges will basically be faced with a situation of knowing whether to go high or low on it.
The drama, Chris.
A lot of replays to be assessed in the bamboo hut, about 30 feet from us. Not sure why the clock says 7 seconds, because this heat is well and truly over. We are on hold for the next heat. So 2 scores still to come in. Bronson Mady, which was only a small wave. First turn was pretty sharp. Second turn had the tail waft to reverse.
Not sure it was a 5.43.
Don't think it was a 5.43. I'd say Made Ariana is safe in first.
I reckon it'll be somewhere between that, the 3.33 and the 5.43.
And then that will leave Made Dera chasing the score. But if we just saw Ricky Sato get a 6.17, you'd think that Made Dera's gone a little bit above that as well. But this is all speculation. So there you go, Bronson Mady, a 5.07. So Made Dera now chasing a 7.48. A lot tougher of an ask than the 5.74. Needs to be the second best wave of the heat. We've already seen Bronson Mady drop an 8. So that will be one of the scores that the judges are getting replays of to get the comparison. Let's keep those scores on the screen. Made Dera. Sky Brown in the next heat. Those guys are on hold. We've got a lot of numbers to add up. Here it is. Made Dera, he needs a 7.48. Oof. There's only 0.35 of a point separating Bronson and Made.
Here they are, Chris, the judges. You'll see the individual scores come up.
3 judges or 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 judges.
It should be 5. And of course you drop the high, drop the low, average out the middle 3.
Look at the anticipation, will you? Wow.
Whoa,
he's gonna get it, or he's not gonna get it.
I think he's gonna be just short.
Just shy.
Very,
look at Sinar style.
Very subtle response from Sinar Tanjung in front. Just saying. Yeah, yep, we get it, Sinar. Okay, so just falling short by 0.24 of a point. And on that note, we're going to throw to a quick ad break. When we come back, we are into the women's semi-finals in the Pro Junior division of the Krui Pro. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro Junior action here from Tanjung Bocor. We are into the first of the Pro Junior women's semi-finals. Anon Matsuoka is the surfer in red. Sumomo Sato is in blue, Sky Brown is in white, and Kana Nakashio is the surfer in the green jersey. We just saw a very tight tussle between the men. In the end, it was Bronson Mady just hanging on to second place to advance alongside Made Ariana. Made Dera couldn't have done much more on his last wave, but unfortunately falling just short. So Bronson had an 8-point ride, the best wave of that semi. Didn't really have much of a backup, it was about a 5, so the scores naturally getting greater and greater as we get deeper into the draw.
Yeah, that was a really exciting finish in that last semis. So our finalists are going to be Bronson Mady. Who else? Spinzy, who's in the final?
Okay, Manojo Yuhagi and Weston Hurst came from the first semi-final, and then it's going to be Made Ariana and Bronson Mady. So that we got the two mates there in Weston and Bronson, as well as the one Japanese surfer, Manojo Yuhagi, who's been the form surfer in this Pro Junior. And then Made Ariana, bit of a he's been flying under the radar, but his performances have been electric.
Yeah, he's definitely a little bit of an underdog, but he's been throwing some massive heat totals and some big airs. He's won every heat, so I think he has really, if he keeps this form going, he has some big chances on taking the win. In this heat, Anon Matsuoka got a 9 in her quarterfinal. Some really big scores. She's been not only doing very well here in the juniors, but as well as in the QS 5000, as we're gonna go for a post-heat interview.
Well, hang on, let's just stick with this wave of Sky Browns first. Paddles, misses, can't get into it. On that note, let's cross to Billy Hangen, who's with the winner of the last heat.
We are live and we're down in the athletes area. I'm with a very happy Made Ariana. Super tight heat. Did you know you had won until you got to the beach?
I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of waves ridden in the last 2 or 3 minutes of that heat. Bronson was going at it. Made was going at it. Dera, you kept your cool, but now you have 2 Lakey Peak lads in the final with you. Does that worry you? Or, hey, us Serangan boys, they got the goods too.
Let's go. Just keep going. Let's go. I can do it, I think.
Oh, of course you can do it, brother. Yeah, I believe in you. Come on. Now, you say you're running out of energy. You're pretty tired. So you're going to get some rest, come back for finals. What do you think your strategy will be going into that final? You got 2 fire-breathing monsters. They'll be trying to take it out from underneath you. I can't quite remember the 4th finalist, but very good surfer as well. You're going to go home tonight. What are you going to start thinking about for tomorrow?
Just keep watching Medina, I think. Yeah, I think I can do it. Let's go. Just keep watching Medina.
You can, brother. I believe you can do it. Mate, look down that camera and say hello to a couple of people at Serangan, back to Bali, whoever you want to say hello to.
Halo semua teman-teman Serangan Boardriders, PSOI dan Pasar. Terima kasih sudah support saya, Ibu, Bapak, semuanya. Terima kasih. Ripkel, Fripik, terima kasih.
Right on, brother. Give it up there. Bang. Good luck in the final. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty. Thank you very much, Billy. Here goes Sky Brown. Second wave for her. And that was, we had a few waves just ridden. The only priority is now with Kana Nakashio, who's yet to open her account.
Yeah, we've already had a few waves ridden. This is the semi-final heat 1, so we're going to be waiting for those scores and see how it all goes. And here are some replays. This is Sumomo Sato, just a 1 turn, as the wave just speeds away from her. But Sky Brown did take it more down the line, and it just
Nothing
closed
there.
out.
Yep. Sean Gilhooly bobbing around. Long-time filmer in this part of the world. Love your work, mate. So Anon Matsuoka, a 4.33 for her opening wave. Sky Brown, a 3.33, and just a 0.83 for that little takeoff, and the one she pulled through the back on. Still waiting on a score for Sumomo Sato, and Kana Nakashio yet to fire a shot. 17 minutes remaining before we roll on into semi-final number 2. Kokona Kawase, Jasmine Studer, Nanaho Suzuki, and Rita Suzuki. Have you surfed in Japan, Jada?
Yes, I've been to Japan 3 times. All 3 times for an ISA, 2 times open and 1 time junior. I absolutely love Japan. I think it's one of the coolest places I've ever been to. I'll admit we didn't get the greatest waves, but the culture, the people, and the food definitely made up for it.
Wow, here goes Anon Matsuoka. First turn was good, second turn was pretty dynamic as well, and she is out of there.
What about yourself, Chris? Have you been to Japan?
Yeah, I've been to Japan 3 times as we watch this replay of Anon. Once was Tokyo for a holiday, but went down to Chiba and surfed, which was cool. Had a mate who was teaching English over there and had a Delica van that is the car of choice for all surfers in Japan. So we drove down to Chigasaki and hung out and surfed for a few days, which was great. I've also been on a snow trip around Nagano Prefecture where we probably ended up hitting a half dozen different mountains over the course of 2 or 3 weeks. And then one of the best surf trips I've ever been on was to Miyazaki, which is a couple of islands over from Tokyo, which is on Honshu. And yeah, we scored incredible waves with a wildly talented crew that included guys like Julian Wilson, Mitch Colborn, Owen Wright, Matt Wilkinson. Got a typhoon, got some fantastic waves. It's a real 2-speed sort of surfing economy over there. A lot of the time your bread and butter is just the day-to-day small beaches between all the tetrapods that they have up and down the beaches for miles on end, and then once the typhoons hit, all the river mouths and points and break walls just come alive. I remember surfing in a harbour. Julian Wilson did the sushi roll on that trip for the first time. We surfed the Ocean Dome, which was one of the original wave pools. That was incredible. That was yeah, I just started working at a magazine, and that was one of the first trips I went on, and I kind of thought that's what all the trips were going to be like. And 15 years later, it's still it's still pretty much the high benchmark. I hope that kid didn't just break his neck. He just dived off head first, forgot to put his arms down, and you can see there's about 3 inches of water underneath him there. So more power to you, little Grom. 14 minutes remaining, or 13:40 to be precise, and on Matsuoka, a 4.83 for her last wave. That's the best wave of the heat. Opening wave was 4.33. Sky Brown, her first wave, a 3.33, was her best. Sumomo Sato's last wave was 2.73. Kana Nakashio has sat for 12 minutes without catching a wave. She has priority, but I think she would rather have a 4 or a 5 or something even better next to her name.
Yeah, Anna Matsuoka starting off this heat early. The only surfer out there with 2 decent scores. It's been one of those slow heats, but hopefully there will be a little bit more swell filling in. Anna Matsuoka on fire lately. A big standout last year throughout Krui and Nias, especially in Nias. I loved her backhand. And a standout this year again, throwing 9s and really high scores throughout this entire event.
Oh, the humans attached to these boards, yes.
I love watching these grommies. They're so much fun.
All right, 12 minutes to go, so we are inside the second half.
This is the second last heat of the day. Semi-final heat 1.
Yeah, one more semi-final after this, and then we can call it stumps on what's been an interesting day. We started off with a big storm, sort of tearing through the site this morning. There was a bit of a clean-up to do. It was howling onshore, so a bit of a late start, and then we ran through some heats with the smaller swell. The low tide just sucked all the energy out of the available waves, so we went on hold for a couple of hours in the middle of the day. We've come back, way cleaner conditions for the afternoon. We've got through some quarters and some semis at the Pro Juniors. That's going to leave us with just the finals for the men and the women in the juniors. And then we're down to the round of 32 men and women in the QS 5000. 2 more days left of competition. We'll get ourselves through as much of the guts of what's left tomorrow and set ourselves up for a very exciting finals day on Sunday, where we hopefully will have bought ourselves enough time that we can run all of the finals in the pick of the conditions over the course of the day. 2 of these ladies will guarantee themselves a spot on the final day. At the moment, that is Anon Matsuoka and Sky Brown. Sumomo Sato and Karana Nakashio. Just the one wave between the 2 of them in the opening 15 minutes of this heat. They need to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, not much happening. Karana Nakashio still sitting on 2 zeros. Hasn't stood up on a wave yet. We just passed the 10-minute mark, so she's definitely going to start feeling those heat jitters starting to creep in. But we've seen many times before the surfers completely go from fourth to first in a matter of 5 minutes.
We sure have. And, well, Anon, we saw her get a 9 in her last heat. She's got a 9.16 2-wave total at this point, so she won't be happy. Sky Brown, she's got a 3 and less than a single point as her backup. She won't be happy, but they will both be a little bit more pleased with the way things are shaping up than Sumomo Sato and Kana Nakashio. So 9 minutes to go. Let's hope this is 9 minutes of non-stop pumping corduroy. Just lines out to the horizon, please.
Have you had a chance to get a surfing yourself, Binzi?
Today?
Or any day?
I had a really good surf the day before the comp ran, and then I had a rather ridiculous surf on about the second or third day. Here goes Anon Matsuoka under priority, so she's got the only 2 significant scores. Somehow from third priority has managed to catch a good looking runner, and she's going to bank a number on this one as well. It's still pretty shallow through the inside, but she's done it very nicely and will step off in not much water, possibly upgrading her score and maybe even threatening double figures.
Yeah, she. You saw her jumping off with a smile.
Took us through the replay.
The replay will come later as we see the replay now. This is Anon Matsuoka on her last wave, under priority. A really nice first turn straight into this second one as she gets by all this bump and hits this last section again onto shallow reef. I think she will be improving on her score.
Absolutely, it's a 6.67, so up to an 11.5 total. I'm not sure how she managed to snag that one from third priority. I also really like the fact that she was very unhurried. She didn't go hunting sections. She just sort of stood there casually and let them come to her. And then when the right section presented, she belted it. So a 6.67, best wave of the heat. She already had the best wave of the heat, so now she has the best 2 waves of the heat. 11.5 total. Sky Brown is now looking for an 8.17 for the lead. She'll significantly upgrade her score next time she stands up. Momo Sato currently chasing a 1.44, just has the 1 wave. And Kana Nakashio is looking for a 4.16. She's yet to catch a wave. So the surfer in green has sat for 19 minutes without catching a wave. Interesting tactic.
She's sat there for a really long time. She's probably waiting for one of those bigger sets, but unfortunately they haven't showed up yet. She should probably start heading over close to Anon, because she seems to be able to catch some waves even without priority.
Well, look, Anon's being smart. She's just sitting down the line away from the 2 girls in first and second priority. Okay, here goes Kana Nakashio. It's taken 20 minutes, but her campaign is now underway. This is the wave she's been waiting for. 3 turns and she is out of there.
That was a pretty nice wave from Kana Nakashio. Hopefully the wait was worth it. Let's see, we still have 5 minutes left. Sumomo Sato sitting only on a 2.73. Here's the replay. What do you think?
Okay, so bit of the head snapped as much as the board on those first 2 turns. The finish was pretty strong. It wasn't a big wave, but it was pretty fluent. I think she's definitely going to go up to third. Not sure if she'll be challenging for second. And now Sumomo and Sky will be wanting to drop second scores. Anon Matsuoka would be feeling confident but not comfortable at this point. 4.5 minutes to run.
Yeah, Anon keeping really busy, getting those 2, let's say, medium scores under her belt. Got the 6.67. She has that 1 foot in the final already.
Yeah, she's also throwing away a 4.33, which would be the high score for all 3 of the girls she's surfing against. So she's definitely been the front runner in this one. Only 4 minutes to go. We're still waiting on a score to come in for Kana Nakashio. 1 heat after this. It'll be Kokona Kawase, Jasmine Studer, Nanaho Suzuki and Rita Suzuki. That was Sky Brown having a look. This is now Anon Matsuoka. Very late to the party and got sucked over. Could even have belly flopped on her board. She did that fairly awkwardly. She'll probably have a bit of a chuckle paddling back out. Not her finest moment. Well, there you go. Kana Nakashio, she did do enough to get up into the lead. A 5.23. That's the second best wave of this heat so far. Sky Brown slips down to third, is now chasing a 1.91 with 3 minutes remaining. Sumomo Sato has priority, is looking for a 2.51. Sky Brown on the inside, but Sumomo Sato couldn't get into it. So, grit and determination from Sky Brown. Get her into this one. The drone angle doesn't help, but those two first turns I suspect were pretty decent, and she belts the end section. Let's have a look at this one from in front, because I've got a feeling this might be the best wave of the heat once we get it from sea level. And somehow she got into that under priority. That turn was great through a big sheet of spray. Whoa, plenty of power on the second, and got the big ender. And for mine, that is the best wave of the heat.
For sure. And right behind her, we have Kana Nakashio on a nice looking wave as well. A beautiful finishing. She manages to finish that one off. There's going to be a pretty good exchange.
This is going to be a great exchange. So here's the replay from the start. First turn was strong. Big fan of spray. This is already bigger and better than her last wave that we saw her get a 5 on. It's kind of like a slightly scaled up version with an extra turn to boot. So 4 turns. She has completed that last one. Great exchange. Kana Nakashio and Sky Brown, the big winners out of it. Sky was inside Sumomo Sato, who had priority over her, but we saw Sumomo paddling, and she couldn't quite get into it, and Sky just kept flying along from the inside, bashed out 3 big, powerful, meaty turns. I reckon that's going to be a good number, but I also think Kana Nakashio is going to drop a big number. So if you're a non-Matsuoka, as I said, you're confident but not comfortable. She'd still love to get rid of her 4.83. Possibly then she could feel a little bit more comfortable. But we're inside the last minute. Scores to come for Kana Nakashio and Sky Brown. If I'm on a non-Matsuoka right now, I want to catch another wave just as a bit of a fallback safety blanket. Last score for Sky Brown. It is the best wave of the heat. It's a 7.67, but Kana Nakashio needs a 5.78. That's a little bit bigger than her last wave, but as I called it, that wave was a little bit bigger with some similar kind of turns. So Sky Brown scratching there, couldn't get into it. She probably would like to catch another wave and get rid of her 3.33 because she only needs a 3.83 to move into the lead, and you would then think she's safe. So a very, very important number to come in for Kana Nakashio as the siren goes. She's only caught 2 waves. Are they going to be 2 waves that are enough to put her into the final? Scores are set for everyone else. Let's leave the scores on the screen. We've got a very important number to come in for Kana Nakashio. She's looking for a 5.73. The judges are going to watch a few replays. The second semi-final is on hold. Anon Matsuoka has won the heat. Only just. She's half a point in front. And it is a 7.83. And she's done it pretty easily, I think. So Sky Brown bows out. The last exchange, the big winner was Kana Nakashio. She's not just gone to second, she's gone to first. She's taken the win, a 13.06 total. I'm going to go and have a chat to her. Congratulations as well to our second finalist in the non-Matsuoka. The second semi-final of the Pro Junior Women's Division of the Krui Pro is coming our way right after this quick break.
We are back for the Krui Pro, this time the Girls Pro Junior Semi-Final 2. This is the last heat of the day. We saw in the last heat Kana Nakashio in the last few minutes go straight to first, Anon Matsuoka in second. In the booth with me, I'm with Mark Clift.
Hello, how are you everybody? Thanks for staying with us all the way to our very last heat of the day. We'll pull stumps in 25 minutes and call that day 5. It's all been about the juniors today though.
Yep.
So we've served a lot of rounds of them and we're down to the finals for the guys. And we're about to confirm the final for the young ladies. So who's already in that final?
Yes, in that final we have Kana Nakashio that came by in first, and Anon Matsuoka. In this heat though, the semi-final heat 2, we have Kokona Kawase in red, Jasmine Studer in blue, Nanaho Tsuzuki in white, and Rita Suzuki in green.
Okay, so I see Bronson made the final in the fellas, and so did Made Ariana, Western Hurst. That's good news on behalf of the Indonesians. Up against the giant killing Manojo Yahagi, the sole Japanese surfer there that will feature in that grand final when we get to it.
Yes.
Just a lazy 16 heats today. We all had a good 2-hour break right in the middle of the day. Managed to wedge a surf. Good to have a little relaxed time and get out of camp. Go and see something different. So we'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll get to that. Yeah, I'm not sure what time. Ty will probably crack the whip by about 6:30 and know what we're doing.
Yes, this is last heat of the day. We've had only Pro Junior today.
Yep.
We had a rough morning start, but it has cleared up a lot as this is Jazz Studer taking off on the first wave of this heat.
Yep, she's up against 3 Japanese surfers. Team Suzuki in white and green, and Kawase in the red. Let's have a little look at this again. I think we already have 2 Japanese surfers in the final. We do. Can Jasmine put a halt to the giant killing ways of the Japanese? There's been a lot of them in the junior girls round. There was 10 out of 16 to start off our quarters. And then there were 6 out of 8 in the semis. And they're getting ever closer to completing the deal. Jazz Studer is the only one that can do anything about this now.
Yep, the last remaining Indonesian surfer in this Pro Junior Women's. Nanaho Suzuki, I had a chat with her earlier. I saw her win the Taiwan Open last year. A great young surfer, very confident. She is always smiling in her heats. It looks like she's just having fun out there.
All right, and it looks like there were some reasonable waves for that event as well up in Taiwan.
Yep.
All right.
Honestly, Taiwan, it was my first time there, and I was absolutely taken away by the place. It really surprised me, not only with the waves, as if, like, we had pumping waves all week, but even the place itself was gorgeous. And the food, the people.
The dumplings, I believe, they were a highlight.
Dumplings were amazing.
Let's just stay with Jazz here on this one because she's got a bit of a run down the line, so she's now got some speed. Boom. Good use of the rails, but sits down on the job. That's not going to cut it. Going to have to complete these sort of waves. She's up against 3 pretty polished Japanese surfers. Although she has a slender lead. 19 minutes for the Japanese contingent to catch up here. No scores of any noteworthy happening so far in the semi-final.
Yes, this Pro Junior at Krui is not co-sanctioned though. This is Asian only.
The ladies have quite a few internationals in it.
Yep.
The men's had next to none, or none. But they did, because I don't think they filled the numbers, they did allow a couple of ring-ins, so to speak, in the women's side of the draw, the girls' side of the draw, Pro Juniors. But they had to keep a cap on it. I'm like, oh my God, look how hard we've already gone.
Yeah.
And we've only got 7 days to run these things. So I remember last year, we had that many pro juniors. It was open slather and it almost came back to bite us. We had to have some huge days to run it out in the week. So we're going to throw down to Chris Binns, who is going to have a chat with the winner of that very last heat. So Chris, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, Kana Nakashio, you only caught 2 waves and you won. How good is that?
Oh my gosh. Last 8 minutes, not coming to wave.
Yeah, you didn't catch a wave for probably 3/4 of the heat, and then you caught 2 at the end, and it was enough to win. So you got to be feeling very happy right now.
Yeah. Japanese?
Yeah, sure.
最後手前の波でまとめることができて、もうすごいドキドキのヒートだったんですけど、勝ててよかったです。
And we just saw Anon walking past. She's been the form surfer. There she is. Are you guys friends? You happy? You traveling together?
Yeah, Anon is so great surfer. Yeah, I love Anon.
And show us your lucky fingernails here. What do you got going on? Is that Hello Kitty?
No, Japanese Oopa Loopa.
Of course. And you got a touch of the Gold Coast too, Ali Screw surfboards. And you like the waves here in Krui?
Yeah, and Krui is well so much. So feeling so good.
And now you've made the final, so congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much. ありがとうございます。
There you go. Back up to you guys in the box.
That was a lovely interview with the winner of our last heat, showing her Hello Kitty nail polish. Anon Matsuoka saying hello from behind. And while that was happening, the first score dropped for Nana Hotsuzuki. She got a 3.20. And we still are waiting for a ride for our surfer in red, Kokona Kawase.
Okay. So there it is, Kawase 5-5, straight into first position.
Yep, this is going to be another one of those slower heats again. There hasn't been many waves through, and just as I say that,
Banger. Here comes a banger.
great
Jazz
wave.
Judah has priority at the right time. So let me just stay with Jazz's ride here. I'm sure her dad's watching again. All right, get up there early. Boom, she does. Turns. Not so great for green, but let's have a look here.
this was a smaller wave, but a good, a well-surfed one by Nana Hotsuzuki. She just jumped off in time, and this one, a nice wave by the current heat leader, Kokona Kawase.
Yep, and then there'll be Jazz's wave. So the judges trying to decipher and unpack these 3 rides into some numbers compared up to what they've seen earlier. So she did well to complete that, and she looks in and gives a death stare to the judging tower. Green, not much going on there. So that's easy. That's the lower number. They get that one in pretty quick, smart. Then they've got to work on the other 3. So it'd be good to see their 2-wave numbers when they do lock in. That way we get a bearing on how that exchange went. And here they are right on cue. Thanks, boys. But those numbers yet to lock in.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Rita Suzuki not finding her rhythm in this heat just yet. She's out the back with priority again, though, so she will get a chance as we still have 13 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, these next lot of scores will confirm Kawase as our leader. It'll be another good digit for her. A cruisy wave, not as brutal as a first, but still some pretty good surfing. Jazz just put her best number together for sure. Nanaho with some pretty tidy work. I think that might be the better of it. And Rita, another low number. We'll leave her sitting in 4th. There's the backdrop. Beautiful point here at Ujong Bachor. Jazz's there, it is her best, a 4-5, dropping down to second. Pretty decent number there for a backup score for Kokona. So Nanaho needs a number. I imagine she'll go to at least second. Yeah, she'll go to second here.
Yeah, that was some really clean, crisp surfing by Nanaho Suzuki.
Yep, that's one real
Right in
nice
the
top to
pocket.
bottom move there. So Suzuki into second with the 5-3-3, so the better out of all of that. Pretty close exchange though, from a 4-5 to a 5-3-3, those three numbers.
Yep.
So the judges having to work overtime, and a nice little spread there of scores. They all had a bit to like about it, but they went with Suzuki. Just a bit more vertical attack than perhaps the other two.
Yeah. Looking a little sharper as well. Nanaho Suzuki is a very dangerous competitor. She surf heats really well, always keeps her cool, knows what she needs, and gives it out.
Sends it.
Two of these girls will be going into the final of the Pro Junior Women.
Yep. Could it become a four-way Japanese exchange? At this stage, the scoreboard is showing it will be. Jazz Stewart is going to have to get up there and rock the boat. She needs a 3-5-1 to give herself a chance of that qualifying second spot, a minimum of a 3-5-1. A few digits higher than that would be handy to try and fend off Nanaho. And also Rita Suzuki, you've got to think at some point she's going to click. She does have top priority.
Yeah, the last heat, Kana Nakashio didn't catch a wave for 19 minutes. Then her two waves got her straight to first, and she won that heat.
All right, so Jazz Stewart does have second priority here. Having a little eyeball at this wave. She's too far out, and in fact, it's a non-wave. So that's going to work in her favour.
Yep, priority still with green, only sitting on a 0.60.
Yep, so everyone's paddled away from her. Maybe green's gone a touch too far is what they're thinking. 10 minutes, day 5 of the Krui Pro. So 88 heats at the completion of 4 days, plus 16. We've gone just over the 100 mark, 104 in 5 days.
It's a lot of heats.
And we've got to remember 8 of those were 30 minutes. So 96 25-minute heats and 8 half-hours.
We're going to be seeing a lot more of those half-an-hour heats. This is the cheer squad.
Yep, there's Rajo and Teo and Harry Radcliffe there and a few of the other young ladies. Paying some homage to this last semi-final. They're all in Jazz's corner. They'll definitely be cheering on Jasmine Stewart and hoping she can get out of trouble here. Green's looking around wondering where everyone else has gotten to. How come I'm the only one up here? She's probably starting to question her location about now. There's someone else in the picture. It's hard for us to tell. We're watching the monitor and can't see the ocean, so some crew go, was I sitting too deep then? I go, not on TV. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's so different watching the waves from the monitor than being out there. You really can't really see what's going on down the line or more above. So, or even just being out there, you know, I've realized that sometimes you're really on the shoulder, but you feel like you're deep just because there's that curve on the beach. So it's hard to put yourself in the right position sometimes.
Well, you're going to have to figure it out tomorrow and do your best tomorrow because it's crunch time. So you're in the round of 16, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Round of 16.
Okay. So we've got the men's round of 32, women's round of 16 remaining, and then we'll have 2 finals to tack in with the juniors at some point, probably Sunday. So I imagine we'll probably start with men's tomorrow. What would probably be their thinking.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from Ty just yet, but being the biggest division still remaining, round of 32, so that's 8 heats. He'd probably like to start there, given the opportunity tomorrow, given the surf. Of course, it's all surf dependent. So you're really only one heat away from the person-on-person heats, the
Yeah.
2 people heats, all right? Yep.
Yeah, I'm 1 heat away from the man-on-man.
Yep.
That's still a long way away, though.
Yep, 2 more good waves. 2 more good waves. Let's keep that focus going, and there's no point fussing about it now. Tomorrow's a different day. I'm sure the ocean, it's due to look like some more waves on it tomorrow, so I imagine lineups, everything's going to look a little bit different, so might as well just come back and deal with a fresh canvas and make your plans from what you see early.
Yeah, it changes so much here day to day, even from like hour to hour. I mean, the concept is pretty much the same, but you know, we've seen it get faster, slower, some really packed heats and others not so much.
Here's Rita Suzuki's first chance.
Yep, a nice first turn.
Oh yeah,
just falls off on the second one.
All right, so Jazz Studer now picks up top billing. Here she is. So the young goofy footer Jazz gives it a bit of a pump, build up some down the line speed. A scoring section approaches, decides to go around it. End section now, big blast. Rides out, showed good control. All right, a 3.51, end hit only. Good speed.
I think there was a really important section there that she might have missed.
Yeah, I didn't want to sort of suggest that myself, but I think you're right. No, that's fine. We're allowed to say it. I think she did. She might have had the floating opportunity just about here. That bit there would have been nice and fluffy. Could have easily got to that side and then banged off a second move.
Yeah.
Dad, Luke, we're not being gnarly. We're just sort of suggesting some areas at this level that she might have had to take that chance. Time will tell. Let's see. On Buckinda, the side of our former on-site location. Here goes the Groms. The Vultures will be circling. They'll be coming out. Rajo and Teo want in on a free surf as well. You'll find there'll be a lot more boards jumping out of the tree line shortly.
Yep, we're going to start seeing that free surf crowd starting to form on the reef, in the channel. You'll see them slowly creeping in as the seconds go down. We're reaching the 5-minute mark.
There's the judging tower, obviously, everyone. Priority board right there. Something funny I did see on my break while I was waiting to come in here, I was watching that, and I noticed that the keyhole area, these 3 Grommies, local Grommies, riding these big old boards, no fins, having a great time just riding on the rocks.
Yeah, we saw them. Yeah. Ryan was
he got the drone on him.
Had the drone on them. That is the athletes area. We see the cheer squad Billy down there as well with Tippy and Harry.
Yep.
And
there's
Santos,
the drone. Billy's
Baru.
pretending he doesn't know it's there, trying to act all cool. No, now he's lost it. All right. I think that was Western as well, wasn't it? Maybe.
Yep.
Sure. I think it was. All right, Jazz tries again. So what did she get for that last one? A 2.67. Oh no, Jazz got the number. She did get it.
Yeah.
Wow, so good. And look how close that is, half a point. So she got it by half a point. So Ma'af and Hornamat and all those good things, she got there. That one hit. So the judges liked it.
Yep.
There you go, Luke. Thumbs up, mate. She's where she needs to be right now. Suzuki. Team Suzuki need to answer back. So Nanaho, a 3.17. What colour is she? White. That's the threat now for Jazz. Kokona, let's she's be happy if she took it away. Let's think about at least second position. There's a qualifying spot still there. Between us can see white and blue. So white with second priority. Jazz doesn't have anything on the priority billing just yet. Paddling back from that last effort. So Jazz and Luke will be hoping the clock winds down. Half a point ahead of Nanaho Suzuki. She had a huge result earlier by beating Simon Niwa. We're talking about Jazz Studer here. A huge effort to get here, beating the defending champion. Rita Suzuki is a fair way off, but near on 6 will get her there. Sitting way deep on the reef.
Yep.
Wow, she's done that a couple of times. bottoms out really quick, doesn't it?
Pretty shallow down there as well.
Yep, so I'm not sure that tactic is paying off for Rita. All right, all eyes on this surfer in the white, a 3.17. Wow, gnarly times for the Studer clan. Oh, she's paddling wide, she's seen something. Is that a lump? She's still staying interested in this approaching swell line. Just over 2 minutes. Kind of, but not. It swings wide. Is Red going to have a crack?
Yeah,
Kona.
priority was with Red.
Oops. Yep.
A nice looking wave for Kokona Kawase. Takes it to the inside. Look, does another nice wrapping turn. Looks like she's gonna go all the way with this one and decides to pull off.
Is there another swell?
Priority is now with white. Nanaho Suzuki looking for a 3.17 to take second.
Well, nervous moments. Can only imagine what it's like being a parent at this point of time. It must be so gnarly.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I know how the athletes must feel, so sometimes I
Yeah.
feel parents have that double.
And when someone like Luke, who's had a lot to do with his daughter's progression and surf trips together, and he's in Bali and she's all the way up here, and in the heat of battle, she's right there in the moment. Got to make her own decisions here, and ahoy, green. So that's Rita.
Ooh, but
Nanaho's lost her priority. Something's happened. She must have caught a wave. 1 minute to go. Is there a number to come? There must be a number to come for Nanaho, because she's not in the screen. She's off the priority board, so she's ridden a wave. Didn't see it, so no comment.
Jazz taking a look. She's out there by herself. She does have priority.
Well, we're going to have to stay with this and just see what happened to White. Trying to burn off that 2.67, tracking down half a point better. A 3.17. Still can't see her on the televisi. 20 seconds. Jazz looks in.
Here's the replay.
Tiny little wave.
Yep.
She needs probably 1 or 2 hits out of this. She gets 2 little hits. Whoa.
Ooh, this is going to be really close.
Well, they gave Jazz got a 4.5, but her wave was way bigger. It was a better hit. The number that Suzuki needs isn't that big. We're waiting for a number. We're going to have to stay with this, Luke. I'm sure you're nervous as, buddy. So am I. Jazz, this would be just an epic moment should she be able to hang in there and be awarded a finals position. Look how quick the free surfers there just popped out of nowhere. They were hiding behind a piece of seaweed and they've just popped up. Girls, good luck trying to get a wave in. So this is gnarly.
Oh, I have a good feeling for Jazz.
I kind of do too. They were 2 just mini moves on a pretty ordinary wave.
Yeah.
Jazz got a 4 for a bigger wave, a bigger hit. Here we go. So this is Nanaho now just praying to the gods. Yep, so you can see her staring at the beach, wondering what the hell, trying to get some input from somebody, anybody. She did the right thing. She had to ride a wave. She did. She got 2 little mini hits in on a small little reef runner that was bottoming out. It was hard to surf. 3.17. Judges are taking their time. They're having a good look at this, which generally means it's right thereabouts.
Yeah, it's either it's it, or it's like it could be the 0.1 difference.
Look at that! Look at that stress. That is the look of a stressed person who, to me, doesn't look confident.
She's surfed a lot of heats. She must know.
She'll know that. Oh, I wish I had a little bit more room to move. She's got a great top to bottom act. She didn't get to show it then. She did throw the Bayham board up there a couple of times.
I mean, we're looking at a QS 3000 winner right here.
Wow. How nerve-wracking is this? The Suzuki family must be losing it. Luke Studer must have cracked about his 3rd beer just in 1 heat. Yeah, Luke? 3rd or 4th? Rah. This is killing me. Either way, we're going to have a quick little debrief on the day at the end of this. They're talking it up in that tower. My goodness, this is a moment. It's a big deal. It's the last remaining spot in the final. So Kokona will take that first billing. So there are 3 Japanese surfers in the women junior final. Oh, are they doing this on purpose?
It's an important score.
Hugely important. Man, there's some debate going on about that. It's right there. It's right on that number. Suzuki's ready to throw a rock at the tower in a moment. Just come on, guys, either way. You're killing me. Well, Toddy Rosewell, the head judge in there. This is when you earn your keep. Last heat of the day, a 2-8 drops in early. A 2-8 drops in the other side of that. Needs a 3-1-7, gets a 2-8. A smidge under. Jazz Studer. There you go, Luke. Woohoo!
Yep.
We do not have one more heat. They're just stooging them. We are over and out. That's it for the day. We'll have a quick little debrief. I'll just write Kokona in as first. Jasmine Studer second. There it is. That's all official by less than half a point. Nanaho will have to cop an equal 5th here. Rita Suzuki an equal 7th. That's huge news for Indonesia, for the Studer family. This has got to be one of Jazz's best results. It's such a big deal right here. You could hear all the Indos that were in a corner sitting there. They'll realise that this is an absolutely huge moment. She'll just about get chaired off the beach, young Jasmine. Billy Stairman was there because this is just epic. To defeat, to get second in a lineup like that, to beat the defending champ earlier, it's definitely Jazz Studer afternoon down here at the point.
Yeah, it's definitely a big moment for Jazz. I'm sure everyone back at home in Bali is really celebrating this. She's gonna be in the Pro Junior Women's Final that will probably run on Sunday.
All right, let's just have a quick look at this. There'll be a moment. You'll see her come in. She'll get high fives and hugs. I hope someone follows her with the camera or gets a look at the competitors area when she gets up there. We started this morning at about 8 o'clock due to the rain-affected stuff that went on and the wind, and it was all pretty horrible. We kicked off early, just after 8 o'clock, with Heat 1 of the Pro Junior ladies. Some of the highlights there saw Lydia Kato win that first heat. Japanese surfer Unri Matsuno also took a heat win, and Tippy's daughter Suri Jabrik got through right there. A few other highlights. Jazz Studer got a second in that last quarter heat this morning to place herself into the third quarter final. We then did some men's quarterfinals, some boys quarters. What do you got for me there? What happened?
Yeah, we did do the men's quarter. We got, in the first heat, we had Tenshi Iwami taking the win and Varun Tanjung in second. In the second quarter final, we had Westonhurst and then, Yahagi Monojo and Westonhurst in second. In the third, we had Ricky Sato as well as Made Mahendra, also known as Dera. And in the quarter four, an 8-1-7 by Ariana. And I'm pretty sure Bronson second. That was the quarter for the boys today.
All right, I think we're going to throw to an ad break. Correct? Okay, let's do that, and then we'll just come back and clean up what happened late here this afternoon.